Can you guys hear me there? Yeah, I agree with you, Vancouver, with Spaceman. And no, since it was the first one on there, and some of the stuff he comes up with, he's got to actually go back and stop being so obtuse and start doing his research, to be honest, because the fact is, and this is something that I don't believe any of these guys understand, as a flat earther, we research everything beyond just the surface stuff. So come on here, Spaceman. Bring your facts. I'll argue with you with anything because I do my research. I do probably 10 times the research you ever do. And it's the one thing that's most sent them back to the, so come on here. Argue with me. I'll bring out all the facts. I went and studied surveying, physics again, celestial mechanics, stoichiometry. Why don't you hop on? Let's talk. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just, with Spaceman, there's a few guys like him, but I have negative feelings towards for sure because they just come on trolls unless they, oh no. How can you sit there all day long on everybody's chat attacking people unless you are either on welfare or you work for the government, one of the two. Yeah, it's your obtuse opinion there, Spaceman. You understand geodetic or plain certain what datum is, what using? How about you get on here and let's talk. Blocked. Channels has never blocked anybody. You're just chicken. That could be true too, Vancouver. But I was kind of giving the benefit of the doubt to give him reason to be so obtuse. And then, because this channel and I actually have another channel and Andre that are working with us on this. So this is a joint effort and it's kept very open and transparent and will allow the diet even from you. He's not blocked. Saying this only shows you the bullshit that, guys, because I'm the owner of this channel and I've never blocked anybody on this channel. It's brand new. We're using this for our tour and you can even, if I'm lying, then my partner in arms here on this channel, he can go and check the channel. He has full access if he's blocked. So if I'm lying, let's see what my partner says here. See, so there we go, guys. Spaceman's just making remarks as he always does. He always lies. We know that. I mean, the guy has no credibility now after all of his comments, thousands of comments on everybody's channels. When you add them all up, I mean, I've watched lots of flat Earth videos and I get to see Spaceman's low comments all over the place. He's probably get up onto the live chat. Understand how, or well, date him for his age. There he comes.
Told you I was blocked under my other account.
What other account?
Fix your microphone, Ken.
There's no one blocked on this account. You're blocked on my flash hub, but you're not blocked here.
Well, then how come I couldn't join under the other one? I'm here now. I had to switch accounts, so don't tell me I wasn't blocked under the other one. You say I was blocked. Otherwise, I would have joined under my main account. Just more bullshit, you know? If you guys could actually debate anything.
Oh, yeah, whatever. You're the one that goes and controls the accounts. Sorry?
Anyway, I don't give a fuck if I'm blocked under the other account. I could care less. So, make a point.
Swearing on this chat. I like to have it. I have watch people swearing down. Okay?
Why don't one of you make a point that can be actually debated? Let's see how good you are at that.
Make a point, what? That the Earth is flat? There's a great point right there. Debate it.
That's not a fucking point. That's a claim. Do you
but
know
what's your no? But
do you even know the difference between a point, a claim,
no,
and evidence?
what's your? You said yeah. What's your evidence to keep the away?
You can't just say, "Oh, the Earth is flat," and what? Everybody's supposed to believe you?
Like
I
you
have that.
Let's talk about high shot.
Oh, the Earth is
talk about high shot.
Spaghetti monster. How's
Don't
that?
Don't swear.
I said the Earth is a flying spaghetti monster. Prove me wrong.
Sorry.
I said the Earth is a flying spaghetti monster. Prove me wrong. You know, that's how ridiculous your claim is. So if you got a point to make it. Otherwise, I'm going to be starting my.
No, it's not ridiculous.
You don't have any points. Make one. Make a single fucking point that matters, that proves anything whatsoever.
Oh, let's talk about. Just wait. Why don't you stop talking for a second?
Then make a point.
Wow, this guy's just incredible.
I'm waiting. Make a point.
I just was trying to, but you keep talking over me.
No, I don't. I'm waiting.
Talk about high shot. Go high shot. There's from high shot at 300 kilometers out that show the flat horizon, and brings the horizon up to the eye level. So that's not possible on the globe.
Can't understand a word you're saying.
And that's from the United States joint effort from with NASA and Australia. So that's their footage.
Fix your microphone. It's blowing up. Can't understand a word you're saying.
You can't understand what I'm saying. Everybody else does.
I can't. Your words are not coming through clearly. It sounds like you're in an echo chamber.
No, that's probably a computer you're on. Maybe you should fix your speakers or something.
I can hear other people just fine.
Yeah, that's what I thought. People in the chat would be saying something otherwise. So, Spaceman, you got to get your shit together here, because so far you've not even addressed the fact that high shot shows us the flat horizon at 300 kilometers less than the ISS.
What's wrong with the ISS?
Yeah, the ISS has quite the curvature. Huh? No, the ISS shows the curvature, whereas the high shot doesn't. So you can't say within 100 kilometers that curvature just magically appears.
ISS is at 250 miles.
And plus, say when they drop their Earth layer, that you could. We already have the showing the whole ISS feed is CGI.
Yeah, well, so it's all CGI.
Sorry?
It's all CGI to you, right? Everything's CGI.
No, I got the evidence, so I got where they dropped the Earth layer in their whole program there. So, I mean, when the evidence comes out, you have to.
You cannot prove it's CGI. Not on your best day could you prove it.
I put up the footage showing the Earth layer dropping. So how can that not be proof?
Any proof. All you have is a
unless
claim.
you just don't want to look at it.
No, you don't have any proof. You have a claim. There's a huge difference between a claim and proof.
Yes, I do. No, I have the. What do you mean you're just in there? That's your argument is to say you don't got any proof when I have a channel over there with a Earth layer disappearing on the ISS channel.
I can hardly understand a word you're saying. I'd love to debate this, but I can't understand what they're saying. Sorry.
Well, that must be on your end because everybody else has no problem.
Well, you got an echo. Have you turned off the friggin', have you turned the volume off on the web page part of it? I'm just stuck. I can hear myself on your side. Fix your system if you want to talk. Yeah, there's no point in this. The ISS is not there, ABC. And why do people see it going overhead with the telescopes and binoculars and take pictures of it? And it looks exactly like we expect it to look like. Yeah, try again. Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, no, and a lot of those pictures look like holograms cards, buddy. Look, and you know what? The first thing, go check out the footage from the ESA. They clearly dropped the layer of the Earth in their footage, and we have that. So, I'm trying to still stuff, but we've already undoubtedly proved that the whole program is fake.
All right. Well, you can say make all your claims all day long. Hey, Nate,
there's already enough research. You know, actually blowing up and. Sorry?
Negator, I'm going to start my my button because this guy.
What are you going to say, Space?
So fuck that shit. I'm out of here.
See you later. Yeah, Flat Vancouver, I did a whole bunch of research on the cables. They started that back in the 1800s. They had pretty much by the end of the 1800s. And then if you look, the industry, the cable industry right now is growing. They're actually looking at huge amounts of work coming up here, an increase in the market. They're building books like crazy. So there's really satellites satelliting the internet, why are they investing billions upon billions of dollars onto these underwater cables? Yeah, we got evidence, tons of it. Our channel has tons of evidence. I do the research, I'm surveying the datum that the government gives out. Canada just instilled new 121 meters across to send out the signals to the surveyors so they can get the mean, which is imaginary sea level below them. They don't actually take their measurement from, they take it from a measurement given to them, supplied to them by our governments. 2013, the datum was agreed upon by North America, United States, Canada, plus a couple other nations, so that they are all working on the same imaginary map. Go figure, eh? So let's, yeah, go take a look. I'll post the links to their guides. It's already been exposed. The whole surveying thing, that's not an argument. And, you know, to sit there and use an arc second, you know what an arc second is, how many feet that is? I'd like to see anybody in chat post how long an arc second is. I want to see who does their research. Research every day of the evidence, flat Vancouver. Because to me, yeah, in the beginning, you know, you come at it and they bring up something. It's like, oh yeah, okay, maybe I didn't think of that. Yeah, I'll go check it out. So, but as a flat earther, you know, we dig and dig and dig until we get to the end of it, until we hit the lie, usually. Just like GPS, go dig on that story. You find out that you'll hit a wall with the DOD because it was gifted from them out to the side. And the actual, and that's of the GPS or hidden behind the defense wall. But if you go to the defense part over the years, you ain't going to see any money really being diverted to this GPS, but you'll see tons of money diverted towards the Lorentz system. So what are they really working on? And plus, we know about the Lorentz system. They've also got tons of footage out there about the Washington Tower they put up. Radio signal around the world in 1/10 of a second. And then you want to say propagation off of the upper atmosphere. Well, then we have to take out, then how do they get radio waves out to Mars then to talk to the rovers if they're bouncing off the atmosphere? They can't, you know, this thing, they do a lot of double talk. Exactly. GSLR are the exact same system. GPS, there's no such thing as satellites up there giving you a GPS. It's all coordinated off 3 towers around you. I dare anybody to come on here with some real research and debate me, because I got what, almost 8 months of solid research, 10 to 14 hours a day now. So I challenge anybody, because I want it to be awesome. Really blow back to me, but I guarantee you can't, because the evidence isn't there. Yeah, no, you know, flat Earth, or Vancouver, I should just refer to as Vancouver. And being a BC brother, and I'm only a couple hours away from you, but yeah, especially the NASA thing too. It should been, I can't believe people actually think that NASA's in space at all. Like the rockets, everything has been disproven. I mean, Brian Mullen there, I love his balls out physics stuff, because he really nails it home with a lot of that. And people got to pay attention, because the stuff that they come back to refute with you just have to research to figure out that it's all bullshit. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and then when I've been, late voting on my research, because to me, they start with it. And the year that they started it, basically, is 1492. That's when they called it a New World. You could see it in the old Disney flick with the Sword in the Stone. And it's actually worthwhile to watch it. It even presents the new crazy spinning globe and all this stuff. So, you know, and Disney is definitely a big part of this, because when you figure it out, you'll see that they start the indoctrination before you get into school with Disney. And if you look back, green screen, Disney had, you just want to come up with that technology. The very first movie used it on was Mary Poppins. So, you know, they say that they couldn't possibly do this fakery back in '69, you know, for the moon landing. Well, no, they could, because Disney was already on top of the technology back then. The first to actually start doing is films in color before they even had color TVs. So the man obviously knew a lot more than what you know, we just see in these documentaries. But and then that very interesting connection between him and the government, because the government kept handling all this stuff. So it's very clear connections. Yeah, it is. It's definitely hard. You know what? Actually, I came into this once. I really trying to this Earth, and that's why I'm so gun ho now the other way around, because I disproved myself, and I don't think that's ever really happened in my life before. On the facts, if you just spend time, you can break it all back down and get to the bottom of it. Some of the stuff, of course, we're never going to find out. And I think that's where they're trying to attack us now. I mean, and the answers, we won't be able to get until we can first get a hold of the resources. Like, you know, they got the NASA program, they can go do their things. We have no NASA program we don't got no big rocket in my backyard. I can, you know, start doing tests and sending up there. I wish I could. So some things are beyond what we could do to find, you know, the truth about it. So I try not to talk about areas of that we just possibly can't prove until we can break down the lies. But we did talk about the lies they've propagated up to now and expose them that way, because to me, they're when society realizes that maybe get NASA busted, and maybe just then try to find the truth of the matter then, and then we're all working towards that goal. But right now, flat Earth, we're still the minority. We don't have the masses, and until we get the masses, we won't get the control to go out there and find out what's going on. They say go, you know, start a Kickstarter to get money to go to the wall. Yeah, every one of us, like it's not something we haven't thought of. I thought about, you know, a way of buying a boat and get down there, but you know that there's no way you're going to get there. I mean, I've got all these countries protecting it for one, but secondly, it is the harshest sun or plane or whatever. I mean, so it's like we're going to be able to get down there. Yeah, space, you know, every night I look up and it might be, you know, how far we can see and that we see it in the curve anyway, because I showed that in one video. But I don't know, when I look up and it's clear night and the stars are out, it just, yeah, I almost feel I can feel that dome above us, to be honest. It feels like all the stars are the same distance away. It's like Venus. They feel like they're locked. And that's another thing that you got to do is how can your eyes discern the depth difference between Jupiter and the stars in the distance when Jupiter's what, 300 million miles away from us, you know? And when you study up your eyes, you'll see that it's these little muscles, you know, like when you bring your finger up close to your nose, you'll cross your eyes, but as you move it away, your eyes are coming back towards to look, and the closer they get to being straight again, it's telling your brain the depth of the object you're looking at. So for me, when I figured that out, I keep looking up and I can see the difference in Jupiter to the black stars, and at that possible. So it's got to be a lot closer. But there's only, I mean, the fact that they have a treaty there and they keep us away, right there should tell us all there's something more about the area, you know. And I don't believe in the whole, all the stories that came out about UFOs and Admiral Byrd getting into a fight there, because the diary that was released on Admiral Byrd to begin with was after he died. I mean, I was highly credible through his life. He never made public mention of Earth or anything like that, as to discredit Byrd, because they knew he was going to be a problem if anybody looked back, that they would create a diary and start, you know, smudging the facts or smudging his name for future generations when they look back. And that's how we get this hollow Earth theory, is all this diary that died. So I believe that just a government planted material, to be honest. So I just look back at the living man and the actual facts of the story. Try not to get into any hearsay or any second-hand information. And the sundials are definitely all over the world. They're definitely evidence towards the flat plane, for sure. There's lots of evidence, actually, that points towards it being flat. So much evidence, actually. The localized light every night when the sun is setting, it's undeniable. I mean, that one out once you realize, you know, a Terminator line compared to was light. So. And then, you know, people say also with the spinning of the Earth and that the atmosphere caught up, you know, the instant bust to that people, I think, should just pretty much stand back on and argue is that the fact we have wind that works in the opposite direction. So if, say, they're corrected about this, you know, friction bringing up the atmosphere to catch up to the planet, but then the wind then would always be in one direction. If we have wind going in the opposite direction of the spinning of the Earth, then which then eventually, you know, like the whole thing that the wind's in the opposite direction of the spin disproves the fact that the Earth is spinning and that the atmosphere caught up to it. So, you know, to me, it's almost like an oxymoron, that the fact that we have wind and they can say the planet spins, the planet spinning is picking up the atmosphere. Yeah, no, it's like, it's almost, I look back at my life and I go, how the fuck did I shouldn't swear, how did I fall for this stuff, you know? The astral plate, you mean? Or look at, you know, a good spot on this Earth to look at. You know, you brought up the elevators. This Angel Falls. It's right near the equator down in South America, and those falls drop 1,200 feet. And then, especially over, you know, that fall are faster than the speed of sound. The Earth. You would think that for 1,200 feet straight down would come down at an angle like a water bomber, you know, because I watch water bombers all the time during the summer when the fire started in the BC area here. But yeah, there's so much evidence out there. If you just sit back and think about it, it's impossible to be living on a spinning globe. And a lot of these skyscrapers, and a lot of buildings are mostly hollow. I know Judy Widgeon talking about that justification and stuff. I've read, you know, I've watched. I'm not too sure about, you know, that work. I don't dismiss it because a guy up here actually doesn't live too far away from Vancouver. And I've seen his where he's, you know, cold split metal with just radio waves and stuff. So very crazy technology. I know it exists. Tesla shows us that in the past, that there's something more to electricity, of course. I think those towers, the World Trade Towers, are mainly hollow. That's why we didn't see as much debris, because my first question is why is, you know, the rubble that I've seen that left didn't equal up to the size of two buildings like that. And I think, I forget who put it out there, but someone was talking about how they could be the radio towers, right? Which I believe too is, I mean, because everywhere, Calgary has the Calgary Tower, Sagan Tower. In Canada, we have these big towers. And really, when you think about it, it's not just a landmark, but I mean, it does make sense that they need to put up these towers and kind of mask them from us that they're radio towers. Yeah, I feel the same way. There is some that are really well done. I mean, they thought about, but then there's other parts where they just, I'm not sure. It's almost like they want to leave breadcrumbs for certain people to catch on that it's flat. I'm not sure. You know, and I thought about a lot about that too. Is this, you know, as people brought up, is this a government or a Mason or Illuminati started PSYOP? And, you know, I seriously considered that, of course, because I wanted to make sure I wasn't being fooled twice. You know, after you've been fooled about the globe, And then coming flat Earth, the one thing I know with most flat earthers is they want to get fooled again. So when I started hearing about this, my friend Todd that started the channel with me went out and we did our experiments to take it away from YouTube, to take it away from, just all the secondhand information and do them ourselves. And I have to say, that's why I preach that to everybody, go do it yourself, because that's how you truly prove, because telling it, you get to there and use, raw science, raw experiments to get some raw data, prove it to yourself. Yeah, and look at all these great, that they talk about. They talk about, all these great people of the past that brought us in Newton with gravity, which just happened to be in the year 1666. I use these years, I call them marker years. You can't help but look at certain numbers. I mean, 666 is very birds, even in the Bible. So I call those when I see that, because like the London fire happened in 1666, a whole bunch of stuff. But nonetheless, they keep throwing back to these guys that, when you think about it, they didn't have a laptop, they didn't have access to the internet, they didn't have all scientific equipment these days. Yet all their evidence is based on these guys that have primitive stuff to prove it. So, in my opinion, any one of us with today's technology that we have are way better off to do those experiments than the people of the past. Even look at Aristotle's experiment, and he presumed that the globe was already round and that light was parallel. Then, people have brought up lots of times about the where it's been nicknamed God rays coming through, your angular light. And they'll say that it's refracted at the upper atmosphere. So then you can point back and say, well, then his test is obviously wrong, because you guys are saying that light bends at the upper atmosphere. Then he presumed it was coming out. So which one's right? And both are right. It's like, okay. That's where, just like the radio wave propagation, they want to say that radio waves bounce off our atmosphere, but no, we can also talk to a rover on Mars. So which one is it? This is where we got to really sit down and use those facts against them, because you are using, in my opinion, they're trying to be correct on both sides of the line. They can't. I'll be right back. Yeah, with these shows, you know, I really been drawn into a lot of this drama lately just because of what Mark did. Actually, I had a rule. I wasn't going to get involved with any of the drama part of Flat Earth because to me it seemed like such a waste of time. Why waste our time talking more theories which we're arguing against? We argue against Einstein's theories or Newton's theories or anybody's theories. Those, to me, it was asking for anybody to start coming up with theories on top of things. What we should do is just attack the lies. Once we can break down those lies so that people can see it, then we can move towards truth. And that's when we can theorize again. It's nice. I'm not trying to stop anybody to thinking about theories, but we shouldn't waste our time on theories right now that we can't prove, because we can't prove even the globe theories to even start speculating about any kind of theories about flat Earth or playing with the same fire, you know. It's just going to waste our time. If people would, what we got to do is exactly where they started this plan, how it's unfolded upon us, and find out how we can break it down for the average person. You know, that's been my goal personally. And these shows, some of them, I mean, I don't even know what to think because I don't spend the time watching them, much as other people. So I don't really, you know, I don't think my opinion is that valid. But I did when I saw Mark Sargent and Orphan Red out there, that video that offended me. Not for what they were doing, but people do is one thing. And I think some people try to argue that, which I think is just to steer off the actual fact of the matter is that what they did was they posted that into the flat Earth community, you know, which makes us all look bad from another person coming in, you know, and that's where I felt. And to me, when you come into flat Earth, the last thing I would do is post a video like that, you know, like, so I don't truly believe that those people are being honest with us, honest with themselves. I don't know. I just, as a real person, to me, I'm done to see their actions. I mean, that's just not coming out. A person that I would think that came into the truth of the flat Earth. Maybe I'm wrong, or I have high standards for people, but I think when you find flat Earth, you really find the truth and you really change as a person. Because most people that I talk to in real life that change, or, you know, come into Earth and I see them change, they're like me, they change into, you know, I look back at and I'm kind of pissed off at, because I didn't really know what atheism meant. And now that I've done my research, it really upsets me that it is tied to the Luciferian church. You know, it's actually, a lot of people don't realize, but atheism is no better than Satanism. You know, you go research the terminology and stuff like that. Above the Luciferian. So, you know, the atheist is, it's just being self-centered. And I think that's the problem in the world. A lot of people are broken into these individuals. Atheism is just a nice to say that you're not religious. That's what a lot of people think, you know, but when they really research it, they'll find out that they're just preaching to, you know, another religion in a sense. But not only come in to flip the truth, the one question that gets answered, and you know, undoubtedly, is there's got to be a creator now, you know, and that's at least what I came to, and most of the people that I wake up to in real life come to the same conclusions. So I kind of use that as my marker for people. You know, I think when you do realize flat Earth, it's just the next plausible stepping stone. I could be wrong there too, but coming from my background into this and then coming and seeing God as much as I do now, I don't know. It's just how I feel about that subject anyway. And these other shows, I just feel like they're spinning wheels sometimes. And after watching Jeff Stewart, he said, don't let them waste even 5 seconds of your time or they're winning, you know. And I agree with him. I'd rather, even this, when I was approached to do this show, to open up this hangout, it was about us coming together to talk about stuff. So wherever, I mean, let's try to keep it on facts, though. It's one of my conditions. I don't want to go into stuff that wherever you need something from me, just let me know. I'm trying to put out as many videos as I can as I research. I got a lot of videos actually that are not released yet that I have almost done. It's just, it depends on the research. Some of them are very deep with research. Some of them, I'm still waiting on some stuff to get back to me. So I try not to ever give you guys garbage. I always try to make sure everything is backed up with facts and documents. Yeah, and that's the thing that what I found, when I found, come from atheism, I've never been to church in my life. I never, well, actually that's a lie, because I went to church as a little kid, but as soon as I had a choice, I didn't go in. But I don't remember too much, because I think I left at like 7 or 8 or something like that, and I'm 43 now. But one of the first things when I start to realize, and I come to a conclusion that the Earth is flat, and I'm starting to understand that there's a crater. There was a church across this from where I lived, and I ran over there and met up with the preacher, and what I'm, thinking Genesis is where the answers are, and I want to hear it from a preacher what their viewpoint is. And it was quite shocking to find out that he pushed me away from it in the sense that he's like, no, that's a myth. Science has already proven that, and we just concentrate on Jesus. And I'm like, interesting. And then he spent about 2 hours with me trying to tell me the whole history and stuff, and how the wars went, and why Christianity and this and that, whatever. Make a long story short, after preachers, I find out they don't want to talk about Genesis, and to me, it's almost in the church, you're seeing exactly what we see, just if we take the globe flat earth argument, you can also go into the church and see that they also have this argument there, but they're hiding Genesis. They don't want to really talk about it. They always talk about it as a myth. And you meet to any of your preachers. I've yet to find one. I'm hoping that will agree to Genesis. But I haven't hit all the churches either. There's an East Indian church that I need to come to. That's close to us. I want to see what they're. I will agree with you, Melody. I mean, when she approached us at show, and we went, and it was a horrible show in the sense of our connection. But I didn't feel wanted us to stick to any certain thing. It was pretty open, so. I still am up in the air with Patricia. Like I've never seen anything bad from her. She's just an interviewer, so I've never looked towards her like she has to come up with any information. I do look upon some other shows though. I don't know, like the only thing I would have to say about Kershaw and Mark was when they did their little, private shows or whatever they call them, or just those two kind of shows. I'd never watched I think I watched Buck said some stupid stuff about how the heat comes from underneath and the sun has no heat. And I was like, whatever, this guy obviously isn't researching any of this. So, he might come out with his clues or whatever, but I think he just copied or jumped onto it. But I don't think in his heart he believes in flat earth. Or if he does, he definitely doesn't do the research to understand it better, because he's looking at, or he's taking the subject. It's almost It's almost like seeing the flat Earth side where Buddy comes out and does that. No, he lost his crew over the edge of the world. I'm at the edge of the world. You know, this guy's just, he's a plant. You know, we can tell that. And actually, if you look at his history, he's from Masons. So, and that's what the Masons are. They're in early 1900s. You know, set, government and local officials like police and what have you. They cleaned house. Disney even makes note of this in his early cartooning, because back then he used to use sketches. And he actually had a company. His first company was called New Man, believe it or not. And it was a little office he did sketches out of in New York. But he used to do the offices being cleaned out. And I think that's when it really instilled their brethren into government, into society, into like our fire departments, police departments, what have you. And then in the 50s is where we see them clean house in Hollywood, you know, come in and, you know, and I always thought I was worried about them coming in about the communism. You know, if you went to a communism party of any sort, any kind of activism back then, they were just going after Hollywood stars and movie producers and stuff, which I thought was kind of interesting, because they didn't go to any other sector. It's like they went into the, you know, automobile industry and did the same thing. They did just stuck towards Hollywood. And I think they cleaned house during that to get anybody that was not going to go along with them with spreading the propaganda about the globe and such. Or, you know, it's more than just the flat earth. There's a lot of lies that are based on this, you know, so. But they definitely have had Hollywood since 1950. The end of 1950s, you can really start to see it. And then from that, they hooked underneath this. And I mean, they even come out and admit, and you know, when Pearl Harbor happened, they have the documentary where they even have the story about, you know, Disney gang called up and from his studio executive, he's like, I'll give him a call. And he's like, no, they're here and now taking it over. I mean, that's the same day as Pearl, are already ready to take over his studio, and they turned his studio into a propaganda machine. You know, and if you look, they never say that they turn it back just to a normal studio. It's been, you know, if you look at the start of Disneyland, the military's there at the day of opening, you know, in there, who had, you know, became the president. Ronald Reagan and Disney went up at the same day on those congressional hearings. You know, if you look at it, you can really piece it together. That's why I try to push people into that, to go back and start looking in the past, especially because there you can see. I don't think presumed we'd have such good technology, or we would have had the technology to look back on them this well in the future. I think that's why we see a lot of mistakes back there. And their time is ahead of things. You know, many people knew that Disney had yellow screen technology back then. You know, before green screen, everybody thinks it was green screen, you know, was first. No, yellow screen technology. You can even check into the history about Mary Poppins, because that's the first movie ever made with it. And Disney was working with NASA at the time. If you go look, all the, anytime NASA needed to do any kind of what we consider, you know, like CG now, just to show you the representation of what's going on, but because they can have a possible camera there to show you. All that was done by Disney back in the past. Like every NASA documentary, anything NASA did back then, linked with Disney. Disney supplied all the anime for any of their films that they need to explain something with, that they would do today with the CGI. So you can see that tight connection back then. So anybody that says that, you know, wants to play down Disney, all they are from the truth. Disney is one of the main players of this. You can see, because the company owns some 140 companies, somewhere around there, across the world. Actually, and a big one to look at right now would be the Singularity University. Those guys are UN funded. Well, they're funded by almost included. And they're just a big thing for our future. They're thinking about ways for the sustainable living and all this stuff. They're actually the ones getting, tracking. I've been working with locals, supporting locals here, and I've been tracking down the carbon tax that's being imposed on our healthcare and school systems, and that goes right back to these guys too. So it's quite interesting. Because it's not just about flat Earth, it's about a lot of things, guys, a lot of things. This whole crash, it's just this is local government stuff, so some guys might not care. But in BC here, they're shutting down a whole bunch of schools in the Okanagan area. They're also doing it in Vancouver and stuff like that. And across the world, from what I'm researching, there's a whole bunch of them. But here, specifically, they went to research it, and it's because of this carbon, they don't have enough money, so the districts will want to close down these schools to make up in their budget. But their budget's being increased by this carbon tax. The carbon tax, 2 years ago, we had the auditor jump in and for selling offsets that they were purchasing. So they basically were purchasing half the offsets they say they were, and then they would sell them to the other departments of government, which is kind of weird because you got one arm of government selling it to the other arm of government for a profit. Now, it's the hardest, and I mean, they're raising it from $25 to $56 a student, somewhere around there. It's crazy. And then you have to ask yourself, like I asked the parents, I'm like, so what do you think the carbon tax is for? Like, what would be the biggest contributor? Most of the parents say buses. Well, government exempted the buses because, well, that they're closing down their schools. They need to bus these students to other towns, right? So it started to make sense why they would make that exempt. And yet the buses, they even don't know about the amount of carbon put off. And they've increased by 20,000 tons of carbon over the last 5 years. So, and then the question is, okay, so why is the schools being carbon tax? And the only thing that's left is the heating system, which to me, there's no way that they say in people's close to 1 million tons of carbon per year. Just don't sell for it at $56 a ton now. So it's quite interesting. And then you look, BC hired in a firm, an investment firm, just happens to be Darrell out of the Rockefeller building in New York. And this company turned a profit of $32.2 billion last year, handling on here and then if you look, Darrell is supporting the Singularity University, which is linked to the UN. So if you watch, you can see how the UN put the mandate out for the carbon tax, how the countries are following through with the carbon tax, but then they're stuck to the UN. We're getting screwed. So that's where people got to start researching this stuff, because it's not just flat Earth. It's actually, there's a lot of stuff in this. And the more we research, the more we can actually bring out the problem here. We're being, the government being corrupt to the core everywhere. Why won't you be able to communicate? Huh? I mean, I pause and let you talk as long as you do the same for me. Have a fair debate. I've never had a problem with that. What I have a problem with is when people get on and start over talking, but then you hate. That's not needed in a logical debate. Every human being has it, or is capable of sitting down to rationalize a conversation, even if they disagree with the subject. And I think it's in our best interest that we all start talking globe and flat. Like, I don't want to knock anybody out. I mean, when you're not after the truth and a personality, that's not healthy. And if you think we're living in a lie, then help us get out of it. But you know what? The more we keep digging and we keep researching, we're not just sitting there in chat channels and typing our opinions and making assumptions. You know, a lot of us are researching, you know, spending the hours reading, you know, something a lot of people don't do these days. You know. I've gone out to, you know, and been uncomfortable talking to preachers and natives about, because I want to know the creation story that they talk about, the turtle. And all there is actually, it's you got to kind of be well-rounded. You got to go out and take in everything so that you can see. In my opinion, you know, you put doors up, and some of the guys that come in with these globe things, all you want to do is sit there in the chat, put out your assumptions, never want to come on to live debate. You know, if you truly believe in the globe, then come on here. But yeah, I know I see 14-year-old comments sometimes, like age-wise, coming onto the chat. I mean, people got to grow up, be adults, talk about it. The minute you start flaming, then the minute you're, in my opinion, a child. And I have no time for that. Oh, it was on yesterday? Okay. I haven't watched it all yet. I was busy getting things done here. Am I audible? No, I'll have to watch that. Yeah, we got some weather coming in. I'm not sure if that's affecting our connection or not, but seeing sun out today. Can't wait to get up to. We should be hooking up with someone in Edmonton at the end of or mid-July or June, I should say. and head out for the midnight sun. And that's going to be interesting because to me, there's a lot of evidence there. I just, as everybody, you could Google up as many images and that, but you don't know if they've been altered. But and you guys probably won't know if ours are altered, but we're going to go up and try to get those images. And seeing it from a flat Earth point of view will, a lot of people that are taking the pictures aren't looking at it from that direction. So they're not maybe getting the best footage the way it should be, or lay out the times that they're seeing it at, stuff like that, so that we can do data points. So I'm quite excited to hopefully get up there to share and get all that done in our tour. And then get across Canada. There's another thing I've been devising a new test here that I think might entails, but I was send a warning to everybody failing the test, and that it's going to have to be done on one day. So that's the biggest thing about it. But I'll be should be released the video to get prep for it. So hopefully if you could spread the word to people out there, because it would be nice to get some rock solid data coming in that we can use to figure this out and have some very strong evidence. See, with space, honest, I am, and right from the start, I am very much wrapped up into the Genesis story. Like, I really believe, and not just, I'm not as a Bible, I just say Genesis story because everything I read there and what I've researched coincides. I do believe we live within a firmament, because let's take, because scientists, and I've done this myself, I've been to the top of mountains and I've seen our fossils, like cold crustaceans, bottom of the ocean stuff, right? Up in the rock. So I know that is up there. And I've been up on some places I've been 1,200 or so feet up where I found out the world had to have been covered with water at one point for that to happen completely at that location, stuff like that. So I really, and that's not evidence pointing to a flat earth or anything, but it's always been in the back of my mind as some of the stuff I've seen like that. That when I look back at the stories, Noah's Ark, if that story is true, that explains that. Whereas I've always been puzzled prior to believing in any of that when I was just logically, because that's very scientific, actually. It's kind of weird because it pisses to look at the sinner. And I had these questions, two major questions I had were the one about these crustaceans up there, and I couldn't see the plates pushing that much rock up from just outside. The other one was gravity. Had to be, I was trying to figure out how it could be changing, because I knew with the spin of the earth being fast at the equator and not at the poles, I knew there's a problem there, but I just thought I was going to figure out gravity. I didn't think that was going to disprove it. Spaces, I don't know. I think that the outer, like the far stars that we see, are up in the dome itself, stuck in the outer, whatever it's made of, we don't know. And then like the planets are just wandering stars, like they say, and in the ether, if that's up there. And actually, I think the moon kind of dips down into our atmosphere up and down because it does this libration. And during the libration, when it's closer, that's when it's going into its full moon, and when it's traveling up further out of the liberation, so between its perigee and apogee, that's when it goes into its new moon. And look, I researched this one guy brought far, and then it led me to phosphorus. And if you look at phosphorus actually, the moon was made completely out of phosphorus. As it dips down in its liberation to our oxygen, would excite the phosphorus to grow. It's actually making a lot of sense that way. But again, I don't have a rocket to travel up or any kind of the equipment to be able to test that firsthand. But reading through phosphorus, and that's not naturally found on the Earth. You can find it on the Earth, but it's mixed into rock and stuff. You have to, it's, you find it's, you know, mixed always with stuff. It's not in a raw form, solid chunks of it. And you see that if you heat it up with a little bit of pressure, it will glow red, you know. So, you know, we got this white moon that can go to a blood moon, you know. So it's kind of interesting that we see phosphorus have some of the same characteristics. And it doesn't produce heat, you know, and heat. It's quite interesting. But, you know, and this again, this is what I was talking about earlier about theorizing. I try to bring, you know, find the facts of it, but I won't actually, you know, it's just, I want to keep it open. I'll have great theories too about the moon. And I just, you know, put them all together there, and I'm going to wait for the day when we can actually prove it and go, aha, okay, so that one is right. So let's work off of that. But I don't want to make the same mistake and completely get theory. I want to keep them all open until we know for sure what facts, because that's how we got snowed in the first place. We allowed someone to come in and tell us instead of waiting and finding out for sure. Yeah, and we've been getting, you know, that's interesting you brought that up too. It's just not even a month ago it happened here, where that's how I had proven to one of my friends. I'm like, look what it is, look what the sun is. And the Terminator line wasn't matching. Oh, by look, no, that sun should light up harder than, but it's dark with what's going on in the daylight. So, yeah, there's, I mean, that one there is a hard one for the globe. Anybody who still believes in the globe to argue that one. Because that one, there's tons of footage on too, showing that the sun's right there, the moon's right there, and that's where the line isn't equaling out where the sun is. But, you know, to me, the big one was, and, you know, someone came out with another video on this about showing, they went down the coastline, showing how the buildings, you know, we're losers of the vanishing point on horizon. Now, I'm not sure people can grasp that, but everything starts to meld at that center line. So obviously, the sky is losing and the ground's losing at that vanishing point. So we're going to see stuff disappear there, but you're not going to see it leaning away. And that's where I was trying to make a point. Like this one guy's video, he's trying to use it as proof because he's losing segments of the bottom of the building as he's getting further and further away. But naturally, as you get further and further ability of seeing the bottom of that, where it's melting. I mean, you got the sky and the ground melding at a point too, and that's the vanishing point on the horizon. Understand that. Now, if it be true that it's actually because of the curvature, then the building should start to lean and say, well, no, because over 360 degrees around, you know, and at 60 miles is 1 degree. But still, you got to think for 360 of those have to come back onto itself. You know, there's going to be, if they want to put it this way, if they want to say there's measurable, especially with visual measuring, you know, looking at their film, that the bottoms are dropping off of the building because of the curvature, then it would be visible, measured as well to see the building leaning away from you. But that never is the case. It's right there. That's not, it's only proving the one, not the other. It's proving about the vanishing point on the horizon. It's not proving that they are losing the bottoms of the building due to curvature. I wish we can get people onto this. I did a video where it shows all the, oh, you want to screen share that one video? Let me go find it. I actually have I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that, but it's pretty shitty here. Try. Just give me a minute to find it. Yeah, the convergence point. So the screen sharing won't work because my connection right here is so shitty. So, oops, and I need to figure out how to send that. Let's see here. Yeah, but the screen share, just because it's to have this open, the chat, I know with this connection, it's buffering for me. Okay, so I was going to just post the link in chat, but then it removed. How do I post in the chat without it removing? Or can you clear that? I'm not sure. That's the link to the video there. If you can post it in chat, it won't allow me to post it in chat. Then they can watch the video I'm talking about. Because that's the one where you're trying to prove that the Earth is curving, but the building there balloons. So. Back to, I'm just trying to get this link across to you guys. So I can't share just because of my connection. It's not buffering it. Clear my partner there. Clear it, I think. Or if you can post it. I put it in our other chat. But it's a good video to watch to look at how someone's coming to attack flat Earth with a supposedly evidence, but you can break it down yourself by just looking at the horizontal lines of the building. They don't change in all the pictures he lines them up. You can see the segment of the building that's staying perfectly level, which should see if it's over the curve like he says, it's noticeable, at least a slight difference between the first and the fifth, because it does, I think, 5 or 6 shots he gets further. And then just countless well, to bring up the debunking videos in general. If you look, they're not, they're trying to assume from their point of without research. I'm trying to snub the average person that's just watching videos and taking them what they see. It's the last thing I agree with it. Ever just research off of YouTube. The other channels. I mean, everybody, I believe, will come at this differently, but sometimes I feel with some of the larger channels wanting to stay on topic. Other theories and that, like I was saying earlier, we need to do right now. I think it's more important about getting out the lies, because that's provable right now. We can prove NASA's lying. We can prove, that there's no curvature and stuff like that. And they don't want to address. And as you notice, it seems like those talk at least about or just rehash stuff. And I think to me, it's undoubtedly no. I don't really. And if you notice with our channel, we don't really do a lot with the NASA anymore, because to me that's dead horse. We know it's faking. It's quite obvious. I mean, so I would like to see the larger channels. Personally, I would like to see them get back on topic more, but I'm not here to tell them how to run their channels either. I don't, and on their channel that way, that's their choice. In the audience's decision what they want to sit and watch and be a part of. So I think that's more of a personal thing. We all have the choice not to watch or watch what we want. So the fact that they got larger numbers, I don't think that's what the Lord I don't really look at much. I was just to a point where Todd and I got to a point where we felt that we have to give back to the community. And, some of the research we were doing, we weren't seeing anybody else do. So we thought, the only way to get it out is to start up a channel. And I hope you'll appreciate that. I don't want to get into the drama of attacking any other channel, because to me, I think we have very limited time, to be honest. From all the research we're doing, it really feels like Obama's not leaving office, and that they are gearing up here in their plan. So, like, personally, I feel we only have till November for the mass knows, or something happens between now and November 8th to the masses. And personally, I just want to get as many people onto the truth as possible before they go pull something like 9/11 again. And hopefully we have enough discernment in society to maybe stand up time and go, hey, we're not going to fall for this, and we take our military and go and disrupt people's lives. And really, when we, the way I look at it, like, we're the civilists, just the average person. We're the ones, no matter what country you belong to, we're all still the same people. I've never, even back during the Cold War in the 80s, I never had no hatred towards a Russian. And I don't believe any average Russian has us, where I think every war, if you really examine all the problems that society has, is always from our leaders. It's not like you get to, a Russian and American kind of little dispute, and it works into a fist fight, and then they start and then get their governments involved, and then the war starts. It doesn't start from the civilist up. It's always start the government down. Our government's in the fight, and then we're the ones who have to go out and back their plate, and in today's day and age, with this line that's going on with all these false flags that are clearly a false flag, like you look at Sandy Hook bombing, they even come out and say how boss bombings been staged through the media over that one footage where she addresses it, so lying to us. And I think it's, but I don't believe the masses know that, or we would see already people wanting to change what's going on, because it's obvious our governments are being corrupt. I don't think anybody else is finished with us. And that kind of, the average person, even in the sleeping masses, will tell you they don't trust the government yet. They trust everything that they put out. On the other turn, if they put science on, they'll take it in. This doesn't make sense to me when you look at these theories, and it's nothing but theories. Tesla's, they got their head cloud in mathematics, and they have the physical world behind, and you go read, I read a paper from the Rothschilds about science, and you read through that paper, and it just, you can see where he's promoting the idea that the theories and facts of the observations, which is crazy. If that's the way they're looking at, scientists look at it this way, then I see where they're being fooled. And I don't believe everybody's in on it, but I also believe there's a lot of people who are afraid to speak up within their profession because they got bosses above them that would probably fun, like everybody fears losing them, and sometimes I find, even in big companies, you'll do the wrong thing for your own personal right reason, so you'll follow whatever your boss tells you, even if you agree or disagree with the other, just to retain your job or your position or your status. A lot of people are controlled that way. It's, the argument about everybody being in on this. No, there's quite a few. I mean, we look at the membership status of the Masons. They claim that they have 5 million plus members. So that's a lot of people. I mean, that's enough people to pull off a lie like this, just in that group alone. And we know that just that working together, Because actually, I was starting to research through those old newspaper archives that Nolte posted the link about the archives. And I put the search term Illuminati in there. It's quite interesting. One of the articles I've been reading through was from President Wilson was in talks with the French Illuminati. I mean, that's, if we look back in the history, they talked about, it seems to me, about late 50s to early 60s. We stopped seeing that in newspapers because I think that's when they gained control. That's when the propaganda actually started full force, and we stopped seeing, these open discussions in media, where true media, true news was probably done before that, before they had control. And that's why we see the stories. And which you never see in the paper today. Like, why, you have to ask, why was President Wilson talking with the French Illuminati? I mean, they seem to be a credible group by the way the newspaper puts it, and had influence at that time, where the president need to address it. So today, if we say that there's no such thing as Illuminati, well, I think that's just part of them hiding the true nature of what's going on. And, and if you go into the mathematics game, and this is where I think I woke up really quickly, because I was blessed with a good upbringing, and I went to school and did quite well at it. I went to a self-learning school in my high school years, and actually finished all 3 of my years in 2 years. But one of my strong subjects was math. And I've been, like I was saying earlier with Einstein and gravity, I was up to finding almost on a mission to try to prove gravity, because there's things that were puzzling me about what they had taught us. And I felt that there was these areas of research that could be done and to prove these points, for once and for all. Back then, that goal, because they're far, because gravity, when you look at it, there's not much that actually holds that holds it up in today's paradigm. I mean, density and buoyancy explain it all. Gravity, and if you look at gravity, the figure they use is so small that really you can apply it to anything and still be within a plus minus of 1, which, with or without gravity, they're still going to be close enough to the answer that ain't going to make sense to whatever logistics and mechanical device or whatever they are working gravity into to say that it helps with the outcome. Because when you look at that, or the speed of light is ever changing, and the fact that I think that's also where they snow us. I think with speed of light doesn't travel forever. One of the main things you could tell is just walk up a highway. I mean, or when you're driving up a highway, not walk up a highway, but when you drive up a highway, I mean, if light travel, they can just have one street lamp, right? Or put it high enough and they can light up a lot more, but it only goes so far, and we know that. There's only so far that light will reach. You can have a flashlight, can do the same thing. Light only reaches so far. So this whole thing that light travels on for millions of years and reach, that's the distance of the stars. Did the light in mind, because there's just no way that light travels that far in all directions, and we can see it here millions of years later from its source. It just doesn't jive. Because if it's traveling through free space, like through nothing, how is the light even propagating forward? There's something to think about. And that it bends. It does bend through certain mediums, that's put through water. But the distance it travels, I think, is some tests we need to do. If in different lengths of like fiber optics and stuff, and measuring how much resistance, or a resistance as we use in our electrical, how far a wire is, the electricity travels, losing, of course, current is gone. It needs to be built back up and sent up through a repeater. And I think light has to do the same thing. I think it only has a certain distance travel overall. So I got to devise some tests around that to prove that point. From looking at light, other way look like light at night, and the red shift that we see, that's how we get our different color of sunsets. As it's setting, we go into the orange and the red, right? Because that's the Doppler effect happening, the red shift. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't travel infinite. And I think that's one of the biggest things we got to get our mind around, is that light itself and the properties of it, and how far it can go, and stuff like that. And the only reason they say it travels infinite is that they can hold up their model of the stars being billions, trillions of light years away. To put these far distances, just like they talk about evolution, it's over millions of years. They always, anything they can't prove, they go very long, or space, because for the human minds and foul, for us to be able to rationalize that kind of distances in our head, so it's an easy place for them to play in, to propagate a lie, to be honest. Like I look at it this way too. I always kind of look at it from their point of view, and then some of the stuff they did was brilliant, to be able to lie to us. But it does have problems, and those problems, I think if we just logically go through them all, and as a group especially, the power of one is not that powerful, but the power of many, very powerful. And if we can all just diligence and research every day, I do about 10 hours a day on average. If we times that by 100 people, and that's 1,000 hours a day being researched, and so on and so forth. So I know they've been running this live for a long time, so I think it takes a whole bunch of people right now. If we all start concentrating on researching, we can break it down in months if we're all working together. Exactly. I mean, and even if we're not correct, I don't ever proclaim that I'm 100% correct, because we're all learning this in from from the beginning again, having to research, basically redo your schooling, so you can understand, where the lie is and where they started it, and so forth. And I don't know. It takes all of us to figure that out. I mean, some of us are, even with my main theory, it's just a theory. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. It makes sense logically to me. I'm sure other people come up with stuff that makes sense to them. And I'm sure if we all start sitting down and we can talk about it, we can figure through these things and maybe use each other's research to be able to figure out the missing piece in each other's. That's Because definitely not one of us is going to solve it all. It's going to take all of us to solve it. how to speed things up. Well, out of myself, like, we are feeling like, well, 2 months ago we started talking about it, that we're feeling that there's only so much we can do on YouTube, and a lot of people make mention that on YouTube, usually the people looking towards our channel probably be into the flat Earth. You know, they're looking for flat Earth. But the average person out there walking down the street, like going out and started asking the question, you know, it's, there's, you know, the general public has no idea even this topic exists, you know. So it's like, I think the awareness is the main thing that we have to do. We were hoping that by going out there and talking to people, we might spark other channels to do the same. Well, let's say, for example, if we were to get one flat earther in every major city to go out and start talking to the public, you know, and start a live group, and all of our groups talk to one another so that we can all stay on the same page, and just work at getting out to the public, to the people on the street, and getting them to at least be curious about the subject, so they'll go home and jump on YouTube and then start to see all the promoting. I think that's one of the best ways to start pushing this forward to increase it. I don't know. It all depends. It just depends on the person's willing to do, if they're willing to put their neck on the line, get out there. I mean, for Todd and I, we've experienced a lot of backlash from our friends and going public on Facebook. So we actually had to talk about that the other day. It's I'm not sure about you guys, but it's starting to feel like all people that are it's like it's your new family kind of thing. We find family the only kind of any kind of support you get is community here. So that's why I was pretty upset with Mark and Orphan as well, you know, tampering with what is pretty much the only family we have left until more people wake up, because the people that aren't awake now look kind of crazy. They're not going to help you, you know, not until their minds change. And I find a lot of people are followers too. So some people you're going to get to, they're just not going to change their mind, no matter what you say. What you need to do is you got to change the mass in order for that to start working towards that. And then those people that were reluctant will follow, because they're just natural followers. They're not going to change their mind, and they see the people that they follow change theirs, you know. So we got to always make sure that you're talking to the right person. You got to talk to the leaders out there. You know, society's built on leaders and followers. So you got to know which one you're talking to, because I find talking to a follower, you're not going to be able to change their mind. I mean, until the mass change, I think their way of thinking is they only follow what is 51% in popular belief, regardless if it's right or wrong, you know, because they don't want to put themselves out. They only just want to follow what's the main way of life. So for you to waste time that way to try to change that mind, you know, and those people are unchangeable. They change only with the mass. So the secret is, I think, finding the leaders and getting them to understand, so that they change and then they start the repercussion through them. I don't know. That's how I see it. And you know, the problem with the facts, like you just said, virtual, exactly. And one of the biggest problems is that nobody believes what they say. I mean, the UFO industry or conspiracy did all that, in the sense is that people question the very photographs, question the footage, everything can be doctored. So, you know, it's like in today's world, you have to be 10% proven and for it to be accepted. That means to physically take the person to what you're talking about. Like if I wanted to talk about the moon, I got to physically take that person up to the moon to prove the point. because no matter how much evidence I can put out, picture-wise, video-wise, logically-wise, they're not going to change. You know, they're not going to see it. They're going to be stuck because they're going to keep thinking, no, that's just, you know, fake or yeah. It's kind of an oxymoron in a sense, but it seems to be what we're seeing is that, see, the globe, because they could just say it, but now to disprove the globe, we have to now take the people to the sun. You know, like it's like we have to do 100 times more the effort to prove the point than they were able to prove the lie, right? If that makes sense. And actually, the burden curve should be on the globe. I said that months ago to some people. I was like, we shouldn't be attacked as much to prove as the globe should be having to prove the fallacies that we're finding, you know. But like, no, the burden of proofs on the flat earth is undoubtedly, you know, let's get pictures of flat earth, let's do pictures, let's, you know, you guys probably hear that lots too, so it's no new news, but it is frustrating. Like they put up that high shot in X15 and then they used a round camera. Even back then they had the fish lines. And everybody points to, I think, forget the time mark in there of it. It's just a quick shot where they show the X15 taking off and they show it for the guns. And you could tell because back then the camera was round, like it wasn't a square picture. It would be, it always looked like it was looking through a microscope or something, like a round shot. And that's how you can tell they were using the fisheye lens back then in the past. That's just the design of the camera. And then someone was like, oh, you did with that same old argument, you know, like, I understand your camera lenses, you know, like, do have to be frustrated because it feels like the people arguing, they don't even know the basis to the information, or that's where I almost want to just jump to government show, because how can someone be so stupid not to see that that's a fisheye lens, you know, or like, do we really need to prove this stuff? I mean, I thought it was quite obvious, but I don't know. I try not to get my mind wrapped up. I understand Freud spent his entire life people and one way or the other. So I'm not sure if I will delve too much into the psychological side of people to understand why they don't see what we're seeing. I just want to spend my time trying to do more and more research to prove where they, which I've is 1492. Look, that's when it even says in a lot of articles and research that that's when the New World started. That's when they pushed it. So we're basically 514 years from that date. You know, and it wasn't up to, and people say, well, the flat earth topic's been dead for so long. Well, I would argue that one too, because the flat earthers raging actually was gaining ground up to the moon landing. That's 30 years. But now we're catching back on and picking up a torch that our forefathers were carrying there. So I don't think that the flat earth has been not talked about for, like some of the guys would say, 500 years. That it's only by moon landing that took a while to first fake, and that we're coming around again and picking up exactly what our parents or our grandparents were saying back when they were talking flat earth. liquid helium as up in as the space. I can see that. That's one. It's going to be one of the latest elements that are up there for sure. I mean, so the hydrogen or helium in its purest form. But again, we got to look at the helium balloons go up. They hit go up as high as helium would be, right? So I mean, if space would be able to go up higher without busting, because it'd be within their environment once they gone into that helium part, and it would balance out. They wouldn't burst though. So it could be in an additional, I would say, hydrogen. Shows the temperature. I'll have to take a look at that. I don't remember seeing the temperature on it. Take a look at that. I have to go to your channel. I think it's up to you. Yep, that's up to you. That's good. I'll go over that. Made good points about too with the temperatures. I think about it. I like his idea about it being super cold up in the thermosphere, like it actually just keeps getting colder, not hotter, like they say. And that makes sense with the thermal loss I feel off the ground, that because heat always travels to a cold. That from my profession, being in fireplace. And I think the sun, what we're feeling off the sun is just radiant heat when it comes by. And if you look up your different types of heat, radiant heat just heats up objects, doesn't heat up air molecules. But the object that heats up, say our ground, would then in turn heat up the air molecules, then rise up from their upper so it really makes sense, like if you logically think about how that heat transfer would work, because if the sun was heating or doing the convection heat, then it'd be heating up air molecules and it'd be extremely hot where the sun is working its way out in bands away from it. And then that's not, I live in a good taste of the sun coming through the heat put off right from the get-go. From when it rises, you can feel that heat up everything, and you're basically feeling the heat off of the ground after that. The direct sunlight you really feel it heat up the air in front of your face off, that's like a call sign to radiant heat over top of convection heat. So if the sun works with radiant heat, heats up the plane, and then the plane, of course, when the sun leaves, that heat is being stolen back up into the colder environment because of thermodynamics. And there's definitely lots over the magnetic and electric. This world, I think Tesla so I was 100 years earlier, and I was friends with that man. He knew a lot more than what we could possibly know right now, in my opinion. because some of the stuff he talked about, and then if you look, Mark Twain, he actually wrote quite a bit about Tesla. He used to go over there and visit him. He was intrigued by the man. And I think we lost a lot from not, or because the elite like Morgan destroyed his life. And I swear the government's got in there, and there's lots of reports. The FBI went into his place before anybody else after he passed away. So we lost a lot. The government gained whoever got his research gained, obviously, but the civilists lost. I know he was on to free energy because it is everywhere. There's energy all around us all the time. So there is definitely free energy. That's not no conspiracy. Yeah, he was a genius. He was, we look at these, the Bible points to, but really, I think people that we should always look up to in that sense would be people like Tesla, because I believe that if anything, God would send someone like down to give us something, then to send Jesus down for the teachings, which, I found God, but I still have more reservations over everything with the Bible, because it feels to me that, like Jesus, it's just I've been attacked so many times by someone saying you have to go through Jesus to get to God. And to me, that should be a warning flag right there. Because if you find God, then would God really prosecute you for not going through his son? I just don't, it makes sense. Maybe as I progress here in my religious side of things, I might see it, but I just don't see it right now. I just feel that Jesus is another plant by them back in the past. No one's there to verify. All we have is text in a book that people say, oh, that had to be changed. But we got the King James Bible. I was rewritten by the King. So can we say that it hasn't been changed? I don't know. I look towards, and to me, that was him trying to bring something to society to benefit us all. He had no drive to make money on it. He wasn't looking at the bettering himself. He was solely on bettering society to be looking up to. And take a page out of their book, and try to do as good for society as they did. I think one of the biggest things they got us to believe in is that we're insignificant. We don't change things around us, but that's furthest from the truth. I think each and every one of us are divine. And I think we all have the power to change things. You just got to put the effort into it. No, he never did mention Jesus either. And that was one thing that, I don't want to get into the talk about religion on the channel, because I think it's with how many thousands of years they've been arguing it already, that it's definitely not an argument that we want to bring into the flat earth and try to win, because it's, like I said, it's thousands, so many wars later, and it's not any closer to agreeing on God or agreeing on these messiahs. So and cool. One thing I really look back at now is the graded beast. Because every company, you don't realize, but only have one desire, and that's to make a higher profit line. And if you really think about that structure, if you think about the way we're setting that up, we're actually just profit number above humanity. That's why we're suffering. It means there's no governance. Competition was supposed to bring in better products. This is the whole argument back in the past, that two store owners from across the street from each other, in order to win over the consumer, will have to keep building where the benefit society was going to be. But what they've done is they work the other way around, is how to get enough product for the maximum amount of profit. There's no concern about building the best product. And the only concern that ever comes is when, for the elite, for the people, when you see them design like $1 million cell phone or something like that, these stupid things they come out with, but they're far beyond normal person's reach, and yet they use humanity's reasons to do it. We all have a right to the earth. We're all given the earth by God, so for this society to have, and this man down here, because they have a lot of money, is less of a man than this man up here because he has all this money. We just judge off the amount of money they have. We don't even judge for what they did there, to get that money or to be into positions they are. Some people get old money, and never work a day in their life. What kind of person is this? All they do is walk around high on the hog, never done for society in their life. You gotta really look at it. We're allowing people on this plane to do nothing, yet control everything. And people that do everything to make the world work, that barely we got to totally reverse. Or they have us totally reversed to things, in my opinion. I would love, people say you need money to make people work. Well, no, I don't think so. I would easily get up, and if I knew it was to better society every day, I get up, and I'm pretty sure when we figure it out that we wouldn't even have to work that hard, because I swear, if you look at the actual physical jobs making product going every day, that's a small percentage of working population. Because you can't look at the people that are pushing the monetary system, the accountants, the lawyers, and all this other stuff is helping the world move to, progress forward. I don't know. It's a big subject. I just believe that, monetary system or have misconceptions over that. It's needed, and it's the only way to work society. I don't think so. I think that's a misconception. All it did was to get power, because, and a lot of people say, well, they're out to make money or steal money from us. But I think it's even beyond that, because we got to look at the people, say, behind these banks, the Rockefellers and that. I doubt they care about money, because they print it. I mean, if you were printing the money, is then money your object in life? No. I think their object is to control. Their core, money has meaning. It's about us. We are what they're after, and I think we got to realize that money's just a game to keep us fooled. That just by printing the money. So logically, think about it. If they created interest in the dollar before it even gets up our hand, then it's a perpetual debt. That means it's never-ending slave system of money. So it's no better than having a shackle on your ankle. It's just, and the fact that they took it off the gold standard back in the 30s and that's what's starting to break apart. Look, back in the 80s when Reagan went after him, I was right behind that. But I was, only listening to what the news told me back then. Over the years, though, and seeing what has transpired, and then watching them go after him again, I scratched my head going, like, why are you going after him? And then you hear these stories about him mistreating his people. Now there's that video out, and there's that the Green Book, I think it's called. But you watch that. I remember when President Bush cut down our entire freeway. It caused havoc in our city, just so the president can have utmost protection coming through our city. And yet you have you know, hanging outside top of a limo, you know, like Tom Hanks back in Big, and people are running up to him, shaking his hand. I mean, the public loves him. You never see that. You know, I've never seen the president. You couldn't do that to the president here without getting shot, or the prime minister in Canada here. I mean, that should tell us something. And then the fact that we went in there and we watched our governments take them out, because basically we know the truth. You know, none of us can sit here and lie because he was a bad man. We know they went and took him out because he wanted to take the oil, the reserve, and trade only for dinar. So we got to really open our eyes to this. You know, I almost think, you know, a lot of years have gone by over the fight. I hear all these stories about Islam's. They look at the United States, much Canada, see, but to me, we're one and the same. So they look over at us and they think we're evil and this and that. And I'm starting to see where they see that. You know, if we were in Iran right now, you know, a civilian, you look out there and you know how scary it'd be looking at towards the United now, because the United States, if you look, have gone around in this fearless world, this mission at every turn. I mean, I got friends in Germany. And I'm a first generation Canadian of a German family, and they talk about kinds of, you know, control. And the German is still kind of a PW of that too. I mean, they're under governance of a foreign country still. Same with Japan. A lot of people don't realize, but Japan is still, you know, they had the peace treaty in that, but they took the emperor out, except for they knew the Japanese would, they will die for the emperor. I mean, so they left him in power. It's only, you know, Japan's not really, I think, being ran from its own anymore. I'm pretty sure it's been ran ever since the treaty made them sink their fleet. You know, they say there's only 3 countries left, and I think only 2, but we'll go off of what they say, is North Korea, Iran, but I'm pretty sure Cuba is turned over now. They're the last remaining countries that are part of this World Bank and stuff. So, and you know, it's interesting because in North Korea, they still believe the world is flat. Yeah, and you know this, in watching Europe go underneath that euro dollar should have been, that was the first stage of more this world currency. And you see what's going on with that. I mean, people, I really should watch their meetings there, because it's nothing but bickering and arguing, and how they're, I mean, you know, you look at how Greece took advantage of it in a way. Because if you look at Greece, it's never about the, I'm always talking about the business and the politics, but you look at Greece, they went into, and it's their own fault, they ran into so much debt, not the people, but the country, because they went out and they built a ton of stuff without having it sold, or even, you know, it's like they were trying to make their own boom by building it, and they shall come kind of attitude. You know, when nobody comes, they just got all these empty buildings, you know, and then that's in charge. They've actually built entire cities that are empty, you know, so where are they going up for that? So, because you figure how much resource and money and stuff went into that project. They obviously got a use for it. People just don't believe governments do things for nothing. And then there's another big topic that's starting to come to the surface that people should be taking a look at, is sand. I know right off the top, people are like, "What's sand?" If you mile in Dubai and they're building the world map, one to as well, but stop the project because they're actually finding sand, construction sand, because sand's used in all types of construction. And it's, you'd think, well, we got Sahara Desert. How can the desert use that sand? Because that sand gets blown around, all smooth around construction. So the usable sand is what you find. Mainly the best sand that they're finding, besides some beach and that, which they because the nets, but is the sand on the bottom of the ocean and dredging it up like crazy. And there's places that, like in Indonesia, where their islands are starting to disappear because when they dig a hole and dredge the sand out of the ocean, the beaches, everything goes and fills it back up because the waves coming in and that, it all balances itself out. Like level, our water's always level, so it has, gets leveled out. If you dig a big hole, it's going to fill it up over a couple months, whatever, and then level out everything in the surrounding area by taking some sand from everywhere. So what they're starting to notice is that disappear, and you're getting these coastal problems where they're saying the water's rising, but it's not the water rising. What's happening is they're stealing the sand just off the coast, and you're losing your shoreline to it refilling up these spots. And they're taking the sand and going out and, go look at some of the expansion projects for Japan or Singapore. Like, it's crazy how much more land they're going to build out because that, they're on limited space, so they're building up from them and taking sand. And now we're hearing stories of mass die-offs out of the ocean. You got to wonder, right? And then they throw this global warming on top to hide their this. I don't want to say conspiracy because it's there's tons of footage out showing how they're pirating sand all over the place. Actually, Singapore just was put underneath embargo, kind of all this running, and there's legislation allowed sand from them anymore. And now you're hearing about them pirating sand. Like, this is just crazy. And then I've seen it all through actually looking through a global warming hoax thing, because they made a good point, is that the going story is that the oceans are rising, and that's why we're losing our beaches. But when you start digging, you see this other research there. It makes more sense that we're seeing the after effects of them grabbing all this sand, which is quite surprising because you figure high-rise roads and used in almost parts of construction. Not even the development of creating like Palm Island and all that stuff, creating more land. It's used quite a bit. Yeah, and that's it. Is these they're having to do all kinds of stuff to compensate for the problem they're seeing with the rising water and the loss of the beaches. Because even in Florida, they've been pumping sand, and it's funny, not funny. It's shitty, when the person, they got the problem. They're seeing the beaches are the beach in Florida, so their solution is to have a dredger, and you're looking at the dredge, a couple kilometers off the shoreline, pumping sand from the bottom of the ocean so they can repair their beach. Like, it's millions of dollars to do that. And within 2 years, they pulled the beaches this and mushed back down until they dug out for the sand to repair the beach. So it's so stupid. They don't even think about the proper solution for this stuff. This is just crazy. And then they're killing me, when you figure those dredgers, like they're unbiased. They take everything from the floor of that ocean. Now, we know that life, the ecosystem works in such a way that what's on the floor of the ocean feeds the chain all the way up, So, and then being the smaller creatures, that the floor of the ocean is where it starts as far as the food chain in the ocean. So tearing up the ocean floor unbiasedly. No wonder we're seeing kill-offs happening. Like we're going to see the effect happen at the upper end of the chain, the food chain, which we've been seeing. We're seeing all kinds of, like this year, there's a huge die-off that happened down in Gulf of Mexico, you know, having to combat millions and millions of fish dying. Now, connecting to oil, all kinds of other stuff, of course, with the spill that happened down there. But also you see the squid on the other side in South America dying off in millions. And these should be warning signs for us. And it's not global warming. That's, to me, you guys, means the temperatures, sure get fluctuation. I don't feel the globe's not warming, especially not NASA coming out saying that Antarctica is growing by 1,300 acres of ice a year. That's quite a bit. And but they'll say that no, growing ice. Yeah. Yeah.
No. Mas é para falar em português, é? Falar alguma coisa em português. Está bem. A Terra é plana, pá. Acordem. Abrem a pestana. Toca abrir a pestana, malta. Hello?
Yes, it's
Koenraad,
me.
hello.
Yes, I'm coming. Calling from Belgium.
Can't hear you.
Ah, I am calling Belgium. Belgium calling. Calling Belgium. Belgium. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Hello, hello, hello.
I forgot my headphones.
There is a delay in the communication.
Oh, really?
I think I have to close some windows.
Can you hear me? So, are you a flat earther?
I can hear you. Testing the delay.
Oh, it's a big delay.
Yes, I am a flat earther.
Whoa, huge delay. Google, come on, fix this. So, what made you realize that the Earth was flat?
The first time I made contact with flat Earth was last year, March, April.
So, what did you see? Did you saw something or a video or something?
I watched a lot of
So, did you watch a lot of videos? Okay, didn't quite understand.
I'm testing this Hangout. But there is probably 30 seconds delay. Impossible.
Yeah. Yeah. That's turns a little bit hard to have a conversation. You can say something and eat a cookie and wait for the answer.
Yes, I saw a lot of videos.
So what was the most most important video to you? The one that made you really think about it?
Yeah. I think I have to fix this problem first before we can.
You hang out and you come back again.
Yeah.
You got a serious connection problem here. That's why I don't like the Hangouts, because we have to turn a lot of pages on and it's a little bit messy. Anyone is free to join. We got some delay. Don't know why, but we got some delay. I think just one time we did a straight conversation. Meanwhile, it was talking and waiting for an answer. So, spaceman, come on. Let's do a debate. I want to ask you about the pictures of the penguins in the ice wall, and also about the blowtorch that cannot melt aluminium. And I work for 20 years with a blowtorch, and I melt chromocobaltum, which melts at 1,348 degrees. So the blowtorch cannot melt aluminium. That's a good one. Spaceman always got some good ones. I really would like to ask you about that, the blowtorch. Space, the final frontier. Is it really space? Or is it something else? It's like floating in water. So, everybody's watching Spaceman and his indoctrination Okay. People just like to go there and troll, and I guess they feel great about it instead of talking about something that really matters. Where is the chat? Discovery. What video are you talking about? The GoPro. It has a lot of cuts, but it shows some weird temperatures at some altitudes. Doesn't it look like it's in some sort of liquid, floating in liquid? And at that altitude, supposedly, it should be a lot warmer. It's to wash up the ice. But they shouldn't have put the gauges for temperature and altitude. They completely say otherwise from the atmospheric chart by NASA. At that height, supposedly, they say that should be for 400 degrees Celsius. And they clearly indicate 270 minus degrees Celsius. So they prove something to us. Yeah, we just have to look out for the clues. There are clues in there in that video. Just have to forget about that all cutscenes and all effects and all that crappy shit. Okay. This guy did a science experiment. He did the Robotan experiment. That experiment that they went out that lake on a boat with a telescope to see the curvature. And he picked a spot where the distance was about 6 miles. And he clearly could see the other side. No bulge, no curvature. And according to maths, it should be, I don't have the numbers, but it should be a bulge somewhere. This is what we really need to do, experiments. The things that really work are repeatable. That's what we need. So come on in, share your thoughts, help me to improve my English pronunciation. Ou é preciso eu começar a falar em português para vocês começarem a perceber o que é que eu estou a falar? Porque, sinceramente, pá, não estou a perceber nada disto. So, here's the zoom. He placed the mirror. He asked his wife to place a mirror on the other side of the shore so he can zoom in and see that he can see the mirror, the curvature, in 6.23 miles, I think. See? Where is the curve? A lot of globists coming up with edited videos that shows otherwise, but we are overwhelmed with videos that show something constant, that there is no curvature. But they keep on insisting that there is a curve. Okay. They don't want to accept facts. Okay. That's all. That's fine for them. So where is the curve? No curve. So he placed the mirror next to the shore, close to the water, and zoom in again. You can see a little bit has been hidden because of the waves, of course. The ondulation of the sea can cover. It's not flat, as you can see. It's the waves can create a little bulge. That's what is hiding the mirror, because you can see the rest. According to maths, that's impossible. At least there are good people doing good experiments. This one is also a good video. He made an experiment with vacuum and heat transfer, and he shows something interesting in this video, because according to this, it really transfers to vacuum, through vacuum. So anything that supposedly is exposed to high temperatures in its vacuum or space is heating up. And according to the NASA chart, that fake NASA chart, it's supposed to be 1,000 degrees higher, or whatever, 1,000 upper degrees of temperature. So how does the ISS convert all that heat? Because it doesn't exist, maybe. It's up to you to figure it out. Use your eyes, use your mind, do some research. Everything is out there. Don't believe what is given to you freely, because we all can see, we live in the world that nothing is free. So shouldn't you suspect what is given for free? I do. So nobody's joining in. I'm talking alone. No questions. No nothing. Let's watch at Spaceman and his chat. See what's going on. Some more conversation. Okay. Sounds funny. Seems like people like to go and see. I don't know. Whatever. Let's see more experiments. There's something more in here. This model always looked interesting to me. Yes, some, how do I say? Some good mechanics showing here what supposedly we see in the sky. And he somehow shows us how it could work. I'm not saying it's a possibility. Someone using his brain to think about it and figure it out. The idea of the camera was good. I should say it. Because it's going to show something interesting. We see that supposed movement, opposite movement at the equator of the stars. And he replicates it here with his gadget. Could be a possibility, no? Makes us wonder. It's a nice representation. Genius one, I might say. It could be an explanation. Well, people doing some their own research, which is good. We all should do our little bit of research. Oh, let's look at the satellites. How they work in transmitting information. They are all planted by NASA. Don't you find that interesting? The same ones that supposedly or allegedly have sent out satellites to do this kind of job, and yet they do all this grid of cables, undersea cables to network. They say only. Is it only for network or for many other things? Because optic fibers can transmit a lot of information at the speed of light. That's why I don't understand that delay that I had with that conversation earlier. All these satellites. You start to realize it, you find it so funny. Well, nobody wants to join in. No questions. I'm running out of stuff to talk about. This is my short list of people that are already aware of what's happening, and it gets getting bigger day after day, which is good. We need to start pumping out to the masses outside. This has been too much virtuality. We need to switch to reality. And those big channels are not doing their job there, just pointing out the obvious instead of creating actions, just like in Hangouts, where they can in real time spread the word to do something, an action. But no, they continue to make videos that people go to watch, not at the same time as they could in an Hangout, but they prefer to keep making videos. Okay, that's their choice. I'm just pointing at my vision about it. They could really start to do Hangouts and start to do some actions. So nobody has any question? If I can answer it, because I don't know all the things. This is what happens to vacuum. This is an experiment made in the 60s with liquid helium. Back then, he denies the conductivity of the liquid, but later on, it comes to point that liquid helium has a good heat transfer, good magnetism, good conductivity, and some strange properties as a liquid. And we all know what goes up there. It's helium. Space is full of helium, and it's cold, and helium is a turning point to liquid helium, which is minus 270 degrees, which they call it the lambda point, where helium becomes a superfluid. And the GoPro video shows that same temperature as it floats in some sort of liquid. And super liquid helium is incolorless, invisible, has a lot of properties. So it's kind of interesting. I'm going to do some more research on this. Need to figure this out on my own. I'm sick of being taught. Where were you blocked? Discover. Was it in the Spaceman Hangout? You can join in here. The lambda point. Feel free to join. Are you still here? Discover. Didn't quite get where you were blocked. I'll be right back. Going to the WC. Oh shit, Spaceman chat. I went there and said that that wasn't a flat Earth debate. That was a globe indoctrination. They don't accept honest debates. Flat Earth was here, willing to do a debate, and both did not. Spaceman entered a little bit, but start to complain about this connection. But if he was a little bit patient, he had a little bit of a good debate there. But in negatorxx, or negator, or whatever his name, he completely refuses to debate him. So they are two completely obvious deniers. No, they don't accept facts. And their evidence they present, it's only one evidence. We present them a lot of videos doing the same thing, and they say whatever, and deviate from the conversation. We can't never have an honest debate, never. I'll be right back, going to the toilet. I'm going to put the video on full screen of the experiment. Be right back. I'm back. The Big Bang disproves the Newton's law of action-reaction because Big Bang happened from nothing. So it contradicts the third, I think it's the third law, action reaction. They had to create something to justify their mathematics, their variables, their illusion. Once mathematics can create probabilities, you can create illusions. That's the problem. That's one thing I didn't like in school was probabilities. That when maths become a little bit strange for me. And I never liked the gravity stuff in physics. I loved the chemistry part, but the physics, something was not right in there. The electric part, I loved it, but the forces, something wrong about that. And now I know why. Because it was a lie. It was a deviation from the reality. It was density and buoyancy. Because we live in the medium called air. Air is a medium. Air has its density. So as everything that has a mass. That's why helium, which is less dense than air, floats and goes into the atmosphere. This is all a chain of density interactions. That's why we keep getting rarer and rarer because of the pressure of the air itself. And I work every day with liquid air, which is the opposite of up there. It's liquid, not gas. So I guess that other friend didn't quite get in again on chat. Nice to see Spaceman still doing his own reflection of himself as he speaks. This is another one that completely denies facts. It seems like people like to come up here and make fun of them. It's fine by me. I don't care. What I really care is the truth to come out. That's what is important in here. I got a little delay on my video. This video is very good. It shows a lot of planets and stars. Sorry to be in Portuguese. But it shows the reality of our world, not as according to NASA. NASA planets made by computer. Yeah, correct. There are graphics in the moon landings. The governments are laughing, filling their pockets. You got a good question. In 45 years, why didn't they go back to the moon? Certainly they didn't get there. Online translation, do you like this? Venus official videos are in real images. They bring what do they bring us? This is what they do with the millions of dollars they pay. This is NASA. These cartoons of Venus. This is Venus orbiting the sun. They wanted you to believe this story. It's going too fast. I can't translate it. This is Jupiter with this red spot. Where is the red spot? Oh, there it is, the famous red spot. I think it shows next Jupiter. Oh, no, he's going to show some stars and planets now. P90 Nikon. The anti-astronomy camera, the P90 9000. Look at this sun, as they call it, the sun. Does that look like a sun? That doesn't look like a sun to me. He's zooming out to show where he's taking the video. Serious? Are you serious? Is this a sun? Seriously? Oh, okay. I can be a participant, but not a host. I can't control it. I don't have the means to do that in a proper control. Let's look at Venus. Does that look like a planet? A planet? Look at Mars. It's red, all right. Jupiter. Jupiter, where is the red spot? Please, Where is this red spot? Oh, no red spot. Just sparkling water as it looks. Looks like it's some liquid. Jump in. Help me with my English. It's not my native language. This is beautiful, not that pictures of NASA. That's crap. This is reality. Another star. Another sun, they say. This is reality, people. This is what you will never see in another page. Now look at that. Isn't that the liquid stuff in there? Pretty sure it does look like liquid. Venus and Sirius, huh? Nice. They look like the same, different colors, but the same shape, the same appearance. In counting, the countdown has started. Let's start the engines. Someone filmed Polaris. Polaris is some kind of different star. Has a different behavior. Let me find the video. Where is the video? Let me look it up. Polaris is some kind different. By the way, this guy has some good videos. You might check him out because he has some good footage. So where's the video? It is Polaris. This is Polaris. Bring up the chat again. So this is Polaris. We start to notice it's hollow. I even commented that it looks like a torus from a magnetic field. This one is pretty different from the others. Has its own beauty, as we say. Don't you agree? We have been looking down for many centuries. We have been believing stuff without questioning. That's so dumb of us. That's really dumb of us. The ancients, they knew reality. They built their structures according to reality. That's why we have solar watches in temples in India that show us the time. Is that possible on a spinning globe moving around the sun and the sun moving around the galaxy? How is that possible? To have the correct time for centuries. And they've been hiding history. They are not telling the complete truth. Were those ruins really destroyed by time or by man to hide out something? Even today, suppose scientists are puzzled at the pyramids, how they were built, or their trigonometry. Their mathematics, where the golden ratio came in the pi and all those values. So they had a lot of knowledge. Now we have this technology. So what time is it there for you guys? My time is here is 21 in the night. I think he has a zoom. Yeah, has a zoom in. Sure does look like that electric rays that come out of the Tesla coil. Somebody's popping in.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm fine, and you? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty well. It's about 4 o'clock here in the afternoon.
No, 4 o'clock. Night here. Night time.
Oh, 4 o'clock in the morning, huh?
No. 21 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Evening.
Yeah, it was
Evening.
in the evening. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I was watching your presentation there. I certainly like some of the images of the planets, and they certainly look electromagnetic or something.
Yeah,
But,
for sure. Something they don't want to tell us.
right. Yeah, I've seen those. Those are really interesting. I don't know. I guess they're pretty hard to describe.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's our first watch of them, so we can only speculate.
Yeah, sure.
They have been there. They have the telescopes. They have the information for sure.
Sure, sure.
So what popped you out to flat Earth? What were?
Well, for me, I mean, it wasn't specifically one thing necessarily, but I like epistemology, and I was studying sort of the history of science and how they've come to a lot of their conclusions, and you find a lot of it is sort of arbitrary. They just a number of guys collect in a room and they just sort of make a decision. They vote on it. I mean, at one point they did that with the speed of light. They just sat down and nobody had the ability to measure the speed of light. And they just came up with an arbitrary number and used that as a figure so they could move on and continue with their scientific endeavors. And I don't know, you see a lot of that.
Yeah, creating their own reality, according to math.
They are. I mean, a lot of this stuff is actually really difficult to pin down and say what it is or define it closely. And so it seems like when they got stuck, instead of saying, well, we're stuck, excuse me, and we don't know what to do, they just arbitrarily picked something and moved along. And you find that over and over again. And
yeah, they don't experiment a lot on that. They create something to prove it in their sense and move along.
Well, sure. And then, of course, they come up with some mathematical equation that allegedly proves it, but you can come up with a mathematical equation to prove anything.
Yeah, you use variables, you can produce anything with variables.
Sure. I've seen the equations, they have the infinity symbol, at the
Yeah.
tail end, which now what does that mean? That means nothing.
I saw a guy do a presentation of his theory, and he confronted the physics in the Congress about one thing in the gravity. What is it called? The graviton.
Oh, the graviton, right?
Yeah, that book. And he showed them a picture of a guy blowing a balloon. And according to them, that was the theory of the expanding universe. And he asked a simple question, asking who was that guy that was blowing the balloon. And they completely babbled along and didn't give a correct answer to that. And that's a good question. They create a figure where is a man blowing a balloon, where they put coins, and they say that's the theory of expanding the universe. How ridiculous is that?
That was it, huh? That proves it.
Yeah,
That's
according to them. But that guy came up and said, oh, what about that guy that is blowing the balloon? And they start to go, they didn't make any calculations for that. That was a funny presentation.
Well, sure. And then you have the Big Bang and the expanding universe, and it does beg the question: what is it expanding into? I mean, is there something outside the expanding universe? I mean, the whole thing is really.
The Big Bang contradicts I think it is the third law of Newton: action-reaction. For every action, there is a reaction, and the Big Bang started from nothing, no reaction, no action. So it contradicts their own laws.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Right. What was another one I ran into? Oh, do you know what a gluon is?
Gluon.
A gluon.
Well,
well, what they've done is, they can't figure out what's binding everything together because they say, well, it's all largely empty space between the atomic structure. So you have a scientist and he's sitting around and he's pontificating this at his desk or whatever, and he says, well, something's got to be holding this together. There must be some sort of glue or something holding this together.
Oh, that kind of glue.
And they call it a gluon. Like, they just grab stuff out of thin air and march forward with it. It's really, and apparently that's scientific. I don't know.
Okay. And what about density?
Density, right.
They keep forgetting about that. I think that's the main reason of all this is density. All the layers of density at the atmosphere, and the last layer of them all, the helium, because the helium is the less dense of the gases.
Sure.
At the top of the atmosphere, we have helium and some rare gases that are the less dense.
You're saying that's the last layer of the atmosphere, then? Is that what you're saying?
The gas one.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Then comes the liquid one. When comes the liquid helium, because of the temperatures they show on the GoPro video. They show low temperatures. They show the lambda point temperature in one of the frames, where helium becomes a super fluid, becomes liquid. So that video shows a lot of things. People are saying, a lot of cuts, a lot of this. They don't look at the right information there. The altitude, that it's 120 kilometers, and the temperature that is minus 270 degrees, the lambda point. And it's exactly when it's floating in a liquid. So come on, use your brains, man.
Right. It's floating in a liquid.
That's why we see that wrinkling in the stars. That's why we saw that wave in the moon by Grau 777. It shows a lunar wave, something liquid.
Yeah, that's Crow's work. Sure, I'm familiar with that. So you're saying that's helium, that liquid helium.
It's in my honest opinion, I think it is. Because helium is superconductive, good at transfer, it's good at magnetism, and its property as a liquid overcomes every liquid on Earth.
Okay.
And there aren't many tests with liquid helium. And
that's the video you were showing
that's
earlier.
from
Right?
'63. I can't
Yeah.
find any more about liquid helium with deeper experiments. It's only superficial. Nobody tests light. Nobody tests other things in liquid helium.
Liquid helium. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess I'd never thought of that. Liquid helium. So
That's why they can't go to the moon. That's a liquid that's helping the mechanism to work, because all these things, as we see up there, it's a mechanism.
well, is the moon even I mean, is it a hard physical, like terra firma body, or is it something
I don't
else?
think so. I don't think it's firm. I saw some videos of a guy showing where the moon is being eclipsed, and he shows stars behind the moon. Where is the dark side of the moon? Where is the eclipse happening? He shows stars from behind. So is that how do I say it? A solid object.
Right.
Doesn't
No, and in fact,
like,
I know that's a well-known. I mean, that's a known anomaly. That's sort of accepted by mainstream science that happens. You know, they have an answer for it. Of course, it's you know, I don't know, light bending or it's something.
optics. Yeah, something about optics illusions.
Right. Which yeah, right. It's a mirage. It's like the super mirage. You know,
Yeah.
it's another one of those too. You can't believe your lying eyes. That sort of thing.
Those fancy excuses as they use.
Right. Right. They go through some mental gymnastics to explain it, but yeah, I know that most of the ancient, you know, religious systems didn't believe that you could sort of physically go to the heavens either, not in a, you know, a material way at least. So I think that's kind of interesting, but they didn't see them as physical bodies up there. And
many claim that we are on the last plane of materialism, because some say that there are planes below and the stars and the planets are planes above.
Yeah, that's sort of the
I've been seeing a lot of that theory, and they say that this is the last step of the human race, as they say, to
we're on the lowest plane then.
But they say we are on the middle.
Oh, the middle. Oh, Midgard, right? Yeah. Okay, the Midgard. Sure. Okay.
To spirituality and materialism.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we live in the world of materialism.
Yeah, that's the Kali Yuga.
Yeah. People love to consume and surround themselves of things and forget the most important of all.
Yeah, I agree.
That's communication, that's agreement, that's acceptance, that's respect, that's... Oh, I can go long with the list.
Yeah, I agree. I think that seems to be true, and I think it's reflected in our in the scientific world.
Yeah, completely.
Everything has to be materialistic. You know, if you can't cut it or burn it or measure it, you know, it can't be real, and it's that sort of...
You got a force that isn't visible. It's electromagnetism. It's invisible, but it's real.
Sure. Did we pick up somebody else? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, it's me, Zoe.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
How it's going?
It's going pretty good now. It's been a little difficult to get in here because I had to re-upload some stuff to use Hangouts. I haven't used them for...
Oh, the gadgets.
And my computer's very slow because it doesn't have enough RAM, so... Oh.
You don't sound too bad, so...
Yeah, we are hearing you fine.
Yeah. I can't really see anything here.
So, are you a flat earther or a glober?
Yes, I'm a flat earther. No, no, I haven't been a glober for at least a year.
So what
So.
what made you pop out of the globe?
Well, that's a good question. That's a very good question. I mean, it is probably a lot of things combined. But yeah, the horizon for one, and NASA. Yeah, you can't deny NASA being full of bullshit. Pardon my French. But yeah. Can you see me or while I'm talking? Because I
see your picture.
We just see a sort of blurry image.
I don't
I don't know if you, I guess you just have an icon there. I'm not sure if you're using a camera or you're just supposed to be displaying an icon, but we see some sort of blurry icon.
Should I?
Yeah.
I'm hitching because I'm kind of worried that my computer won't.
No, you don't need the camera.
No, you don't need. I don't even have one, so and it's just going to slow your machine down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you are talking about the horizons.
We were talking about the horizons. Uh-oh.
Hello?
Hello? Oh, I think somebody.
She
might have dropped.
She hung out.
Yeah, she's having technical difficulties.
Yeah. Let's continue on the horizons.
Okay.
That's the first time the globers come up with some odd videos. I saw a video that it shows a boat really close, and it has a lot of dip. According to maths, it's impossible, but he says that's a curvature, and it's a lot of edited video, and he uses it as a proof.
As a proof.
Yeah, but we see a lot of videos that we can see the boat far away, and it also can float because of the mirage. It starts to float above the horizon. You've seen those videos.
I don't know if I've seen those. I've certainly seen a number of the ones with ships, related to ships. So it does seem like there's distortion. Close to the ground, something happens there.
Let me bring up that guy wide awake as one that he shows about that it's obviously floating.
Yeah.
Because it's so far away, it's the only reflection of the boat in the sea. Wide awake. Let's see. Yes, some good videos. Some sun settings, some beautiful sun settings.
I
think it's this.
Yeah, somebody did make a point to me the other day that I was kind of contemplating. Sometimes you can see the sun on the clouds below, right? So
yeah,
it's illuminating the bottom of the clouds, and I was trying to figure out, well, how would that work? I mean, those sort of
the light projects in all ways. It can also project because of the. How can I explain this? You can see the light below the clouds because of the light and the reflection in the atmosphere. You can create that illusion that is below the clouds, but it's not.
So it's some sort of reflection. I'm just trying to imagine what it's reflecting off. You're saying it's reflecting off the atmosphere?
I think so. I don't have a clear idea on that, but I saw something stating in that way, but I didn't research more on that. I've been around the helium.
Yeah, no, I like the helium. I think I'm going to look into that myself. That's rather interesting.
So he's zooming in. But where is
Is liquid helium volatile in any way?
No,
I mean, is it
no,
explosive?
no,
Nothing like
no,
that?
nothing.
Hmm.
Oh, see the mirage above the horizontal level. Even the buoy is floating in air. This is a mirage, not an inverted one.
Yeah, I do see that.
This must be really, really far away. He has a good camera.
That's a buoy or a boat?
This is a boat.
Okay.
Let's see this is a buoy. I think he started. Yeah, this is the boat. It was filming at first. And it starts to go away and starts to float above the horizontal level. So, and according to the mathematics of the curvature, we don't supposedly we didn't have to see this, or we should see an inverted image at least, right?
Right.
And we don't see that. We see correct straight line image. So another proof for the flat Earth.
Sure. That's a... Wow, you can't see the bottom of it though.
Yeah.
That's really strange.
Yes. Also some good videos of stars. Serious.
Serious, huh?
Are you serious? You can't be serious. Seriously.
I'm dead serious.
As I said before, seriously, is this the sun? Is this really a sun? This one is really beautiful. Yes, he catches the colors really, really good. See the shapes, that patterns, looks like a sound frequency.
Wow, look at that.
This is pretty beautiful. More beautiful than the NASA pictures. That bullshit.
Oh my gosh, that really is something.
You keep getting serious about this. Yeah, some good footage.
Now, I wonder what's the pat explanation for that, I wonder. I mean, how do they explain that away?
Yeah, good question. I think we need 500 years of research again.
Yeah, well, clearly we're at a real disadvantage there. We haven't had 500 years.
Yeah, of a building life. That's the problem. We have 500 years of backbone.
Well, I've thought about this too. We need some sort of magical formula too that'll just fix everything. Like gravity, you know, that's what they've employed gravity for. It just fixes everything. Like,
but
yeah,
the density and buoyancy fixes all the problems we see with that supposedly are proved with gravity. Because I kept asking on Facebook to show me an experiment where positive pressure, like the atmosphere, upward, can sustain a negative pressure, like vacuum.
Yeah, how can the infinite vacuum of space be attached directly to the atmosphere and not be evacuated out into space? I mean, that's a real...
Without a barrier, a visible barrier.
Well, if there is a barrier...
Gravity, they say it's gravity, they say it's the spin, that's the centrifugal force, but vacuum is a strong force. If you create a metal case and you start to pump the air out of it, it will shrink, it will implode. So Vacuum is a strong force, and gravity cannot beat an helium balloon. Why?
Sure, or a butterfly or anything else.
Or a fly or a bird that turns. There's a video showing that those mocks, how do I say that, herd of birds moving and making sharp turns everywhere. Where is gravity there? Gravity should stop them for doing that sharp turns, but they do it freely. So there's a lot of inconsistency in gravity. That's not a constant, as they say, the big G and the little g and whatever.
Right. Right, relativity and special relativity and black holes and dark matter and white holes and brown dwarfs and sure.
They created something that has to be created another thing. That's why they created gravity. They created black holes. They created dark matter. They created to compensate all the blanks in their theory. They have to create something to back up their theory. So they created all this virtuality, all this video game. In my opinion, this is a video game.
Sure.
People are playing it.
Sure. Well, it's kind of funny how they just recently found a gravity wave.
Yeah, that's
like hitting the lottery, right? Suddenly they discovered a gravity waves. We did it, he says. Wow.
In the CGI.
How convenient.
In the CGI, not even real. If they put the two magnets together, they created almost the same thing with the magnetic fields.
Sure. Well, even I know that a lot of people like to invoke electromagnetism, but it's not very well understood either. I mean, even electricity is not very well understood.
I went to school to learn electronics, and I never learned about electromagnetism. Why? Should be a curse, obviously, started in electronics, right? But I didn't learn nothing about electromagnetism.
Right. Well, I think it's perhaps because it's not well understood.
It's not convenient to be learned.
It's not what?
Convenient to be learned. That's why they picked up Tesla research. All the Tesla research, they picked it up. He knew a lot.
Sure. Yeah.
And he probably
at least it's a known force. I mean, gravity is sort of nebulous. It has that quality to it where you can't really. I don't know. As far as I know, nobody's ever seen a graviton or anything else. So at least electricity. I mean, we're actually employing it in our homes and that sort of thing. We know it's real.
Sensible, as we can say, it's sensible. It's not visible, but it's sensible. If you put your fingers on a cable, you will feel it for sure.
Yeah.
At least above 50 volts, you will feel it. Below 50 volts, you will feel a little tingling. Above that, it's the amperage that hurts you, not the voltage. That's why Tesla created that coils with 10,000 volts, but low amperage, because that's why you don't get the shock. It's the amperage that hurts.
Oh, I'm familiar with it. I've experienced it from working on my car.
Oh, a car has a lot of amperage.
It is a lot of amperage.
Lot of amperage. It can make you a dark spot in your finger.
It can. Like I said, it can stop your heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had some experience with it. So, yes. Always pull the positive terminal off.
Yeah, it's very convenient to do that. So you don't get shocked.
Right.
It's the only positive thing that hurt us.
Right.
But yeah, this old thing is one big electrical bobbin. generating electricity for free, and they don't want us to get it. They want us to pay it and be slaves.
Well, sure. I know even the traditional radio towers that you see around, you know, or cell phone towers. I mean, those have to be grounded because they're building up some sort of electromagnetic charge all the time. I don't know if it's static electricity, but whatever the case may be, they're always putting out voltage.
They create an electromagnetic field. Everything that has a coil, a copper coil, will create an electromagnetic field. So they have to, because that's why they isolate the ice stations. They isolate them to not get hurt by the electromagnetic fields.
They use a what? I missed that.
The protection, like ceramics and other stuff to protect from the magnetic field that it creates.
Well, and then so the ISS is, you know, I don't know, it's supposed to be above the Earth spinning around or whatever, but shouldn't it be picking up electromagnetism too, like a charge?
Yeah, and heat also.
And heat, right. Well, there's that one too, the thermosphere, which is, it's hot, but it's not really hot, and, you know, nobody can really make up their minds on that, so.
Yeah. But someone proved that it's hot. Someone did an experiment. I showed it earlier, a vacuum experiment with heat transfer in a vacuum with an ultraviolet lamp and a normal one, and the thermometer heats up. So I think the ISS has burned out 16 years ago or whatever.
Oh, so it's just, you're saying there's something up there, some hulk that's been abandoned and it's...
No, I'm just joking.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, okay.
It must be a projection, something like that. They have the technology of projection.
I don't know, that seems pretty elaborate. It's possible. I mean, anything's possible, of course. I don't know.
No, there are videos showing the projection. The Japanese. There is a video in 2011 on a conference showing that the projection of the geometric objects in the air with barium, using barium as a gas to expose that image. I don't know if I can find that video again.
Well, so what would that mean? That would mean that there's like a facility somewhere and it's projecting this into the atmosphere?
Could be a balloon.
I mean, I certainly have personally seen it myself. You know, now it's just a light in the sky, which is another question. I don't even know why it would be illuminated that way, but that's a whole other problem. But I certainly have seen it.
That's some strange image we see. They show us because there's not a lot of people that say that they see the ISS. So there's not a lot of videos out there.
Oh, okay. Well, as I said, I've seen it from my own place. And again, you just see it for a brief period, and it's really just a light in the sky. It's not like you can make out any details or anything, but it's, well, I don't know. I don't really know what to make of it.
That's the problem. They put it so far away that we can't make an assumption what it is in reality. We can, of course, say it's the ISS. That's what they want.
Yeah.
But where is that 24/7 footage?
Well, so you were saying that this liquid helium model, then that's what would be up in the final layer of the atmosphere. Is that where NASA would be going then? I mean, can you go there?
I don't think so. I don't think so. The temperature is so cold. I don't think they will resist. I don't think they have a suit to would hold that temperature.
Okay.
In my opinion, I don't think they went there.
Right.
They keep faking it. They somehow have tried somehow to get there and see the problem and try to make a way to fake it, in my opinion.
Sure.
They have encountered the problem for sure. In one of their launches, the early launches, they did. So they have to make it a way to fake it.
Yeah. They've
That's
had to
why-
maintain the sort of character. They faked the moon landings.
Yeah, you have
They had
to
to maintain the
you have to
character
be-
year after.
You have to be concise in your life, so that,
Right.
that people don't catch up.
Right. That's why
Problem
they can't. That's why they can see stars and they can't see stars, and the astronauts are confused and they don't remember seeing stars, and then later on they
Yeah.
write about how they saw stars, and it's sort of mysterious. Nobody can quite figure it out. But,
and they lost all the telemetry for the
right. Right.
also convenient, no?
Well, they found them again, but unfortunately they had been erased.
Okay.
Right. That's how that works.
Lost in space. Okay.
But yeah, somebody erased all the telemetry data.
And even if the space was real and it was vacuum and all that, I don't think they could even fake it again, because people have good cameras and they can zoom in pretty good and they could see something or nothing in this case.
Well,
So
sure.
They
Yeah,
think
even
all
in the Apollo missions, the media was angry because they could not get a direct feed. They actually had to put their video cameras up in the NASA control room to videotape the screen in the control room. I mean, what kind of hokey nonsense is that? Why would you? I don't know.
to avoid quality. That's the main reason. Avoid quality to avoid detect defects. So, but then they bring out the photos, the high quality photos, and they completely messed up because people start to look up and start to see shower curtains and paper and plastic and duct tape and a lot of sorts of strange things in the pictures. But
the gold foil, I like the gold foil. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
I did some work on that myself, and I was trying to discover when the first time they used gold foil was, and initially they were actually putting it on the nozzles of the rockets.
Yeah.
And it was to give the rocket the sense of expense. It was to make it appear expensive to the population, right? But it didn't have any practical purpose. And then they just sort of maintain that character, and you start seeing this gold foil appearing more frequently.
Rich.
Right. I mean, yeah, we're spending billions of dollars. We got to make it look expensive at least.
And shiny.
Right. That's right. Shiny and expensive.
People like shiny things.
Sure.
That's why they are pointing to Mars now. No, their goal is Mars. Far away, people don't catch with the cameras, so they can fake another one in some distant island in our planet.
There's a what? I missed that.
I was saying they are going to fake it, like the Curiosity in an island somewhere in the world, like they are doing now.
Oh yeah, right. That was in New Zealand or something allegedly. Oh, hello. Are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Hello.
I can't see anything
Welcome back.
from Hangout. I don't know if it's going to work, but yeah, I can hear you.
It's working.
Okay.
Yeah, we have you.
Oh, well, I don't know. I haven't been able to hear you guys because I haven't. I had to shut my computer off and I had to
restart it. Oh, you went off again.
Oh, she's still there. Unless, I don't know.
No, she's Hangout. Don't see it here.
Yeah, Hangouts are always, I don't know, they can be tricky.
Yeah. The cable connections are tricky, not the satellites.
Not the satellites, right?
It's the NASA cables.
It's the NASA cables. That's right. Satellites. Oh, that's another interesting.
I remember one time when I was at the docks, and I was looking at some guys pulling a thick cable through the sea, and at that time I was looking at that and thinking, what is that? At the time I didn't give enough attention, but then I started to look at this, and when I found out about the cables, it's ping, whoa, so I saw a cable going into the ocean in my country. That what it is, a cable of internet connection. See, things start to come together as we start to see the truth. That's
sure.
That's a good part of it. And the relearning is also good. We start to relearn again. It's very, how do I say it? Exciting.
Yes, it expands your consciousness for sure.
Yeah.
You have to think about things in a whole different way. So, yeah.
In the correct way, finally. I think it's the correct way. The problem is sorry, continue.
No, I was just going to say perhaps that's true. I don't know. Like I said, I think it has a sort of nebulous quality to it. It's difficult to pin down entirely, but the Earth certainly appears to be flat. I mean...
Yeah, according to our senses?
Yes, right. So that's where I sort of go. I mean, it appears to be flat, but they're telling you it's not. So what they're telling you is quite literally nonsense. You cannot sense it, so you sort of have to take their word for it. So
yeah, it's the science of belief, not of experiment. That's the problem.
Sure.
They have all their experiments are all based in the 1500s, in the 1600s. They are all based on that, guys. No further experiments in the future, in the present. They don't do nothing. They have a huge vacuum chamber that they could do a lot of experiments, and they don't use it for nothing. They don't show nothing. They even put astronauts inside to show us how it is in the vacuum, because there is a video that shows what happens in a vacuum, and it's not pretty. It's not pretty at all where it is. Here it is. This is the video where they show where if they put a man on a vacuum chamber. And
what? Okay, so what did they put in the vacuum chamber then?
A man. They put a man.
Well, they put a man in a vacuum chamber?
Yep.
Oh.
Let's do it. Oh, I went too far. You put it in the chamber and start to pumping the air out. And what happens to the man? He completely flicks out and his blood starts to boil. As he explains in the video, I can't put audio because of copyrights and all that stuff. I can put
right.
It's only video. But if you go see this video, he's talking about what is his experience on that chamber.
Oh, that's who's speaking then. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
He actually was in the vacuum chamber. Oh boy. I wonder if he volunteered for that.
Crazy dude.
I guess so.
Because I have also an experiment that shows what happens to liquids in the vacuum where it is. It is here. This is what happens to liquids in vacuum. He puts water and I think it's oil. I don't quite sure, but this liquid is more dense, and it starts to pump the air out,
Yeah. And so
it shows the gauge where it starts to pump the air out. And let's look at what happens to the water.
Yeah, let's.
I'm going to put it on full screen. It's pumping the air. And it's starting to show some bubbles. Because there's no suit that can hold this kind of pressure, I think. This will affect every bodily fluids we have. Look at the water. Start to boil. And the other fluid becomes to start to do something strange. I think he's trying to show like blood, the viscosity of blood and the density. I think he uses that liquid to show, oh, it's boiling! It's boiling! Oh my god, I'm dead! I'm dead.
So one of those is water and the other is oil, huh?
I think it's oil. They both do the same thing.
Yeah, they're both reacting in the same fashion, though.
Losing the oxygen molecules, because both of them have molecules of oxygen, right?
Right.
And they are being popped out because of the vacuum.
Yeah, it just releases all the oxygen.
Yeah, electrolysis in the opposite way.
Yeah.
So.
Wow.
How do they do it?
How do they do it?
Good question. Another one. If they are in zero gravity, how does their digestive system works? Because I keep popping my head around it, because food floating in the stomach and not going down, that's a fucking problem.
That is a good question. I never thought about that, but yeah, it's just sort of floating around in your stomach, and it's not really.
You gotta be jumping around to to push it down, or I don't know. I can't not think of an explanation for that.
No, that is a good question.
I don't have one, and they don't let me ask them in their videos because they are blocked. The videos of NASA, they block them all, so I cannot ask them. That's reality. They block themselves from the truth.
Well, sure, it's all. You can't make sense of it. I mean, not the official model. It just, I don't know. I can't make sense of it. So
there's another problem.
Right. You can't also find out at what point do you just pop out into space and you're floating weightless. Like that's never. I can't find a definition of that anywhere. You know, you go so many kilometers up and then you're floating in space. I don't know. I can't find it. Apparently, allegedly, it happens, but nobody can say when exactly.
There isn't one.
Right.
You can ask the globalists; they'll run away.
Right. Nobody has an answer for that question.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Yeah.
We are starting to think. We are starting to get the problems. We are starting to get the right questions, and they are starting to run away because they don't have the correct answers. So.
Right.
They are losing ground completely because we are getting facts and they are getting CGI and animations and variables and mathematical calculations that occupies 34 pages that bring us to a conclusion, to various conclusions, not one conclusion, to give us various conclusions.
Right. It's well, as I said, that's why I think they just miraculously detected gravity waves. I mean, they needed a win. So
Newton reinvented calculus just to prove it.
Just to prove it, right?
Basically, he looked it up. Oh, this variable fits right good in here. No, The mathematics are perfect. Let's put this variable here. Oh, great, gravity. That's how you do it.
Sure. Gravity. Yeah, gravity fixes everything. It's the magical formula. It corrects all the problems.
And the famous astrophysics scientists that come out to the media, and the only proof they present is a microphone dropping. I think that lacks a lot of scientific evidence in that. That doesn't prove nothing.
Oh yeah, Tyson, sure.
Yeah, that proves that the microphone is more dense than the air, so it drops down to the ground.
Yeah, the atmosphere is just—it's sort of the equivalent of a liquid in itself. I mean, we are immersed in it right now.
Yeah, it's a medium.
Yeah,
it's a medium. Sure. They keep forgetting that. They don't apply to the air. That's gravity. Sure. That's more easy. It's gravity. Forget it. It's gravity.
It is.
No, it's density and buoyancy. That's why the airplanes fly. That's why the boats float. That's why the birds fly. Everything works because of density and buoyancy.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Oh, you're back again.
Yeah, I'm sorry for all the...
And it's gone again, I think, or it's back.
I don't. If you can hear me, you should kill your camera. I think it's creating problems for you.
Yeah.
In the top of the Hangout, you have the selection to Hangout and to shut down the camera.
Yeah.
Shut it down.
Yeah, I'm trying to. The thing's running on me, the rainbow wheel. I have a rainbow wheel that's running around when it doesn't work.
Oh.
So
Okay.
Just keep on talking.
Okay, it's thinking, as they say.
Processing.
It's processing.
Some information.
Yeah, processing. Yeah.
Right.
So, are you seeing me now?
No, so just the icon.
Okay. I'm just afraid that if I press the camera thingy, then you'll all fall out and I won't be hearing anything.
No, I think you're back to
it is the camera.
Just a simple image as opposed to your camera.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I can see the camera light on, but.
It's just to say that it's on. Doesn't mean the camera is.
I'll listen for a while. See what you're talking about.
Don't you have any questions?
Hello?
Pop out the question.
I think we might have lost her again. I don't know.
No, she's still here, but no sound.
Yeah, it's okay. Well,
let's back to the conversation. Where were we?
Yeah.
I lost track.
Well, we were talking about buoyancy and density.
Oh, buoyancy and density.
Sure.
That supposed barrier that can exist in space.
The barrier, yes. Well,
because
even on
density, it's a barrier. It's a force. If we see in the correct way, because it can separate two different liquids or fluids because of its density. It creates a barrier, a force that separates them both.
It's a force.
I think we can see it as a force because it opposes to different liquids with different densities. They create a barrier or on creating that barrier, I think it's creating a force, in my opinion. What do you think?
I don't know. I'm trying to imagine that there's what
Have
do we
you ever
say?
seen
Liquid helium?
Have you ever seen that that tube that they put a lot of liquids and with different densities, and they create little compartments on each density? Have you ever seen that? Let me try to pick one.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've seen it. So they sort of separate and stratify.
Yeah.
Stratify is what you're saying, huh?
Yeah, of course, my search doesn't bring nothing. Because it creates a division between, nice spelling. This is, what the hell? Can't find it. Okay. Zero G. There is a video from NASA that shows some weak. Yeah, there we go. The tower. They call the density tower. That's it. Now I remember. It's the density tower.
The density tower. Okay.
Oh, there it is. There it is. This is what I want. Sorry.
That's okay.
This is what density does. He picks up a lot of fluids. Each one of them has his own density. And he will separates all the liquids. The more dense. And what? Turkey buster. I don't know what it is. See?
Yeah, I see that.
The density barriers. It's a force.
It's a force. Yeah, like oil and water mixing. I guess I never really thought about that as density, but yeah, I see where you're going.
But it's not a force, a global force, because when you put some objects, they float according to its density in each barrier. As we've seen in this ball, as a different barrier. It stands on its correct barrier. This one is less dense, so it floats. This one is more dense, so it goes down. All the objects go to its accordingly density. This is science.
Yeah. No, just soap, water, vegetable oil, rubbing alcohol.
You can try it at home with different liquids, olive and vinegar and water. Water will mix with vinegar, I think. But you can put honey, vinegar, oil, and alcohol. Yeah, you can mix those four and create 4 barriers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it has to be a force that separates the two fluids, right?
Yeah.
So we can call density a force.
So I wonder what's the motive then behind concocting this elaborate gravity theory?
To prove the globe.
Right. Yeah. I guess if you don't have gravity, you don't have a globe.
I think it's the major point of them. It's to prove a globe. to prove orbits, to prove the universe, to prove the galaxies, to prove the cosmos, to prove everything.
Hmm. Yeah, I suppose.
I think it's the main object of gravity was to deviate us from the reality of our existence.
Yeah, I guess it gives you a sort of skewed worldview, doesn't it?
Yeah, they created that mathematical functionality of the universe with the orbits and the.
Right.
But they first, in my opinion, studied the reality, and then created another reality based on that reality. They had to know the truth to create this reality. I don't think they created up in the air.
Yeah.
This was created based on the truth, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it's the magnet guy. I can't think of his name, but yeah, he's done some pretty interesting work.
Yeah, this guy has some good ideas. This one, he shows the gyroscope stopping. I found this very intriguing. He puts his gyroscope in here, and he continues to turn normally. When he puts the gyroscope next to the side of the magnet, it starts to stop, and it stops. Because this is creating a wave like this, from the center to the bottom, creating a wave, a magnetic field, a torus.
Mm-hmm.
And that surely must be stopping the gyroscope, but the gyroscope is aluminum and copper that are non-magnetic.
Right.
That field also stops the gyroscope. That's strange. How can magnetism stop anything that's not magnetic?
Right, yeah, I see where you're going. So it obviously has some sort of effect regardless of the material.
Yeah, he keeps pointing off the center of the magnets where nobody talks about it. And he says it's the center of the ether, as he call it. I don't have dug deep inside of this, but it's another perspective on things, because we have the magnets on our hands, but we never knew nothing about them. How were they made? How they work? They just appeared.
Well, what is supposed to be happening at the center of a torus field? I mean, is it supposed to be a sort of, I don't know.
It's a black hole. It's a black hole.
It's a black hole.
Look, the side of the magnetic field is the black hole. Then this is the torus, that donut shape. This is 2D, of course. We cannot see it in 3D, but in the center, where is the center of the magnetism? It's like a black hole. You can put two of these and fake the magnetic gravitational wave with this also.
Right, it's interesting. That does look like, well, it doesn't look too dissimilar from the two black holes they allegedly discovered that created that
These things
gravity wave
that we see are in constant movement. This is not stop, this is motion. This is in constant motion, as he explains in his video. But we see the light going. This is in constant motion. This is a perpetual motion that we don't see. But he has this gadget that can show us the fields operating.
Right.
This guy has some interesting things.
Right, and it looks like the Fibonacci sequence in the middle there too.
It's all connected. It's all connected to the Fibonacci. The golden ratio, the pi, all the mathematics they bring out from the pyramids. The pyramids are the base of mathematics. They bring up all the trigonometry from the the pyramid. It's a perfect triangle.
Sure. I guess I'm trying to relate that back to the Fibonacci sequence, but yes, okay.
It's a perfect. It's a square between inside a circle. The pyramid, the perfect circle.
Oh, right. Okay, I see.
You gotta dig a little bit more on the ancient Egyptians and the pyramid. You're gonna find some interesting things.
Well, it's true. There's also 10,000 competing theories on the pyramids too. You know, they were they were machines that produce power, and you know, there's all kinds of competing theories. So
there is that guy that built that castle. I don't know his name.
Leedskausen. Edward Leedskausen.
He used electromagnetism to create the anti-gravity, as they call it. It's not anti-gravity, it's anti-density, I think, because it can messes with density of the object and make it float. That's why the pyramids were built. I think nobody cared that stones like slaves and all that thing they say. It was electromagnetism working at its finest.
Sure. Yeah, I think that allegedly a couple of kids observed him manipulating the stones with a couple objects in his hand that looked like ice cream cones. So
yeah, I heard about that story. I think it's all about frequency in electromagnetism. We all been seeing those videos that popped out about sound frequency and the levitation with sound frequency. Have you seen any of that videos?
I don't know.
Let me pop up one.
Okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to heat up my coffee here. Just a second.
Nice spelling again. So in the water experiments, the sound and the water, it's very good also. Is that good video I saw? This one is good. Sound can levitate. I've not been looking at the chat.
Okay.
You're back.
I'm back.
Take a look at this droplet with sound frequency.
Wow. Look at that.
It's floating. Where is gravity? Oh, there's a lot.
That was.
This thing is very amazing. They made this to sell, of course. They are starting to make a commerce of.
Wait, that was magnetism or sound?
Sound. This is sound.
Okay.
This sound frequency is working. They created this water fountain with sound frequency. It makes some crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's really neat.
You change the sound frequency, you change the way the water behaves.
Yeah, I've actually even watched some videos that suggest that light works on a similar premise. I mean, there's not, It's not light speed. There's not light speed per se. It just, when the resonant changes, you get light. So it's more sort of related to the ether resonating in a specific level, and then it becomes...
This is magnetic levitation.
Well, yeah, that's kind of... That makes perfect sense, really.
Yeah, you create an opposite field.
Well, is that the premise the maglev trains operate under as well?
Yeah, yeah. It's the same principle, I think. Those guys can achieve a pretty good velocity. Oh, induction. I work with this. This is my work. Induction to melt the metal. You can also do this cool stuff, but while heating the metal. It's also heating up.
Melt metal with magnets. Huh.
No, basically this is full of water, and it is induced electric current that creates electromagnetic field that also will make the metal molecules vibrate and heat up to melt. This is how they call induction casting.
Wait, it's gonna melt?
I think, yes, I think it's...
What did you say they called it? Induction?
Induction casting.
Induction casting. Yeah, I'll have to write that down. I'm curious.
It's going to start to heat up soon. It's starting to get a little bit of color.
That's induction casting. I mean, it's employed on a regular basis, right? They actually,
yeah.
They use it. Okay.
I use it every day at my work.
Oh, you do?
To cast. I'm a dental technician. I do metal frameworks. So I need to cast the metal to fill in the wax frameworks. Now it's going to start to heat up. Start to get reddish.
Yeah. And that's a magnetic coil around the circumference there? That's what that is?
Yeah, copper.
A copper
with water.
It's
because
filled with
water is how do I say it? A strong conductivity, with electricity. We all know that if we are in the bathtub and accidentally drop the hair dryer on, we die because the water will amplify the current 10 times.
Well, I know it's a conductor. I don't know if it's the best conductor, but it is a conductor for sure.
Salt water is best than the normal water. Salt increases the conductivity.
Wow, that's counterintuitive, but okay. I mean, I think gold is a particularly good conductor. Of course, it's very expensive.
Gold it is. And there are some other metals too.
Yeah, silver. Yeah, well, of course, they get more expensive.
Helium is a good conductor too.
An electric conductor?
Yeah.
You're talking about liquid helium or just helium? Liquid helium. Okay.
Liquid helium. Let me pop up liquid helium.
Wow, that was really... Yeah, I've never seen that before. Huh. So if you put your finger inside that coil, would it be hot?
For you, no.
No, okay.
It only interacts with metals.
I see.
So where did I read that? It's used for superconducting magnets, magnetic resonance, MRI.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the rest?
Yeah, there's also the supercooling phenomenon too, which is, you know, it conducts electricity very well if something's super cooled.
They have the ability to overcome walls. They defy gravity. Superconductivity, here it is. Helium-3 is also superconductivity, magnetic. There's a lot of properties.
Yeah, I see that.
This strange liquid. And there is helium-3 also, and helium-4 that are different isotopes of the basic helium. They don't specify a lot of how they come to this. It's an isotope, of course. They don't specify a lot how they get to the helium-4. But I think it's when they raise the temperature, the negative temperature more, I think that it rises this isotope, I think. But the helium, the basic helium to helium-2 it's when it becomes liquid. Then therefore it's always liquid. So space could also be a liquid.
So what is the, boy, I hate to use this expression, specific gravity of liquid helium, but I mean, you can't elevate a balloon with liquid helium, right?
No, because you need a negative temperature. At the normal temperature, helium is a gas. Just when you apply at normal pressure, the 271 degrees minus, it becomes a superfluid. That's exactly the temperature that is shown on the GoPro video. And it's exactly when it's floating in a liquid. So when
It is.
+1,
It's minus 271 degrees. Is that what you said?
yeah, it's here, -2. It's when it's become a super liquid. I mean, in the GoPro, the temperatures, so that show that point, the lambda point. This is called the lambda point. Let me pop up the lambda point. This is my mouse is breaking or what?
Is minus 271? Is that the point where, you know, all such gases would liquefy? Then is that a sort of reoccurring theme?
No. It's just
no, that's just for helium.
Just helium.
Okay.
The nitrogen occurs in another temperature, and hydrogen also. So the lambda point is the point where the temperature of the fluid helium, the gas, becomes a superfluid at minus 270 degrees. And in that video, they show the temperature of minus 554 degrees Celsius, and we convert that to Celsius. They show Fahrenheit, and when we convert it to Celsius, we come up with this value to 270 degrees And it's exactly when it's floating in nothing. Floating, not space. I think it's a liquid.
Wow, that's a
Brian
heck of a
Cullen,
coincidence, isn't it?
Brian Cullen also thinks about it. I asked him, but I didn't get a reply yet. I asked him about what do you think about the liquid helium, because he talked about water in space being a liquid.
Yeah, I saw that video. Sure.
Yeah. But I asked him, and I didn't get a reply yet.
Well, he's probably got 10,000 people
Yeah,
responding.
I understood that he must have a lot of emails and messages and a lot of stuff asking a lot of things. I get it. But it would be good to share ideas. More ideas, we can come to a consensus faster.
Yeah.
And that's the problem that I see with all these groups and all these channels. They are creating divisions and everything. They are trying to separate people. I don't understand this. We should get together and start working and creating a model to break down the globe forever. I think that's should be the main goal for all of us that are searching for the truth.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of social drama and that sort of thing.
Yeah, the big channels are attacking each other and pointing out the obvious. That's something that we already know. It's good for the new ones that don't know already, okay? They see the videos, but they should start to do, as I said before, start to do hangouts like what we are doing here. They are a big channel. They are a lot of viewers. They should start an hangout and start to point to actions. Or let's go this, or let's go do that. They are in real time talking to the subscribers, not making videos that subscribers will see in different times.
Yeah, sure.
I think it could be a good idea. Schedule an hangout, of course, not to create one in the proper day. Schedule one to gather a lot of people and start doing something.
Yeah, I agree.
You only see drama and novels and all the things that are not needed.
I wonder, have you ever seen a convincing flat water test? I mean, I've seen where people just simply take a picture of it and draw a line across the horizon or something. But I mean, have you ever seen some sort of physical test? As far as I know, nobody's done one of those.
I was showing a video of one. Let me pop it up again.
Okay.
He was recreating that experiment of the canal.
Oh, the canal experiment,
yeah,
sure.
He recreated it.
Well, you still run into this anomaly where they're gonna say refraction and crepuscular rays and light bends, and there's all kinds of stuff going on there. I mean, it seems to me like the ideal would actually find a lake and have like somehow a straight line across it. Some sort of physical. I don't care if it be I-beams or of course that's prohibitively expensive, but
yeah.
Even a string, you can pull a string, but you can't pull it taut enough where it doesn't have an inverted crown in it. It's still going to sag.
Yeah, the rope need to have constant strength, tension to keep it straight.
That's what I mean. I don't think you can do it. I don't think you can make it taut enough where it doesn't sag at all. You're still going to get some sag. And of course, I guess you could go into calculating the amount of sag in the rope, but you start playing these number games and it becomes a little unconvincing.
Yeah, but in this video he did something. He tried with distances of 6 miles, 6.23 miles, and he's in one side, and he asked his wife to be on the other side with the mirror, and he starts to film and zoom in, and you can see the mirror, at 6 feet, and in the next test he puts the mirror just next to the water, and he can continually see the mirror again, just with a little dip. Of course, the waves, the lake has a lot of waves, so it obviously will hide a little bit of the mirror that is facing close to the water. But he shows clearly that he can always see the mirror, no curvature in 6 miles.
Well,
I think it's a good experiment. They also did with lasers in a mirror. Laser is a precise equipment, and it's also showed no curvature. The laser didn't get broken by the bulge.
well, you get a lot of diffusion with a laser. I mean, even a high-powered, expensive laser, you get a lot of diffusion. Yeah, sure. So maybe by the time you go 6 miles, I mean, the beam is 20 feet in diameter or something.
It's a huge ball.
Yeah, right. So.
But this one with the mirror, I think it's a good one. Where is the time when it starts to zoom in? Yeah. In this one, she's at 6 feet above the water, and you can perfectly zoom in and see the whole mirror. And the lake is very agitated. You can see all those waves.
Right.
But the mirror is there, no dip. It should be a dip at 6 miles.
Yeah.
A couple of feet. I don't know the correct dip, but it should be some feet. At least the mirror should be visible, I think. And it's visible. Well, this time she puts it near to the water, and you can see it.
Yeah, you can clearly see it.
So see, the mirror is next to the water, and it's there. So no dip in 6 miles.
Right. Well, like I said, I sort of understand the concept. It just, I don't know. I'm not sure about how the light works exactly. And
then when we see things disappear from the bottom, it's the convergency that is happening, because we cannot see beyond our horizon, our vanishing point. Beyond that, the convergency happens. And then,
hey, Darrell.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Of course, I think your microphone's muted now. Oh, maybe not. No, it's not. I apologize.
It's working now.
Wait, so are you guys talking about like the Bedford level test?
Yeah. I was showing it.
It's definitely been proven that water is always level, unless it has waves or something.
Yeah, in this video there's a lot of waves, and you can see the mirror anyway. No bulge, no nothing. This shouldn't be visible, and it is. So something's wrong with the curvature of the Earth.
No, yeah, there's definitely no detectable curve at all. Like everything I've seen for the last 7 months, definitely tells me that everything is definitely level when it comes to planes or like railroad, or like not railroad tracks, but like railroad track couldn't even work on a ball.
Hey, yeah, I had a question about the Bedford level y'all were just talking about. My name's Negator, by the way. Hi.
Hello.
So, did y'all read the whole story behind the Bedford level experiment?
I'm familiar with it in a sort of half-hearted way. I'm not terribly familiar with it, so maybe somebody could speak on it better than I could.
I'm familiar with the objective of the experiment.
Right, to prove that the water is flat and level, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Give me 1 second. Hang on. Sorry, get you on here. Yeah. So Robotham, right? He measured the Bedford Canal from 6 miles, right? And he did this with a telescope at 8 inches above the water, and he's able to see a marker which is also 8 inches above the water, 6 miles away, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So that proves that the water is flat and level. And later he went back and he did this again from 5 feet up. He had poles in the ground, or flags or something. And from 5 feet up, he looked down the length of the top of these poles. And I think they had rings, right? And he saw through all of the rings, right? So that proves the water is flat and level. Now, a few years later, another flat earther named Hamden, I think John maybe, right? He went and did the same thing, and he proved it again. And he put out a bet, right? That if anybody could prove him otherwise, that he would give him 500 pounds. So this guy named I think Alfred Wallace. I'll look it up in a minute if you want me to. But this guy Wallace took him up in the bet, and he was a surveyor. Right, so he knows how to level land and take measurements and things like that. And he took him up on this bet that he could prove him otherwise. Now, the thing about surveyors is that part of what they're trying to account for is refraction. So what he did to provide a control for the refraction that would cause a problem and what you would see, because refraction happens very, very close to the Earth, right? The denser the atmosphere gets, the closer you are to it, the further you can see. And I can show you an example of that here in a second. But he knew this because he was a surveyor, and that's part of what surveyors learn. So to account for this, he decided on a sight line that was 13 feet above the water line. Remember, we had the first 8 inches and the next at 5. So the third, right, his being 13 feet above the sight line. Right, he put 3 of these markers up, one every 2 miles with a little paddle on them. And he set up his telescope at the 13-foot mark, which was the height of one of the little bridges. And there's actually another flat earther who was kind of the referee between this guy Hamden and Wallace. And he confirmed the telescope was level, or he used a level to make sure that it was flat, and they confirmed the height of it. Now, when he looked down the length of this 13-foot sight line, right, the closest object was in line with the telescope, but the middle one that was 2 miles out, or 3 miles out, I'm sorry, 4. The first one was 2, the next was 4, the third was 6. The second one at 4 miles out was below the first one, and the third one at 6 miles out, which was below that one, right? So this confirms that the water is not flat, and that the lower you are to the water, the more refraction affects what you see.
So, Tom, explain this
Mm-hmm.
in this video. He puts the camera on the sand, and it films at 7 miles. He's going to film this spot here that is 7 miles long.
So, okay, go ahead. What I'm going to do while you're talking, I'm going to link the story I'm talking about.
See the camera where it is?
Uh-huh.
At its lowest point.
Right. So what did I just say about putting a sight line very low to the ground?
It doesn't see the buildings. They should be hidden by the conditions of the atmosphere. And we see the buildings at 7 miles
Okay, but what did the Bedford level experiment that I just explained prove about your sight line when you're very close to the ground?
There's refraction.
Right, there's refraction.
This is not refraction.
Density, and when stuff gets farther away, it's called perspective, and things get smaller.
Well, so let's talk about this video real quick. So number one, right, the Bedford level.
This is not a reflection.
Okay, so now I've seen this video too, and pause right here. If you pause right here, or you go back where it's real close, that guy actually takes a shot of that building from very close, and there's actually about 10, 15, yeah, perfect, that's perfect. Let me find this video, and I'm going to show you the problem here, if you give me just a moment. And while I'm doing this, I'm going to link in the chat the full Bedford Canal story, because a lot of people, they don't read the whole thing. They find the Robotham stuff that confirms their bias, and they stop there. But there's the link in chat. You have to add the dot. But so that is what the flat Earth Robotham, right?
Yeah, but how you said it worked, it's talking about perspective, how it's getting farther away than the next object, and it's obviously going to be smaller in your view because it's farther away. So perspective means that anything else farther than that object is going to get smaller.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't explain why the three objects were not in a direct line of sight. Do you understand the problem here?
This building.
I mean, I understand the problem. You're also saying, right, that somehow if you're close to the water, right, it sort of facilitates your viewing, right? In other words, you can view things at a greater distance if you're closer to the land, right, ground level. So
Sure.
you're saying it's facilitating that.
Absolutely.
And then when you elevate up, it has the sort of opposite effect. Well, then you start running into problems with boats disappearing over the horizon, because then the opposite should be true, right? It should be facilitating your view.
I'm sorry?
If you understand where I'm saying.
Oh, you can see. Yes, you can see further. Sure. It's a factor that goes into it, but you will see it go over the horizon, one way or the other, eventually, right?
Oh, then you get a telescope and bring it right back in view, or else you'd be seeing through the water.
No, the whole telescope thing, the zoom to bring things back into view, is a complete fabrication.
No, it's not. You can see it on cameras and with a telescope. Hello, are you like blind?
So if I showed you a picture of someone who zooms on a boat who's over the crest of the horizon, okay. If I show you a video of this happening, would you retract that statement?
Okay, you are going to show the same video?
No, it's a different video.
Oh, okay.
Myself.
All right. So yeah.
See where you shouldn't be able to see at all. So what are you saying?
Okay. So before we move on, the video that you just showed of that house that Odu Piku took, that house actually has about 15 feet of rocks and then a shoreline. And that point you zoomed in and paused a minute ago, I know we got off track, right? When you zoomed in on the house, you could see just the house. You could not see the rocks, and you could not see the shoreline.
You shouldn't be able to see the house at all.
No, that's so. If the Earth were flat, you could see all of it, right?
We have a big problem here. Is when the mirror is close to the water, we shouldn't really see it, and we see it.
Exactly.
Right, but I already explained why refraction accounts for that. And
this is not refraction.
Can you prove this is not refraction?
There's a mirror shining right there.
This is refraction?
Light. There's this thing as light bending, okay?
There is not?
No, there's not. Can you prove it?
Yeah, I can. One moment.
Let's see it. I like to see you show me light bending over an object.
Sure, hang on.
What I'm confused about, if we're supposed to be closer to the water level, that's supposed to facilitate our ability to view things at a greater distance, right? But at the same time, they're disappearing, right? The lower portion is disappearing. So you have a sort of conflict there. Which one is it? Can you see further like that, or can't you?
It does both.
It does both. Well, that's decidedly convenient, but, we need to pin this down somehow. You can't just say, well, it does whatever we want it to when we want it to do it.
No, it's like a mathematical equation, right? If you're applying percentages to something, if you have 50% of one thing and then 150% of one thing, 2 divided by 2.5 is 1, and then 1 times 150% is 1.5. So your result is 1.5.
You can't relate to math at all. I'm sorry. It's perspective.
Now we can talk about that in a minute, but I want to show you how bends.
How much feet of curvature should that whole house be over? You're like not going to the whole point, my friend. I'm sorry. After seven,
Like I said, right?
7 miles, sorry. How many feet of curvature should there be?
So what you're saying is refraction is not real.
That's like saying there's a mirage, dude.
No, well, mirages are types of refraction, yes.
That's not a mirage. Well,
It's-
I will show a mirage.
I didn't say it was a mirage, did I? I said mirages are types of refraction, right? Can I screen share light bending?
Look, I'm not saying it's either. I'm saying it's perspective, and I'm saying that you have a convergence line after a certain point.
Okay, that's fine. You can say that, and I'll talk about that in a minute.
But you can't see the little rocks. That's like saying, why can't you see my dog right there?
I want
Because
to
it's so
see. This is a
building. Because it's bigger. It's like
this is a mirage. This is a mirage.
Okay, but I didn't say it was a mirage, did I? Did anybody hear me say it was a mirage?
No, I'm saying this is a mirage.
Okay, that's a mirage. I can show you an apple, and we can call it an apple, but it's not relevant to what I meant. What my statement was. Refractions, mirages are refraction, but refraction is not a mirage all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are types of refraction. Mirages are one type. I didn't call it a mirage.
This is a refraction.
I'm sorry?
This is a refraction of the image.
That is, mirages are refraction. That's right.
exactly, and it's not either of those. That's what we're saying. It's perspective, and there's convergence line. And do you know what perspective is?
I
you see
100% do.
The size of the boat here, and the size of the boat here, as it shrinks. Perspective.
So how? Let me ask you this: on the Bedford level, right? We have three objects that are in 100% line with each other, and they should be right behind each other. How does perspective allow you to view the other objects behind one another?
You're looking at it from the side.
Well, that's strictly not what was happening. He was looking down a flat sight line at these three objects.
All you have to do is move to the left a little bit, and you can see.
Yeah.
No, that's like, again, that's strictly not what happened.
What are you saying? One should be hiding the other one?
Did you? I mean, did you hear my explanation of what happened? I could link you the story of it as well, if you like. What I'm saying is happening is that at 13 feet above the Bedford level, right, there were three objects 2 miles apart. When viewed with a telescope, these three objects, if the Earth were flat, would be in line, one behind each other, and you could not see the second and third objects, right? And what I'm saying actually happened is the second object was lower than the first, and the third object was lower than the second, as should happen on a globe Earth, right?
No, it's perspective.
No, perspective won't make things appear out of the blue if they're in line, one behind each other.
So I'm a little curious that where does the baseline come from to set these rods up? Like, what's the methodology employed to set these rods up? I mean, how do you get?
Is the ground level?
Oh,
right. It's a really.
This was the Bedford Canal, so flat water, and what they used in all their experiments were little floating barges.
Flat water. You said flat water, but you didn't talk about the depth of the water. Let's not forget about the depth of the water.
Well, when you're floating the objects on top of it, it doesn't matter.
Right, I understand. They're using a floating platform to set their poles. Okay.
Sure, and then they measure from the surface level of the water to the top, and the Bedford Canal is calm. You know, there's no waves, there's no swells, there's no anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can screen share a moment.
Okay.
Appreciate it. 1 second here.
Let me turn off mine.
Okay. So this right here, this guy is made a video of light bending. This is the Chicago skyline. It's a picture, and he's taped it to the side of a round trash can, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what he's going to do is going to back up his camera, just like we see in the real world. The further away you get, the buildings go below the horizon, right? Now what he's going to do is going to take what essentially happens with refraction and show you the results. It's a bit exaggerated, but you see the concept, no?
Mm-hmm.
So when we say refraction happens, it's because of the very dense atmosphere just above the waterline.
No, this is refraction on water.
This is refraction.
On water.
What do you think's in the atmosphere that makes it denser?
That's not water.
It is water. That's exactly what makes the atmosphere more or less dense.
No,
Right.
the atmosphere doesn't have water.
Okay,
It's
so the
has
ships.
oxygen.
Let me ask. Wait a minute. Do ships traveling on the water, do they disappear over the horizon or not? See, again, we have to have it both ways, right? Sometimes it facilitates our viewing, and sometimes it doesn't. I'm trying to figure out which one it is.
It absolutely does. Yes.
It
You
does.
can see a little further, right?
Uh-huh.
And sometimes mirages will let you see some crazy things way farther out, but they're not something you can see all the time. But at the end of the day, the curvature will always block your line of sight. So this is a real close. I'm going to screen share again. This is a real close example of actually refraction happening in the background.
Wait, no. Everything you're saying is total bullshit because curvature, you need two axes. So where's the left and right curvature?
The left and right.
After 20 miles, there should be definitely a big curve, and it's just totally flat. So there has to be a x and a y axis of curvature. So you can show me light refraction, but show me the other one. You can't just take an object, show me something, and just say it's real. That's total bullshit. I'm sorry. We don't for our theory, we don't need any objects. We just take it how it is at face value.
Okay, so at face value, this video I'm showing you of someone zooming in on a boat, right? Earlier we said you should zoom in and be able to see the whole boat. What at face value is happening here when I see the boat sail, but I don't see the boat itself?
Do you have another video like this one?
There's lots. There's lots.
Bring another, please.
So you don't like this video?
I seen it yesterday.
So what's the problem with this video?
I want another. Showing the same thing.
Well, you just said that if what I can see at face value, what's wrong with this video?
This is one video. I saw plenty of videos showing different. I want to see another video different from this one showing the same thing you are showing here, please.
Okay, I will do that, but I'm real curious. Is this video lying to you?
I speak to you yesterday. I told you my opinion. I want to see another video, please.
Yeah, water has waves.
So you're saying that this is a continuous 4-minute wave that blocks line of sight?
I'll show you a million videos.
Sure. Show me what you got, and we'll talk about it.
Of course, you pull up the one video that shows the smallest boat with the biggest wave next to it, obviously.
That was a wave? Now, we could watch the whole thing, right?
No,
and
please,
the wave, the swell doesn't go away.
You know how far away that is?
In that video, the guys taking the video estimated 6 to 9 miles. In this video, I don't know what the observer height or distance is either.
This one is showing the conversion point.
Well, no, if that were true, then we could still see the hull of the boat.
No, the convergency point, no, you lose the dip, the bottom.
So why is it we can only see the masts right now, not the hull?
So answer this. So why is there not a horizontal curve?
So you mean left to right?
Way more curve than that. That's at least way more than 20 miles of looking. Definitely.
Okay. So why should you see a left to right curve?
Yeah, because it's the ball.
But why should you see it from 6 feet up?
Every single way you look should be curved.
Right, but why should you see it from 6 feet above the ball?
However high you go up, you should not be able to look straight across and see a horizon. You should have to look down, no matter how high you go. At 300,000 feet or whatever, like way higher than you even need to think about. You can't. You can see the horizon.
Okay, so are you saying it's at eye level? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and if it's a ball, you should not be able to see it at all. You just look down to see the horizon.
Okay, that's great. Well, let's talk about that. So you actually do have to look down. I'll break that down here in a second.
The planes are level. Planes have been level. Proved to be level. So they don't look down. I'm sorry.
Okay, so again, let me break this down. Oh, I'm still screen sharing, aren't I? Okay, that's fine. oh, what's this guy's name? So you actually do look down. Now, I hear this a lot, right, that we should look down, right? Now, the thing is, when you say look down, to make sure we're on the same page, you're talking, or not look down, but the eye level is 90 degrees from the vertical, right? If you drew an L-shaped object with one line being straight down, representing you, and the other line being your eyesight, right? That's 90 degrees out. That would be level. Now, the thing about that is that's a real precise measurement. So when you look at a picture, you don't have any reference point for what is 90 degrees from the vertical.
I'm in a plane, I can tell that I'm level and I'm looking straight, and I'm way higher than I should be if I'm on a ball.
Well, you have exceptional eyesight then. So what I'm looking at here, this is a Theodolite phone application, one you can download and use yourself. Right? Do you see what's going on here? So our crosshair, if you look on the left, you've got it shows your horizon angle, right? It uses the accelerometer in the phone. Accelerometer is like it's a digital gyroscope, right? It's what makes your phone know if you're spinning it left and right. And on the right-hand side, you have your elevation angle. So what you can see, the crosshair is where the horizon, where actually 90 degrees from the vertical is, and then below that you see the white line representing the actual horizon. You can reference that to the degrees on the right and see that it's at 33,000 feet up. You're 2.5 degrees below the
yeah, I said
eyesight.
Yeah, and then go like 20 times more that height, and it's still the same thing.
Oh no, it actually gradually gets larger because the thing is, the higher you go, the further out you can see to the horizon, right?
Actually doesn't.
Well, that's not. Do you have proof of this? Have you measured this?
Do you want to see what it looks like if you were on a ball compared to a flat plane?
Hang on. How do I unscreen share? I'm sorry. There, I think I did it. So again, like I said, these are things that need to be measured, right?
No, you can tell by your eyes.
So you can tell what is 90 degrees from the vertical just by looking at a picture. You can do that within a 2 to 3 degree margin. Because that's the claim that you're making here. And in fact, I just showed the only person to have actually measured it showed that it was not level.
Well, right. I don't know about a phone-based theodolite. I mean, if you could, I don't know. I don't know why there's all these people running around with these tripods and everything if you can just use your phone. I just don't know how sensitive that equipment is. I mean, I'm not, maybe that's neither here nor there, but.
Even footage? Dude, you're not even using real footage. Like,
what do you mean?
Here, man.
What do you mean?
You just said that wasn't even, that was from a phone?
It was a picture taken with the phone, right? Is that
app?
It is. The app itself, I can link it if you want to go download it next time you hop on a plane.
No, that is not even, dude, that's ridiculous. You just use the app to try to prove your point when you can use a real picture from a website or something.
So does a real picture from a website have a theodolite showing the levelness?
Why don't you use a real video and show me that? Like.
So you want me to hop in a plane and take a video for you?
Yeah.
Why is that different from a photo?
Because apps are not made with real images.
It's not a real image? That's what you're saying? If I took a photo of my wife with my camera, on my phone, would that not be a real image of my wife?
Right, so go to this video because I'm on my phone and I can't screen share my phone.
Does this video have somebody measuring the horizon, or is it just a picture of the horizon?
It's a boat that's not under the fucking horizon, over the curve at all.
Okay, go ahead and link it.
And it's just the same size as the other one you had. I can't link it. I'm on my phone.
Oh, if I can search for it if you tell me the name.
Type this in. It's amazing flat Earth info. Tipped over the horizon gives evidence for flat Earth. It's a sateticism.com or YouTube account.
All right, that's the one that Red Dredic originally posted.
I think this is the one that he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Red's wrong. Because isn't Red a ball earther?
He is, yes. So let's see here. I'll screen share again, and you guys can all see it. So I hope y'all see this right now. Here is 21 minutes and 48 seconds in. You see the sail of the ship.
No, no, no. Play from the very beginning.
I will. I'll go back.
Beginning.
Let's see. Is that it right there?
Play from the very beginning and play the first like 19 seconds.
So 19 seconds isn't going to show us a whole lot.
Very beginning. Play from the very beginning.
Okay, we have his name.
That's all you need.
So what are you saying this proves?
From far away with your eyes, it looks like it's over the curve, and then you zoom in, and it's not over the curve.
So how far away is the boat?
Does he not tell you?
I do not see anything in his description, and I can listen. I'll turn on the audio and see if he actually tells us how far away the boat is.
I'm sure I could find the same one just telling you that, dude, come on now. There's millions of videos. Like.
So you understand that before I play and listen to see if he actually tells us that the horizon is something that you can measurably determine based on your altitude, right? Your elevation. So from 6 feet up, your horizon is going to be about 3 miles away. So if this boat is within 3 and some miles, if we're 6 feet above the water line, then yeah, he's not going to be over the curve. Which that also means we need to know how far away he is taking this picture and the elevation. If he doesn't provide us that information, then there's no point to be proving.
How long have you been in this? How long have you been researching this?
I'm sorry?
How long have you been researching this?
Well, I'm not sure what that has to do with the mathematical evidence
curious,
that I'm asking for.
Curious. I've already been through this a million times.
Well, if you have, then you'd be able to answer my question.
I have answered your question millions of times.
So at what elevation and distance is the observer in the boat?
Okay, you really want me to just go to, okay, then I'll just go look for a specific video then.
You understand the problem, though, right? Am I not crazy here, guys?
No problem at all. I've definitely heard fucking, dude, people putting their reputations online on the line and saying that they've seen the ground level at the airports from 300 plus miles away. You should not be able to see that at all.
Wait. Did you say ground level 300 miles away?
Have you ever heard of the testimonies on Mark Sargent's page?
You mean the same guy that said molecular magnetism causes the seasons?
I'm just going with what he proves, because he proves the people that he talks to are real too. So
I guess I'm waiting. I don't understand the boat thing we're looking at. All right, you show me a picture of the boat and say it should be over the horizon, but the only reason it should be over the horizon is if it's far enough away to be on the other side of the horizon. But we don't have the information to know whether that's true or not, therefore it does not prove anything. Now, what it does prove is if we fast forward this video to much later, you see just the sail over the horizon, right? What do you think that means? Am I crazy? Like, are the points I'm making terrible?
type this in real quick.
Okay.
YouTube.
Uh-huh.
Ship visible at 12 miles on horizon. Flat Earth addict.
Let's see. What was the name again? Ship what?
Ship visible at 12 miles on horizon.
Is this the one where it doesn't tell you the observer height?
No, it tells you everything in the description.
Okay. Let's see. All right, so it shows him at 6 feet above the water. Yeah. Okay. Let's see, he's got some stuff. So while I'm watching this, I want you to remember what we said about what happens when you're lower to the water line.
Yeah, I don't care about that at all because that does not matter. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, it's factual, and it's what happens.
The higher you go up, the more you should see.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's what happens.
Yeah, because it's flat. And the lower you go, you have more of a convergence line.
Okay, so I can't actually. I wish you weren't on your phone. You could see at that 529N.
I'm watching this from beginning to end, from 0 to 11.
Okay.
I don't
Well,
go, I don't just pick what point I want to go to. I'm gonna watch everything that he's doing.
well, I've seen this whole video before, and I'll watch it again. But the point for those of y'all that can pause is that if you stop at like 208, right, and you were to take a screenshot of that, put that into MS Paint or AutoCAD, and this boat has, its hull is painted blue, and the top of it is painted white. So you would need to take a measurement of how much blue. I'm sorry? Sorry? I guess we lost
Stop
you.
talking and let the video just talk for itself because it explains what it's doing and you're just talking over it.
Right, like I said, I've seen the video. I don't need to hear him speak.
We're live on YouTube and people are watching it and they want to probably see the whole thing from beginning to end and not just hear you talk throughout, just going through half the video. So why don't you play it from beginning to end and then talk about it?
Because it's 10 minutes that okay, sure thing.
The first
no problem.
2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
The first 2 minutes show me that at 12 miles you can see a ship.
Okay, so the only talking in this video is Eric Dubé repeating something. It has nothing to do with what's actually happening. So I'm going to mute it, mostly because I don't want to listen to him talk. But the important piece of information is right here, right? You can measure the vertical length of the blue part of the ship and then the white part of the ship. That's the reference point, or gives you a reference, right? So if let's say the blue part there was 20 feet high and the white part was 60 feet high, right? That's a ratio of 1 to 3, right? Because 20 plus 60 is 80, and 80 divided by 20 is 4, or rather 1/4, right? The blue is 1/4 the total length. The white is 3/4. So that's your ratio. And the important thing here is that you get the ratio early on when it's very close, and then later on in the video, you pause it again, you take another measurement, and you see if the ratio is the same. If the ratio is not the same, that means the horizon is coming up. And if you're saying that we shouldn't see the entire ship at 12 miles, we've already talked about what can be the cause of that.
I don't think this video.
I'm sorry, you broke up there.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Video is zooming is like even showing what I was talking about.
Oh, I mean, we haven't.
It's not trying to zoom back into it, and it's really foggy out. You know what I mean? You see what I mean? He's not going to zoom back into it after a certain point.
And it's actually, you can see at the bottom of the.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. When you zoom back into it, which he does not do, you can see the blue parts.
So, oh, I thought you were going to show me, you wanted me to watch a video of something where it was below the horizon, measurably below, and then they zoomed and we could then see the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. Which I've seen numerous times. I just need to find one.
Right, that's what I like to see. So this part of the.
I need to find one with the measurements. That's what I mean.
Well, yeah. Keep in mind you can use objects in the picture as reference points to find out how much is visible. Like I was saying earlier, like right now in the video, there's less blue less blue visible than there was earlier. Right, the ratio of visible blue versus visible white is not the same as it was at the start of the video. And what I've done, the simplest way is to pause the video, get a ruler, and actually take a measurement. So you would do it from like right here versus the very first of the video. Like even right now, some of the waves are lapping all the way up to the white part, completely obscuring the blue.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's just a convergence line. Everything will blend in at a certain point.
Okay, so at a bare minimum,
because perspective, things get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller till you can't see it anymore.
We have a limit on our vantage point.
Non-powerful telescope, depending on how far it is away.
Now, if that were true, the blue would be shrinking at the same rate that the white is. But the way I paused it, there is no more blue.
Lower, it's at the convergence point where the water is, so it's closer to. It's literally closer to the water, so it's going to converge at a certain You know what I'm saying? It's not going to do it all at the same time.
Well, what I'm asking, well, no. What you said a minute ago is that perspective makes things shrink. This is not uniformly shrinking. It's shrinking in total size, but the blue part has shrunk much faster than the white part. No?
Because of convergence.
There's two things going on with with your perspective. It's shrinking, and there's a convergence line, and it has to do with both at the same time. Like that boat is getting smaller, and the water and the blue are blending in because it's getting farther away. Just like how the carpet and the ceiling blend in after it gets farther away when you look down a hallway. It's the same thing.
Didn't you see that the experiment that that guy goes on a football field and he puts the camera close to the ground and he starts to disappear because of the convergence point?
Well, it starts to disappear because there's blades of grass in the way.
No, there is another video that doesn't use.
You mean the one where they're on like a basketball court and he places an object in front of the camera?
Yes, to create the vanishing point.
To create, see that's the point there. That doesn't actually display anything because he had to arbitrarily and artificially alter what you see.
But you see also in the football field, it starts to disappear from the bottom up, and it's a plane. It's flat, and it happens also.
Right. So tell me about convergence. Like, what causes this? Why does it happen differently at different altitudes and elevations and latitudes?
Because when you get when you're closer to the water or the ground, the density of the air is a lot more. Especially, I think it's just water, really. The density is a lot more. And when you're up in the air, when you go up higher, the density of the air is a lot less, I'm pretty sure. That's why you see the top of the buildings way more than the bottom of the buildings. Like, not just seeing more of it, but you can see them more defined at the top and the bottom of them because the air is less dense.
Shouldn't that apply to seeing the moon when it sets?
Well, the moon is just the moon. Well, yeah, exactly. The moon is getting farther away, and the farther away you go, there's more atmosphere. How do you? I can't even say it.
Atmospheric.
Atmospheric blockage. So there's more atmosphere.
But you can see it perfectly directly on the horizon, no? And on a flat Earth, that would be about 7,000 miles away.
What?
What?
So what I'm saying is that the moon, when it sets on the horizon where all of these other objects are that you should, or that you're claiming are blocked by the atmosphere. Yet somehow you can still see the moon, which if you do the math on a flat Earth would be about 7,000 miles away.
And you're pretty much saying that the moon's the same size as the boat?
Well, the size doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
No, it does matter.
Right.
So light changes based on the size of the object it came from?
And how wide across it is. It's about 32 miles wide.
Mm-hmm.
So seeing an object that's 32 miles wide is a lot easier than seeing a building or seeing a boat from... Oh. Are you kidding me?
No, well, you said your eyes converge, or the light converges. No, and what I'm saying is that you can zoom in on the moon with a telescope and see it just as plainly as you could as if it were directly above you.
After it's past the horizon, so after it's past your... Yeah, exactly. You cannot zoom back into the moon.
But a minute ago you said you could zoom back in on boats over the horizon.
Too far away at that point. Because there's too much atmosphere compared to... It's not the same thing, exactly. It's not exactly the same thing.
Because but you could see the moon perfectly, right?
It's still up above the clouds, okay? Or actually right where the clouds are. And the boat would be where the water is. That's the total opposite of atmosphere. So it's a lot farther away, so we can see it. But after it gets even farther than that, then we can't see it anymore because it's actually to that point where you can't see it anymore because it's too far away to see. Same thing with on the water.
So what I'm saying is that the moon sets on. I'm referencing seeing the moon literally above on the horizon, not above the clouds, but just above the horizon, right? And you're saying that it would be then too far away to see?
Yes, because the atmosphere will block it.
So you can see it at 7,000 miles, but you can't see it at 7,500 miles?
The atmosphere up there is a lot less thick than the atmosphere down here. Do you not understand that? The air is a lot more denser the lower you go. That's what I'm saying. These are things that you don't understand because you haven't been researching this that much.
Well, no. So why can I perfectly see the moon on the horizon and then it just goes away? And I can't bring it back into view?
So far away that you cannot see it anymore, and light does not travel forever like you've been told.
But it travels 7,000 miles, but not 7,500 miles.
After a certain point, it gradually
goes away. But there's nothing about the moon gradually goes away when it sets.
You want me to show you how the sun does that? Same thing with the moon?
Okay, but before you do that...
This channel. It's easy to prove.
Right. Before you do that, do you know what a Botter solar filter is?
It doesn't really matter.
It matters a whole lot, in fact.
Not really. Not when you're just looking at the sun farther away and smaller, and it does not go down. It goes farther and stays the same. The clouds and the sun stay the same level, and they just get farther away.
Okay. So when we're saying the sun gets changes size during the day, that's a lot of glare you're saying, and you can cut out the glare by using a proper solar filter. And what I'm showing you here are pictures of the sun taken using a proper solar filter. Right. This is a Botter solar filter.
Perspective shows the same thing in the sky that it does with everything else on the Earth.
I'm sorry?
It shows the farther something gets away, the smaller it looks, but it does not get smaller, obviously. It's just getting farther away because it's called perspective.
No, pictures of the sun taken...
You're about to say the sun does not look like it gets smaller at all. It actually is just a glare. But it's not the glare. It actually is the sun looking like it's getting smaller because the farther it gets away, the smaller it gets. It's not at the same distance, and the Earth is just rolling. And that does not even work like that at all.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that if you... Hang on. Let me get a word in.
Going around a circle. It's going to shine in some places, and it's going to get farther away and smaller because it's getting farther. And everything goes into a point where the horizon is. Everything goes into a point.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that if you took pictures of the sun during the day, at noon, at 5 o'clock, and at sunset, with a proper filter, because these filters show you the photosphere of the sun, that's what we call the actual round part. In this picture that I'm showing you all, you'll see that it is very easy to measure whether it changes size or not. It has been done, and it has been proven that the sun does not change size at all. And anybody that claims it does is taking photos of glare.
You are not even understanding what I'm saying. Perspective says it looks like it's getting smaller. I'm not saying that it's shrinking. I'm saying it looks like it's getting smaller because it's getting farther away, and the farther away it gets, the smaller it gets. So you put your hand up to your eye, it's big. If you put it farther away, it gets smaller and smaller. It's exactly the same thing, dude.
Right, and what I'm saying is that if you do the experiment properly, you will see that it does not change size at all.
No, it does.
Hang on.
Go to the DITRH page and look up perspective, horizon, sun.
Right, but again, it doesn't matter because he's not using the proper optics.
It does matter because he shows you on camera.
But what he's showing you is the glare of the sun changing size. It gets away from you. These atmosphere filters out all that extra glare. That's why the atmosphere changes color at night. And if you would do it with a proper filter,
because it's getting farther away. Everything will change size because it's getting farther away.
Except the sun.
Which means it gets smaller.
Right. Again, but what I'm saying is that if
it's perspective, dude. You do not understand.
It's not a lack of understanding. What I'm telling you is that if you take pictures of the sun,
you do not understand perspective.
Oh my goodness.
When people have a more understanding of perspective, that means that they are actually better artists because they can draw a realistic image, because that's what we live on and that's what they see with their own eyes, and it's called perspective. That's why when artists draw a horizon in a horizon, because they've seen it with their own eyes, because that's how it works on a flat plane. I'm sorry.
So
that's how things get farther away, because when you draw a road on a piece of paper that's realistic to what you see in real life, it's a flat plane that you're drawing, because the road gets smaller. It goes into the convergence line. That means that the other side will look smaller, but it's obviously not because it's just farther away. So what you're saying is just a total uncomprehension of what we're even talking about. Period.
No,
honestly.
Look. When you take pictures, hey, hang on.
And that's the whole thing about this, is this perspective. And
Okay.
if you don't understand that, you will not understand.
Can you hear me or not? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I just know what you're saying. You're going to say bullshit because it's all perspective. That's all it is.
Look, listen, please. All right. You need to use a proper filter to get the proper apparent size of the sun. This is a fact.
No, you don't. I can stare at the sun and I can see it. After a while, your eyes. Are you kidding? Are you really laughing at me?
You're talking about staring at the sun. Yes, I'm laughing at you.
Yeah,
there are videos out there.
And you've been told it's bad for you, but it's actually good for you.
No.
Sun gets vitamin D. Okay, so you look at the sun and you can actually see how big it is.
Right, if you use a proper filter,
see how big
it looks
is,
like
and
this.
it's smaller because it's getting farther away.
Right, until you use a filter to filter out the glare.
You don't need a filter when the sun is setting.
Right, that's correct.
So there are 2 or 3 videos out there that shows the sun is shrinking as it's setting.
No, that's because they're done incorrectly. They don't use a proper filter.
Well,
Sorry, the sun is setting. There's no need for thermal.
Like, you're such an idiot. I'm sorry, but you make people that are trying to learn this look so bad.
Well, that's because you're doing things incorrectly.
No, you are just not even understanding what goes on in life at all, which is called perspective. Your eyes are telling you exactly what's going on, and you're saying that they don't.
No, I'm telling you there's a reason for that.
Yeah, there's a made-up reason for that, and it doesn't even make sense.
So
it's like, no, I can see with my own eyes if you just look into the sun, and the glare goes away. It's hard to see, yes, because your eyes are pretty sensitive, but if you force yourself to look, you can see the fucking sides of the sun with your eyes, and if you look 2 hours later, it gets even smaller, and so does the glare, yes.
Well, so you're telling me that I should trust. I have one person who takes photos of the sun with the proper filter, compares the photos at the end of the day, one from noon, one from afternoon, and one at evening, and shows that the photos of the sun are identical. Then I have another person on the internet saying, I stared at the sun, I didn't measure it, I didn't use any filters, but it's differing in size. Who should I trust?
Yeah, you know what I can already tell that the guy's doing? He's zooming into the sun. That means it's going to stay the same fucking size. I'm saying don't zoom into it at all, and it looks like it's getting smaller because it's getting farther away. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I shouldn't even be have to saying this, because you're saying something that you're trying to make it seem that I'm saying the sun's actually getting smaller, but I'm saying it's actually just getting farther away.
Take a look at this video that I'm going to show.
Okay. So what I'm mentioning is the apparent size. I don't think you say the sun is getting smaller in actual size. No, I don't think that. I understand what you're saying, that as something goes away from you, it should shrink. And that's actually a really good point.
Please take a look at this video.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that one at the clouds and whatnot. Make it look like it shrinks to a little dot. So the question is, why does that not happen every single day across the entire world? Now, again, this is not done with a proper filter, so I don't know what you want me to tell you.
No, you're not looking at it from the top of a mountain. You're looking at it so it goes past the mountain and it looks like it's going under the mountain, or like over the curve. When you go on top of the mountain, you look and you see that the sun just gets smaller and smaller and smaller and goes away, and it never goes down because we're not on the ground. When you're up on the mountain, you can actually see what goes on. That's why if you have to actually pay attention to what it's because he's showing you the difference between looking at it from the ground and looking at it from a mountain. A mountain allows you to see that it shrinks. On the ground, you can see that it shrinks, but it's harder to tell because the point that it goes above the horizon is where the mountains are. Okay, so it's how low you are is how much you can see more and more. That okay, so you should tell your friend to go up on the mountain and take the picture, and tell him not to zoom in at all, and see if it looks like it gets smaller and smaller, and it will every single time.
Well, that's exactly what he did. And when you make a statement like that, it will every single time, you have to have proof to back it up.
I've seen it in videos. I told you to go to DITRH.
I know you saw some videos on YouTube, and that means that I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
I've seen it with my own eyes, dude. If the same thing in the video.
So why do we have solar filters? Why do we have solar filters? What are they for?
We have sunglasses.
No, those aren't the same as a proper solar filter. I'm sorry. And the same thing can be done with.
You just basically ask, why do we have
the same thing?
It's better, duh.
Uh-huh. Well, it filters out the.
You need a filter for a camera.
Okay, so how about the moon then? Why does the moon not change size?
The moon does
apparent
change
size. How about that? Visible size. It does?
I've seen the moon farther away, and then it's huge. It's right in front of.
Right, it's huge on the horizon because of an optical illusion of all the small objects on the horizon. If you cover up the horizon, all that stuff goes away.
Oh, look, the news as a video about the moon shrinking.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Because this video doesn't show you the moon's apparent size shrinking due to anything. It's actually referencing something else entirely. But go ahead and then play it, and maybe you'll see it. Now, you can actually, the moon, what you could do is if you get a flat and visible sheet of plastic or glass, and you hold it up at arm's length, right? You need to establish a baseline for how far from your eyes this plastic will be. So when the moon comes out at night, you hold this plastic up at arm's length, right? When the moon's directly over top of you, you get a dry erase marker, and you draw a circle on that plate around the moon. And then you do it again 3 hours later, and then you do it again right before the sun sets. You have 3 circles that you've drawn on this see-through sheet of glass or plastic. Later you can measure them with a ruler and see for yourself that the moon does not change apparent size at all.
Dude, you are not...
No, you are contradicting what the news says.
No, I'm offering you a practical experiment you can do for yourself to prove this. I'm not saying you should believe it because I'm telling you. I'm trying to come up with something as simple as possible to show you what I'm talking about. All right?
as if I zoom. Ridiculous.
You're breaking up, buddy. I can't hear you.
I can take a zoom camera and zoom in.
Your connection is a little bit.
Can you not hear me?
Your
No.
connection is a little bit messy.
Can you still not hear me?
No, I hear you.
It's your connection that's breaking up. It's not your mic.
I know, but is it any better?
It's better
It's
now.
better
Yeah.
now.
Okay. So I'm saying you can take a zoom camera and zoom into the moon
Mm-hmm.
as if you zoomed out and it was 5 hours later and it was closer to you.
Mm-hmm.
The same size. You're just saying it will show you the same size because it's probably just zooming in to the moon.
Well, no, you're offering an alternate explanation for what I see if someone else were lying to me.
What your friend is doing also, he's zooming into the sun, so he's getting bigger.
Okay. Well, like I said, when the moon comes out tonight, if you go get yourself a clear piece of plastic and dry erase marker, you can do it for yourself.
Yeah, you don't really understand anything we're talking about, I don't think.
Well, I mean, that's not entirely true because I understood the entire story of the Bedford level. I understand what proper optics you need to use to see something. I understand the math behind what we're discussing. I understand how refraction works. I don't know if you're saying I don't agree with you, and that's why that's not the same as not understanding, right? Like I understand what a solar filter does and why it does it and why you need it, right? You don't understand, but you also don't agree.
In a sunset, it's not needed a protection to the camera.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
At sunset, we don't need a thermal protection for the camera.
Right. Well,
We can see the disc perfectly, no sun glare.
That's correct. And the thing is, you need a reference point to compare that disk to, and that's why you need to see the sun at noon to compare the size to.
No. When the sun is setting, we are watching perspective working.
So if perspective were working, it would be shrinking to a point on the horizon, right?
And it's shrinking.
No, to a point, and then going away, because that's how, you know, like the train tracks in the distance, they converge on a point.
The vanishing point.
Right, so is the sun right here vanishing, or is it going below the horizon? Because it doesn't look like it's vanishing.
Here is vanishing.
That's okay. Now his second point here is that it is changing in size by using. He's using what looks like MS Paint to compare, and we've got a couple pixels in difference. The problem is the math says that the sun is 3,500 miles up. That means it sets about 6,000 miles away horizontally, which means it'll set from you. Or rather, it should be about more than half the size it was at noon. That's the problem. Now these little pixels, that's not a real accurate. We're not talking a 0.3% change in size, but a 50% change in size.
We are talking about convergence line.
Well, if it converged, it would converge to a point, because that's what convergence does, right?
No, but it's going in a circle.
Yeah, that's why it's converging in an angle, not in a straight line.
Exactly. Because we're not saying that it's
There's another problem about that, about the sun doing this movement, because according to perspective, we should see. Where is the video that shows? This video shows how should we look the sun if it's 93 million away.
Well, what? Yeah, basically, the sun does. We're not saying that the sun and the moon are going directly over and under the Earth and over. We're saying it stays above the Earth.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can accept that.
It goes away.
So that's why it wouldn't. Correct. So, to some of David Wise's other videos, he shows you, for example, how it could work on a flat Earth, and it works the same exact way. If you're lower to the ground, you have mountains, and they go behind the mountains.
Well, we just watched a video of the sun setting over water, right?
All of those mountains, it would simply just get farther away and start shrinking, looking like it's shrinking because it's getting farther away. But if you're below the mountains, it's just going behind the mountains. Or else there would be no sunshine after the sun goes away.
Well, so a minute ago we saw the sun set over a water horizon, though. No mountains at all?
Okay, he explains, I think, 3 different types of horizons. So you should watch some of that stuff, honestly. Because I watched it, okay, that definitely explains how it could work, because he's showing you the 3 different types. He shows you with water, he shows you with mountains, and he shows you with something else.
So how do mountains alter the size of the sun?
It's going behind the mountains.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't really understand what you're saying, why
Actually,
that matters.
I believe that the water does have mountains. If you look very closely, the water does have mountains. Like there are mountains behind it, I think, because he definitely explains all of the possibilities if you go to him. Tiago, can you like go show him some of David's videos?
So there were mountains behind that water. That's your assertion?
No, no, wait, hold up.
No, the one we just watched, where the sun set at full size on the water line. You're saying there were mountains doing it?
No, just if he can show you this video of what I'm talking about, you'll see what I'm talking about. Because I understand where you're going. So hold up.
Oh, it's this one, right?
I think whatever one shows the 3 different types.
Let's see if
Recent-ish one.
But what's the point? Like, I understand what you're saying, that
this
okay,
one.
I'll just watch it. Yeah. So this would be like a mountain.
I think so, yeah.
Does he explain what atmospheric blocking is?
Yeah, right here.
The shrinking effect.
Because he's on the mountain just as high as those mountains are.
Yeah, that's the glare sinking, shrinking.
Nope, it's getting farther away.
Getting smaller.
So which of these 3 types of horizons was the one that you just showed me, Tiago, where it's set over the water?
And it's a cloud horizon.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I meant. Sorry, not a mountain, but a cloud.
Okay. So the video we just watched a minute ago before this one of the sun setting over water, which of these 3 types was that?
I don't know. We would have to go back to it. I don't remember. I think probably this one, honestly.
I think this.
No, yeah.
This is the first.
The one. Can you am I breaking up still?
No, you're okay.
Hang on one second.
Okay, this is the one though.
Yeah, this is the one. No barriers.
And it's simply just getting smaller away and yeah. And going behind the clouds.
Let's see the description again.
See, it never goes down. It always goes
Away.
see past the mountains or above the horizon. If you're always above the horizon, it will always do a cloud horizon. And if you're always below the mountains, it will always do a mountain horizon or a sunset.
Yeah. A three-way. Here we go in an angle.
All Nolan's videos.
We broke up. I didn't quite get it.
Am I still breaking up?
A little bit.
Have you seen Brian Mullen's videos?
Yes, yes, all of them.
Where he explains how the planes would pretty much just crash if it was a ball spinning.
Yeah.
That'd be a good one too to show if he would understand. It's pretty hard to understand if I don't know. Certain people probably have a hard time understanding it.
Yeah, I guess so. Let's see. Balls out.
So I'm back. But did we ever establish what that first sunset was that set over the horizon or over the water at the size?
Yeah, it was going behind the clouds in the atmosphere.
The one that he showed.
Never went below the water. Oh, the other one?
No, the first one.
We're saying it's a cloud horizon. We can go look at it.
Well, I mean, there were no clouds blocking line of sight. It was just the water horizon.
Well, that's why we look at it. And this video right here explains that planes would not be able to land on a curved spinning ball.
Well, No, he implies that the atmosphere is moving separate of the Earth, right?
No, it's moving
This
with the
in this
Earth.
video.
Okay, well, if it's moving with the Earth, that means the planes also move with the Earth, right?
No. Once it's get up, it's in the video.
Mm-hmm.
Plane, it's nothing to do with the atmosphere or the Earth. It's another.
So if you're in a car going on the highway at 100 miles an hour, right, steady 100 miles an hour, and you threw a paper airplane from the left side of the car to the right side of the car, would the paper airplane get to the right side of the car?
I don't know. Are you spinning?
Inside of the car?
Yes,
Are you
inside of the
spinning?
car.
Is the car spinning?
With the windows closed or open?
Oh, the window is closed.
No,
Closed?
Tiago.
Yes.
Is he spinning? He's not
Is
spinning.
that relevant?
You're not spinning. When you spin,
So okay, before we get on to the whole spinning thing, right? The point is forward motion, right?
it's
Planes
not
when they get in the
relevant.
atmosphere.
It's not relevant. Car going a straight line is not relevant to an object spinning.
No, it has to do with relative motion.
No, when you turn a corner,
Mhm.
you feel like you're gonna fly out the window. Yes, you do.
Now, when you turn a corner, how fast are you going? Because the Earth only spins at 0.0069 rotations per minute.
At the equator or 0 miles an hour at the North Pole.
No. I said 0.0069 rotations per minute, RPMs.
No, you should watch this video
I've seen
and
it.
listen to it. Yeah, then you obviously don't understand. And I know the difference between understanding.
He's wrong.
No, when you're in a car, you're going a straight line. You're not spinning.
Right.
We're supposedly spinning 1,000 miles an hour and going around the sun in a different direction, going in another direction, going through the galaxy. That's 3 different directions.
Yeah, we see the same stars.
You're ridiculous.
Okay, but the point of
the car is going one direction. It's going straight.
right, and you don't need to look. You don't need to yell. It's all right. You don't need to yell. I got you.
Okay, you need to understand that I am speaking truth, and you are just making up things and saying that I'm incorrect when I'm telling you to watch this video, and it explains way more than you can ever explain or I can ever explain.
Yes, it's more.
No, it tells me that you found a video on YouTube that fits your confirmation. You believe it explains everything, and this video is truth, right?
It obviously explains everything because it tears down everything that you guys are trying to say is proof, which you guys have no proof as of all.
Well, no, he makes a number of assertions based on misunderstandings.
No, he understands it fully.
Okay, so hang on. Can I present the point with the car, please?
You're speaking bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. I don't comprehend bullshit.
Okay, so when a car is moving at 100 miles an hour, right, the persons inside assume the forward motion of the car, no?
Yeah, we're not doing that. That's not the same motion as the spinning.
Okay, I will get to that. I will get to that.
Thing.
Right, but it does assume the forward motion, correct?
We're spinning and we're going in a circle around the sun.
Okay, you don't need to say that again. I understand.
Have you ever ride a bike?
Spin the car and then go around an object in a circle and tell me if you feel that.
Okay, so how big is this circle?
Around the sun, you tell me. What's your model?
Well, if I'm in a car doing 100 miles an hour on a track that has a radius of 93 million miles an hour, no, you would not feel that curve at all.
You're spinning in a circle, so you're doing donuts while you're going around that racetrack.
All right, and what are you relative to?
To a vacuum in space.
No, that's not true.
You're relative to the sun. Yeah, wow. Relativity, that's your excuse.
No, it's not an excuse. Like I said, if you're in a car doing 100 miles an hour, you are also doing 100 miles an hour. But the speed if you're in a car moving 100 miles an hour, the speed you're moving relative to the car is 0.
Go ride a bike.
Right?
Go ride a bike.
Well, the bike has the atmosphere around you to deal with.
Okay. So you are exposed to the medium. Don't forget the medium, the air. Don't forget the air.
Well, we don't have to deal with,
Because you are closed in the car, of course you don't feel anything.
Right.
Oh, logic.
Well, are you saying we're not closed?
We are talking about the car.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Well, you're implying that we should feel the
any motion we are exposed, we should feel it. We feel it. If I push you, you feel it, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, because it's relative motion, right? I'm moving away from you.
So why don't you feel anything when you are inside the car?
Right,
So
because
you are
you're
in a
moving with
closed
the car, right?
environment. You are in a closed environment.
But you're moving with the car, no?
Okay.
Yeah,
Correctly.
spinning.
Now, if you're on a merry-go-round...
That doesn't prove nothing.
Okay, well, if you're on a merry-go-round, rotating at a rotation of 0.0069 per minute, right? That's like...
That's another one. We should be speeding out of the Earth by the centrifugal force.
No, that's not true.
Go ride the graviton. Go ride it.
So how fast do the gravitons rotate? How many rotations per minute do they make?
I don't know. I don't work it well.
No, you haven't. It's not been proven. So you're speaking bullshit.
What's not been proven?
You cannot detect gravitons.
I didn't say anything about gravitons. He said gravitron.
I'm talking about that amusement.
Right. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So again, how many rotations per minute on this gravitron are you making?
I don't know. As I told you, I don't work at one. I don't know how it works. I know it creates a centrifugal force, and it pulls you to the outside of the graviton.
Right, and that centrifugal force is produced by the very fast rotation.
The rotation, of course.
Right. So the what's important to note is how fast it rotates.
What's important the guy in the middle doesn't feel it. That's the important thing. So where's gravity working there? One guy is pushed to the wall and the other guy stays there.
Now
where's
again,
gravity?
hang on. How many rotations per minute is the gravitron making?
That doesn't mean anything in what I'm saying.
Hey, okay, I have a question.
Hang on. We're not done talking about the gravitron yet. Right? Because hang on. If the gravitron is rotating at the same rotation of the Earth, which is 0.0069 RPMs, right? It will make one full rotation in 24 hours. So you're saying you would go to a carnival and get on a gravitron that will make a single rotation in 24 hours that you would fly. You'd fly off.
Okay, so what is the globe, and what are the planets relative to in space?
And what are we referring to?
Okay, so everything has opposite reaction to every reaction, right? Would you agree to that?
Everything that's relative. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so what's the opposite? What's the reactions?
What's the reactions to what? What's the action?
To the spinning.
To the Earth spinning?
Reaction. What's the reaction?
You cut out. What's the action again?
He's telling the action is spinning. What's the reaction?
Spinning. Reaction.
What is the reaction? So action, reaction, right? We have one thing that does something that produces an equal and opposite force. And you're asking if the action is spinning, what is the reaction?
And going around the sun and going through the galaxy, what is the reaction to all that?
Well, the reaction, so if the Earth were not rotating around the sun, it would get pulled directly to the sun due to gravity.
The Earth is rotating. What is the reaction?
The whole galaxy, even. What's the whole reaction in space? What's space's reaction?
Well, if you took a yo-yo and you spun a yo-yo around your finger, right, the action of spinning keeps it aloft. If you were to stop spinning, it would fall.
Yo-yo has a rope. I'm sorry. A yo-yo has a rope.
Right, and the rope represents the gravitational pull of the sun. So the reaction is that it remains on a continuous orbital plane around the sun.
You're in a vacuum.
The yo-yo has a physical connection. You are talking about an invisible connection. So yo-yo doesn't prove anything.
It's the concept that matters.
No, it has to be a concept that is working, not with strings attached.
The answer is there is no reaction.
No, that's not true.
Is the answer because nobody can answer it.
Well, I just did.
No, you did not.
No, you did not.
You're talking about a vacuum. You're talking about yo-yo with a rope on it.
Right. Well, the reaction is that the Earth remains in orbit.
Yo-yo with air.
All right, did you listen? All right, again, the reaction
In a vacuum.
is that it stays in orbit, right?
No, rockets cannot move in a vacuum.
Why are you just spouting things out at random now?
It's because it's been proven. I've seen it on a video. A nerd accidentally explains and proves that.
Can you link that video?
In a vacuum. Rockets cannot move in a vacuum.
Well, that's not true at all. There's been plenty of videos of people making vacuums and rockets.
Video.
Well, one of your boys, Propaganda Destroyer, even showed it.
Space. It's nerd accidentally exists in space.
What's the name?
Sucking the air against. A nerd accidentally proves that rockets cannot exist in space.
It says that's it.
Is this like the moon shrinking one, where it was actually something entirely different and didn't support your point?
No, it's showing you that if you're sucking air from the rocket's fuel, trying to push up against something, it's just going to suck it, and it's not going to be able to move against anything because there's nothing to push against because there's no air.
So if I showed you a video of the opposite happening, who's right?
I'm telling you that's not possible, so it can't possibly be on video.
I mean, but it is. Like I said, do you know who Propaganda Destroyer is? He's a flat earther. He did the experiment. He proved that the rockets work in a vacuum.
His vacuum chamber was not properly done.
I'm sorry?
His vacuum chamber was not properly done.
Oh, okay.
You missed that part. Yes. And if this Jeremy do start talking, I'm leaving, that's for sure.
Why?
Because he just talked bullshit even more than this guy is.
Well, I mean, your definition of that is really kind of skewed because I've showed you a lot of facts that...
Yeah, you don't understand perspective.
I think if you feel that way, you should leave because this is a conversation. It's an open conversation.
No, you...
And we don't decide who's in it based on what you decide is bullshit and what isn't, do we?
All you do is talk bullshit after bullshit. I'm sorry. Sure, Tiago is understanding on what exactly I'm saying, honestly.
Well, how do you define bullshit then?
Because I tell you something that's irrefutable and then you say it's bullshit.
I've only just got here. You haven't told me anything.
Not yet, obviously, but in the past, you just fucking will not accept anything.
Have we spoken before?
Yes, we have.
Fair enough. Well, off you go then.
Yeah.
Alright, now just watch the video.
Is this the one where he actually whips out a vacuum and that's what he's attempting to use as his vacuum?
Oh no.
This is the one. Wow. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Like, I really try to be respectful on here, but this is hard. This is really hard.
This is a vacuum. A vacuum is a vacuum. A vacuum is sucking air or sucking.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
A vacuum does not mean a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, have you seen this, Jim? He's actually going to pull out a vacuum cleaner. Yeah. This is okay.
It has nothing to push against in space because there's nothing in space.
All right, he's pulling the air out of it, right?
But
that's not how vacuums work. Vacuums are a constant pressure everywhere, right? He's not representing a constant pressure all over the object. He's actually pulling the air out of the tube, right? There's no vacuum going on here. There's a vacuum cleaner, and he's using it.
But there is another guy with the balloon.
And he only actually gets it to work. He only actually gets it to work when he's done it a few times.
That's like saying you'd be able to breathe in space.
A vacuum cleaner, huh?
Next time I'm going to show you a video that shows something similar to this, but another approach.
This is absolutely amazing. I mean, you're right. A kid with a vacuum cleaner and a YouTube account has bested the brightest minds of our civilization. Nail in the coffin. KO. Right here, right now.
So you haven't learned nothing yet from YouTube.
There's nothing to learn from this backwards video.
No, I'm telling about YouTube. You haven't learned nothing yet. About
No, I agree that I have learned things, right?
Okay. So don't say that you can't learn anything.
What I'm saying, though, is that we're misrepresenting what a vacuum is here, right? And at a bare minimum, before anybody makes any arguments about what a vacuum is, they need to go look up what it is. Because a vacuum is not sucking the air out of a certain location, because there's still air, no?
It's negative.
Sucking the air out of every location. There's
there's still air between the end of that nozzle and the balloon, right?
Space. Actual vacuum is still sucking the air.
Well, no, a vacuum chamber has no sucking going whatsoever, right? Everything is at a constant pressure.
What is the vacuum doing?
Well, the vacuum's not doing anything once you create it.
The vacuum is creating negative pressure.
So that right there, that doing nothing makes the total reaction for the everything spinning, right?
No, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. What are you trying to say? What I'm
That's
saying is this experiment is completely flawed because it does not represent an actual
what
vacuum.
I just said doesn't make any sense. Exactly. You just said it doesn't make any sense. Because it doesn't make any sense.
Well,
I think your reaction in space. Nothing has a reaction.
So how is that relevant to this photo of somebody using a vacuum cleaner to represent?
Cutting the reaction. It's sucking the air, cutting the reaction.
Yeah, but that's true. That is absolutely true. This is an actual reaction at work.
Because the motion is air against the air, right? What causes this motion? Air versus air is cutting the air, no motion.
So where does the vacuum chamber, the lack of pressure, come into effect? Because that's not what's being produced here.
It's creating an opposite reaction to the supposed reaction.
But he's not creating a vacuum, and that's the point that he's trying to make, is that rockets can't operate in a vacuum.
He tries his best to show what he thinks in reality.
Well, he did it wrong, and that's all there is to it.
Well, no, this next one he doesn't. No, what? Dude, a vacuum is sucking the air out of anything. It's sucking.
Yeah, a vacuum chamber is not sucking. I'm sorry.
Then show me it. Then show me an actual vacuum with something in it.
Just go to YouTube and type in vacuum chamber. There's like a million of them.
I got one here.
Yeah, none of them are done right.
I got one here.
Jeez, dude.
Look, negative pressure. Vacuum, negative pressure, positive pressure, negative, vacuum, sucking air, sucking
No,
air.
it's not sucking. It's absolutely not. It's a constant.
It's not sucking air?
No, it's a constant pressure, or lack thereof, right? Still measured.
So what is it? So what is it? Can you tell me exactly what it is?
What is what?
The vacuum in space. What is it?
What is it?
What are we told that it is?
Well, it's nothing, and there's some hydrogen particles every so often.
So it's nothing. Okay, thank you. You proved my point. There is no reaction, you fucking moron. Bye.
Oh. Hilarious. There's no reaction to a vacuum. That was his thesis statement right there.
Well, I love that video.
That's hilarious. What are you supposed to do with that?
The video actually has this sort of comic quality in that there's a point in it where he goes, and now with a vacuum, or the text comes up, and out comes the dustbuster, you know.
An actual, yes, a rocket would have a hard time operating inside the vacuum I have at the house. Right, I'm sure it would, because it wouldn't fit. It would probably light on fire all the dust and stuff in there. Ian, are you still there? Tiago, buddy, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's
No, that is an approach, not correctly, but an approach.
It is an approach, like I said, but you have to do these things correctly if you want to get an accurate result.
There is another approach. Just block the exit of the balloon, and the balloon doesn't go. Where is it? Mm. And the gyroscope, I mean, it's another good proof.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it?
Yeah, I guess Michael Craig's a rocket scientist now too. Everybody's an expert on the internet.
So we blocked the exit of the
Mhm.
rocket.
So, but this doesn't display the point that's trying to be made, though.
It's blocking the action reaction. Air against air.
Mm, no, that's the apparatus. Part of the construct is what's blocking its forward motion. I don't
It's blocking the air,
know.
which is the air to push. See? It don't go anywhere.
Yeah, that's what happens when you when you block the exit of a balloon.
Because there's no reaction. The air goes out and don't react to the medium, the air around it. That's what's going to create thrust. Simple.
But all he's doing is blocking the rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the force, hang on. So the force of the air coming out of the balloon is being applied to the paper, but the paper is tied to the balloon itself, and because the force, the action of the air, is completely equal to the reaction, which is being pushed against the paper, then both being tied together results in a null forward movement.
Yeah, it's null.
That's correct. It is a null reaction. Or not null, but rather the overall reaction is null.
Yeah, because the air is not pushing air, but that creates the thrust. You see here the balloon without anything. Where is it? Doesn't have without it. I think no, it doesn't have without the paper. But we all know what happens. The balloon goes away without the paper. So it just proves that in vacuum there is no air, there is no thrust.
Yeah, John Doe, it doesn't need something to push against.
And besides,
Or rather, it's pushing against the rocket itself. The force of it exiting the rocket creates that push. It's like saying a helicopter, right? If you stood underneath a helicopter that's a mile up, which I've done, you should be able to feel the thrust coming from its blades.
of course, he uses it's the thrust that propels him. The downward force. That's why you feel the air. The air is pushed down to create lift. Buoyancy. Create buoyancy.
Mm-hmm.
It creates buoyancy. That's why you can do all those maneuvers. Better than an airplane.
So, you know, I don't know that, like, if the evidence being presented is somebody using a vacuum cleaner to represent a vacuum in space, I don't know that we can come to any kind of agreement on anything. So, tell me, what,
I thought it was stupid at first, too, and then I understood the concept of what it was doing, and it does give you a pretty good example. All the vacuum needs to do is provide negative pressure.
Yeah, it doesn't though, because the pressure inside a vacuum chamber is
providing
entirely
negative
constant.
pressure. It's sucking. I know
But
it's
vacuum
like sucking
chambers
off the
don't
side.
suck. That's not what happens.
It is a negative pressure.
But it's a constant.
The lack of matter, right?
But it's a constant. You see that, right? Like the vacuum cleaner is pulling air. That's not a constant.
This is the thing. You can't just call the vacuum of space a constant. I mean, it's almost as ridiculous as gravity.
Well, you would need to be able to back that up. Tell me,
if it's a constant, and it's not a vacuum, is it?
No, it's a. It's
Why are
only
you
a
calling it
vacuum
a
with
vacuum?
something because it's a vacuum from our perspective, right? We have all kinds of.
And that
We have a different pressure
does
from
bring
here
another
to there.
point. There's another point that we need to bring out. What kind of barrier can create a vacuum from space in an atmosphere?
What kind of what?
Barrier.
What kind of barrier? There is no barrier. It's a gradual
It's gravity.
dilution.
How can you? Why do we need to make a vacuum chamber create a container? You have to create a container to create vacuum, but in space, no need for containers. It's magic.
Oh, no, it's not magic. It's just what it is.
Yeah, it's the best explanation you can give me.
Demonstrate it, like.
You want me to do what now? You want me to demonstrate it?
No, I don't. I know that you can't demonstrate it.
Nobody can.
Okay. Well, I tell you what. Let's skip on this point. Let's talk about something else.
Yeah, let's skip this one.
Let's talk about something easier. As long as we're talking about theories and stuff, and we're not talking about actual curvature or, examples of gravity, I think we can have a conversation.
So sigma octantis. I think we've. Tell me about that.
What do you want to know about it?
So the southern sky rotates around a single point, sigma octantis, right? The southern sky in the southern hemisphere.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
If I showed you pictures and time lapse of that happening, would you?
Let's bring up the map star.
Like, is there? When we say it doesn't, what do we? Why are we saying that?
It doesn't. It moves and it's not visible. I mean, its apparent magnitude and its distance from the Earth. It just it's a completely ridiculous thing to even consider that it's holding the Earth in the same motion as in the same point of fixed motion that the North Star Polaris is. It's way farther away, way less. According to the apparent magnitude philosophy of finding the distance to an object based off the speed of light, which has changed over the years, by the way. You're really reaching with sigma octantis. Those aren't pictures.
No, because everybody in Australia can see the sky spin around the same point all year long, right? Like, this is a fact, and if you're to deny it, you're saying that all of Australia is in on this.
I understand I understand that like the constellations move, but I think it's just easily explained with magnetics.
Well, no, magnetics don't change what you see.
Constellations do not move, and when you're in Australia, you have a southern compass, so everything is backwards.
Okay, but that's entirely irrelevant to what I'm saying.
So that means that it could be a possibility that they think that the southern star is actually the northern star.
Yeah.
No, that's also entirely impossible because you're looking south from Australia to see the northern star. You have to look north, and it's an entirely different sky with different constellations.
They are inverted.
No, they're not inverted because it's not the same
Different
stars.
compass.
They are inverted.
So they are the same stars?
Inverted.
Do you? Okay.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but I'd like to see some information that supports that.
I mean, if you just throw Southern Star Trails time lapse into YouTube, or sigma octantis rotation or time lapse,
yeah,
you'll
I've
find
done
all
quite a bit of research into sigma octantis, and it just like what you're looking at now. That's not what
me.
People see.
That's simply not true.
There's no parallax in the stars.
So hang on. Let's not jump around so much, Darrell. All right, we can talk about parallax in a minute.
That's the same thing.
Can you tell me when sigma octantis was discovered?
No idea.
Okay, because I couldn't find that information either, and you can't see it without a telescope.
Yeah, you can't see it because it's very, very, very dim.
So why would it hold the Earth at its axis from so far away? And
when you say hold the Earth, do you think that the southern northern pole stars have something to do with our actual rotation? Like,
if they don't, then it's just even more and more ridiculous. The story is just, it doesn't add up, man.
Well, no, the point of the southern and the northern pole stars is that they just happen to be the stars in line with our axis. So that's why we call them northern and southern pole
wobbling,
stars.
bro. I mean, if we're supposed to be wobbling around on this axis of like 23.6 degrees or whatever, 23.4, I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
So how fast is this wobble? Because there is an answer to that.
Once a year, once every 600 million miles.
Is that
we travel at the trip around the sun, right?
Can you link that?
You'd have to look up the distance of the path of Earth around the sun on the heliocentric model.
Okay. So if I type in how fast does the Earth's tilt wobble?
I think it's 26,000 years, isn't it?
It would be once a year, I think.
No, one complete cycle for the Earth takes about 26,000 years. By itself, the wobble of the Earth's axis does not directly cause temperature changes, blah, 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 blah. So once every 26,000 years. So it's not a yearly or a monthly wobble. It's
every 26,000 years, it wobbles on its axis? Okay, so that I get you. I get you now.
Yeah,
so
it's really long, so you're not going to see it.
Another one of those things that is pretty convenient.
Well, no, it's not convenient.
I'm not going to be around in 26,000 years to be able to see if
I mean, it's pretty much a
the stars have changed.
Sure. So, anywho, we have the night sky in the northern hemisphere circling a single star.
Again, these arguments are I understand what you're doing, and I think it's cool, but it doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
Well, no, because it can tell you something, right? If you see 2 points at which the sky is rotating around, one clockwise and the other counterclockwise, that means something about the shape of the object you're on. If it were flat and I were in Antarctica, I would see different stars the entire year round, and I would see different stars than what somebody on the opposite side of the world and on the Antarctic rim would see. But the fact is, if you were in Antarctica, every single person on the rim of the Earth can see Sigma Octantis, so they look directly south. How does that work on a flat Earth? If every person on the rim of the circle can look away from the North Pole.
I don't think that's true. I absolutely don't think that's true. From the people that I've spoken to that are in the southern hemisphere, it's like not only can they not see Sigma Octantis, it doesn't work the way that you're saying it does.
So you don't need to physically see Sigma Octantis, but you can see the sky rotating around it. If you do have a strong enough telescope and you're in there's not a whole lot of light pollution around, yes, you could actually see it, right? So I just linked in the chat here a time lapse from YouTube. You can YouTube Southern Star Trails time. Oh yeah, you said you're on your phone, did you? What I'm telling you, Michael, is that all of Australia says you're wrong. Right, and you need to dig deeper, right? I'm not telling you this is how it is and you have to believe me because Negator's telling you. I'm telling you, buddy, you have stopped short.
I will definitely look into more of Sigma Octantis, but again, I understand what you're saying. You know, using the stars as a reference point as to what kind of the shape of what you're standing on is. It seems a bit of a logical fallacy to me to look up when I'm measuring down.
But why? I mean, I already told why.
To measure the Earth. I'm not trying to measure the stars. Does that kind of make sense?
Well, no. If you were, if you wanted to find out the shape of your house, right, and you're inside your house, and you could look out the window, right? You could use the distances from your window to the edge of your yard as a reference point to determine the full shape of your house, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I could just measure my house.
You could. Now, we don't have that convenience, right? You just can't get up and run around the globe with a gigantic ruler or a tape measure.
Lord Stephen Christ tried to.
He's tried to do lots of things.
With the rectilineator. But he said it was inconclusive.
Yeah.
And the original rectilineator was false.
Yeah, I don't really.
I just think it's interesting to think of the arguments of this. What is the sun doing, and what is the moon doing, and what are the stars doing when we're trying to measure the land and the water, and the ice and the dirt.
Well, you're trying to measure the entirety of the object you're on, right? So if you
not just necessarily the entirety, we can just measure a small section of it, see that there's no curvature, and kind of call it a day.
Well, no, we've talked about lots of reasons why that's not true, and small, it does not explain why you see the southern sky rotator on a single point.
No, that doesn't. I think we'd be looking for some other type of explanation once we've established that the Earth is flat.
Thank you.
The only explanation is that the sky is some kind of teleportational craziness that there is no logical explanation.
No, the sky has some perfect mechanics.
Yeah, there's something going on there that, I mean, I don't know. I don't think the stars are physical bodies. I don't think the planets are.
Well,
I don't know about the moon necessarily or the sun, but I mean,
The stars,
definitely don't.
I have a
So-
good feeling about the stars.
So if I showed you, curvature that was exactly in line with a globe, and then I showed you stars
But
that were
what you
exactly in
see-
line with the globe,
You could do that, man, but see, this is the problem. What you think is curvature, or what I think that you think is curvature, it appears to be a slope. It doesn't appear to be a curve. And it only curves one way, and that's away from where I'm standing. It doesn't curve from left to right.
it won't curve left to right because you're too close. Now,
That's
Michael,
not
I think
true.
I think we talked about this before. Now
We
go.
have, and you
hang on, hang on.
told me that there would be. I just don't want to talk about this because you think that there would be no horizon on a flat plane. So I mean,
No,
like,
no,
it's
no,
kind of difficult for me to continue debating with you when you can't
Thank you.
understand it.
That's something.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what I was saying. But this is what I really want you to do, and I want to emphasize that when I talk to you guys, I try to offer things for you to do to show it to yourself because I want you to see it. I want you to know because I told you, right? Go
Look.
download
Look at the
AutoCAD.
stars.
Hey, hang on, buddy. Go download AutoCAD. It's free, right?
I
You get a
have
30-day
AutoCAD.
trial, right? So if you create a sphere, a circle that the same dimensions of the Earth, and you zoom in on one section, it appears flat until you zoom out for quite a ways,
It
right? So
doesn't
that's why
appear
left
flat,
or
man.
right. Okay, do it right now, and we'll screen share. 3959 miles radius, right? And then mark down,
No,
create a
I'm
length
not
of
at
it
my
that is a
computer,
mile,
man.
2, 3, 10, 15 miles. Okay, we'll do
I
it
mean,
tonight.
Yeah, like I said, I have AutoCAD and I've done it.
Well, I've done it too before my trial ran out, and it showed me that when you zoom in, it appears flat.
You can just download the crack on BitTorrent, man.
I would prefer not to do that. If you would like to send me a license or money for a license, I'd readily accept.
No, I don't believe in that type of stuff.
Okay. So we don't have an answer for why the southern skies rotate around a single point, and it is entirely incongruous with what we should see.
I just think that again,
Uh-huh.
you're kind of trying to figure things out by using the wrong argument and like the wrong
Well,
experiment.
there's nothing wrong about it because on a flat Earth you wouldn't see it like this, right?
I don't think. I mean, because we're on a flat Earth and we're seeing it just like that. So.
But you have to explain. No, that's not how this works.
No, I don't have to. I don't have to explain how you see it. Once we establish that the Earth and the land and the water is flat.
But you haven't established that
So,
by
yeah,
any means.
you're discarding evidence that is contrary to your position
we
on the
have.
grounds of all the rest of the
Why
evidence
is
is
there,
good.
I mean, there's no curvature, man. It's like I don't know where else to get because, like I said, you're talking about showing me the curvature over a specific part of the Earth, and it's just not there. So is it going to be curvature that's just away from me?
Why?
Like I said, I'm trying to figure out where other than the stars. We've talked about the horizon, and you are aware of what a visual horizon is, correct?
I understand all of your points. I don't agree with them, and I
and
think
you
I
understand
explain
what a radar horizon is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So.
But you never told me why. And
Why?
you also never
What?
explained why the sky does not line up with what should be seen on a flat Earth, and why it lines up exactly with what should be seen on a globe Earth.
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely
at
does.
all.
I don't think the sky is flat, man.
I didn't say the sky was flat.
Well, it's still,
I mean, what are you asking me?
Okay, so check it out, right? If the Earth were flat and the sky rotated around, or rather, whether you believe the Earth rotates, the sky rotates. Let's just say the sky rotates around us, right? The Polaris would be the center point, and out to the edge of the Earth, the sky would continue to rotate in that same east to west fashion, right? So that means if I were standing in Australia or Antarctica, I would see the sky rotate, or rather pass over me in a east to west fashion, right? In a straight line, maybe a little bit of curve to it because you're on the edge.
you can't prove that So.
But that is strictly not true. You can prove that the pictures and time-lapse of the stars in the southern hemisphere show the sky not passing left to right or east to west, but rather around a single point. Now, for this to be possible, again, on a flat Earth, that means every person on the ring of the flat Earth would see the same rotation. It doesn't make a lick of sense.
Okay, so I said. Okay, so when you are in the south, like Australia, you have a southern compass. So think if you had a southern compass on a flat Earth down there, what would happen?
How is this relevant to what you see in the sky?
Because everything would be backwards.
How is this relevant to what it would be backwards? That's the explanation?
It would be backwards. You don't understand that? A southern compass?
Do you understand what makes a southern compass work?
I'm telling you.
Does it line up with
Do you understand? Can you tell me? Because a minute ago, you're implying that I'm some kind of dummy because I don't know. Now, I do know, and I'm asking you, do you know, and can you tell the folks here?
No, Negator's not dumb. He's not dumb.
I know how it works on a flat Earth.
So why does it work in Australia? What's actually happening?
It works backwards.
Explain it.
So that would explain everything going backwards, opposite direction.
But it's not going the opposite direction. You missed that.
You just said it was going counterclockwise and one way is going clockwise. So that would explain what exactly you're saying. So.
Well, no, it would not. And for the record,
you don't even understand what I'm saying at all. Like Michael, do you understand what I'm saying?
No, Michael doesn't.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening, man.
No.
Okay, if compass and you switch
polarities
to the
yeah, I get what you're saying now. I'm sorry.
And you take it down to Australia and you look at the stars, it's going to seem like it's coming from a different direction.
But it doesn't come from any direction. It rotates around a single point.
Yeah, the northern star. It's
no, it does not rotate around the northern star in the southern hemisphere. The southern hemisphere rotates around the southern pole star, which is Sigma.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The compass is backwards.
Yeah, but no. Okay, so the opposite polarity of the compass has nothing to do with what you see in the sky.
You've obviously never met anybody from Australia, and you've never seen a southern compass, have you?
What kind of question is that?
Because they would tell you that you need a southern compass down there.
I did not disagree with that point.
So that makes everything backwards if it's on a flat Earth. So that would explain it the same exact way. So that's a circular argument that you're making.
No, it means that the polarity is backwards. Go ahead, Jim.
No, it's an Australian spheroidal argument.
Go ahead, Jim.
Are you saying when they look at their southern compass and it's pointing north, they're actually looking south? I don't really understand what you're saying about the compass.
That's the argument that Eric Dubé makes. So I'm not sure. I haven't heard about that, but
I mean, however the compass works, south is south and north is north.
But the way you think is opposite.
So you think everyone in Australia
that's true.
is actually looking north when they think they're looking south?
I know that sounds ridiculous to me too. I don't like. I know Eric Dubé's made that argument, and there's a couple of other people. I've seen a couple of survival videos where
there is a guy that make a model showing how the stars could work on a flat plane. I'm going to show it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, and I also just like to again point out like that doesn't matter if it's like what the stars are doing. It doesn't change the fact that there's no curvature.
Well, there is, and we can discuss that. But again,
my other point was that we're doing three directions. We're spinning, we're going around the sun, and we're going through the galaxy. So you shouldn't just see one rotation. You should see it. You shouldn't just see one circular rotation for each star, and the same thing every single day from the last. I don't know how many years, so many years, you see the same thing.
Why not?
Because it's called a parallax.
Can you explain why the parallax should be so much that we should see it? Because there are stars where parallax allows you to see it.
You're going in three different directions. You're not just spinning, you're going in two other directions. You can have the spinning one, but what about the other two directions? Those should not show us going in it wouldn't even show that at all. Like, Your argument on
I
that
agree
is
with
so
you, man.
wrong.
Especially like the opposing directions. I love going fast. Don't get me wrong. I think going fast is awesome. I just can't feel it.
Right. So going different directions again when the distances are so vast, right? So
It
if you're
doesn't change
outside,
the
hang on.
speed.
Hang on. If you're
No, you
outside
can't
and
see it
you
in
see
the
a mountain
sky.
in the distance and you're on a skateboard, right, you
See,
can go
see
50
the
feet
guy,
left and
see the
50 feet
guy.
right, and the mountain does not appear to shift at all.
Yeah, but once I start spinning,
That's-
I skateboard. So actually, when I start spinning and doing
Can I
360
say something
power
real quick, Darrell? I'm sorry to cut you off, man.
Take
It
a
just
look
sounds
at
like
the
you're
video.
getting a little frustrated. Let me put it to you this way. Say we get into a really, really big car, a car that's the size of the state of, say, Kansas, and it accelerates, and it turns, and it moves. Do you think we'll feel it?
If it turns, you will feel it, yes.
You see here a replica of the skies.
It doesn't matter how big the car is.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't matter how big the planet is. The speed is the speed, regardless of the size of the object that's traveling.
Right, but it's the speed of rotation that matters. The speed of the turn you're making, whether you can feel it or not.
Or the acceleration.
1,000.
Yeah, acceleration, right.
Yeah, I mean,
But the stars would not look like a perfect circle
Why not?
because you're going in two other directions.
Well, again, if those directions are minuscule to the point of being irrelevant, then you'll see the same thing.
No.
No,
just like the
that's
centrifugal force when you go north or south from the equator is just negligible, it's irrelevant, and you wouldn't have a horizon on a flat plane.
So let's put this in perspective, right? Polaris, how far away is Polaris?
Let's not talk about perspective. Use a different analogy, please.
No. This perspective is angle. That's all.
You don't even
right?
perspective.
Hang on, buddy. Polaris is what, 400 light years away or something like that? Anywho, if you broke the math down.
It's that many light years away, based off the speed of light and the apparent magnitude of the object. You don't know how far away it is,
that's
man.
the distance, right? Like,
Right. So
you know
if
that
you're
the speed
going
of light is not a constant, right?
Michael, if you're going to debunk the model, you have to use the model's rules to show that it doesn't work, right?
Speed of light doesn't work.
Okay, that's fine.
That.
So I'm trying to give you some perspective on why you see what you see. If Polaris is 400 light years away, and the rotation, or rather the distance, hang on, buddy, hang on. If Earth is rotating around the sun, and that rotation has a radius of 93 million miles, right? If the Earth, or rather, one full rotation of the Earth around the sun is equal to 1/8 an inch movement if Polaris was 10 miles away. Can you see 1/8 an inch movement at 10 miles? Of course you can't. That's why you see no parallax.
No. How fast are you going in those other directions? Do you know?
Buddy, did you hear anything I just said?
How miles an hour are you going in these other directions? Do you know?
It does not matter how fast you're going in these other directions.
Because he's saying it doesn't matter because of how far away the stars are. And I get you, Negator. Absolutely, your model works astronomically, but it doesn't work with where we are. Those opposing motions should be felt by human beings. They should be observable. When I throw a rock, it should go in a fucking 1,000 different stupid directions because we're moving in 1,000 different stupid directions.
Well, again, if you're far enough away, so you're saying I should feel all these things. Now, again, this feeling is relative, just like you said. You're moving in a car, and the car swerves. Yes, you'll feel that because of the relative motion. But the thing is, that swerve, that is not even close to the scale of the movement of the Earth or our solar system or anything like that. It's not an accurate analogy.
It is, because there's no barrier in between the vacuum and the non-vacuum. Okay, so like your argument that the atmosphere, it just stays there because of gravity, and the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. It doesn't work, because when things go up, when are they supposed to experience the spin of the Earth? Can you tell me that? At what altitude would you experience the ground moving beneath you?
Perfect.
So if I were to show you a way, right now earlier I showed you guys a way to judge whether the moon changed size. I showed you a way to judge. Doggone it, what was it? I don't remember. I'll remember in a minute. If I showed you a way to see the Earth moving below you, would you do it? Like that you can confirm yourself?
But you can't.
That it's moving below me?
Yeah. If you had a way to prove to yourself that the Earth is moving below you, would you do it?
Well, yeah.
Do you mean something that's convincing or something that is proof, that's evidence?
Thank you.
Whatever you want to call it. I'm not giving you evidence. I'm giving you something that you can execute on your own.
So say it.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, let's hear it, man.
So,
as long as it doesn't involve complex math, man, I don't have time for that shit.
It does. Well, if you don't have time for it, I don't know what to tell you, because this math is exceptionally complex, right? But it involves constructing your own Foucault pendulum, right? I know you guys think they're all fake or there's some problem with them, which is why I'm saying you can make one yourself.
The reason that we think they're fake is because you have to move them. You have to push it.
Perception.
You don't have to push it. And what I'm saying is you can build one on your own. You can build one.
Next.
No, you can build one, and you can see it work for yourself.
A pendulum works on precession, not rotations.
Wait, excuse me? No, the precession is caused by the rotation.
Can you prove it?
I can.
Prove it.
And what I'm saying is that you do it yourself, and you see it for yourself, because nothing I show you is going to change your mind, right?
I mean, it's not. No, I mean, it totally could. If you said something that I actually made sense, and that wasn't a meme for the ball Earth or the oblate sphere, you know, I'd probably do it. But
okay. Well, I just linked.
What you're talking about is the Foucault pendulum. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody in the panel has heard of that. So.
And I'm saying you can make one yourself. Right? And you can determine exactly where you are on the planet based on the precession, which happens because of rotation. I just linked the video in the chat here, and I just linked the video in the chat there. All right, this kid makes his own in a...
So how do you know you're not measuring the speed, like instead of the rotation of the Earth, how do you know you're not measuring the rotation of the moon around the Earth? Or so, like, you know what I mean? How do you know that's what you're even measuring? Because you're telling me that you can't feel any of these opposing forces.
Measuring... Wait. How do you know you're not measuring the speed of the moon?
How do you know you're not measuring the speed of the moon going around the Earth with this Foucault pendulum? You're assuming that what you're measuring is gravity, and again, you have to move the Foucault pendulum. Any
Foucault
example
pendulums
that I've seen has been pushed.
So Foucault pendulums, they don't measure gravity, and they don't need a push. In fact, in this one, it shows you how most Foucault pendulums are operated. Right? They hang it by a string, and then they burn the string, so there's no forward motion or side-to-side motion. And the point of it is that it's going to process a certain degree, right? And that degree is always going to be equal to a large mathematical equations based on your latitude. Right? I could go through and quote this to you. It's quoted in or explained in the video. And it's repeatable, it's observable, it's verifiable.
Have you done it?
I have not done it, no. I've seen them in action, right, in person.
So if I say the Bedford level explains that the Earth is flat...
No, that's actually good that you brought that up, because I explained that earlier to some
I'm
of these
not
folks.
saying that... I don't want to talk about the Bedford level. It's been redone, and there's no curve, man.
Well, do you want me to explain the full story of the Bedford level? Because it seems like you don't know it.
They know, because it's fucking
I'm
stupid.
saying that it has been redone, and there is no curvature.
Plenty times.
Again, so it sounds like you don't know the full story, Michael, so if you don't mind, I'd like to explain it.
About the Bedford level experiment, that specific experiment, I don't want to hear about it.
Because it disproves your position.
The story behind the Bedford level experiment, just because you have a story behind it that, you know, there was some argument and a lawsuit that happened afterward, people have redone it, and there's no curvature. It's
no, people have redone. See, Michael, do you know what confirmation bias is? Where you find something that you...
It's exactly what you have, and that's why you believe the stories that you're told about all the opposing forces and the gravity. Yes, confirmation bias explains exactly why you are so difficult to get through to.
Thank you.
No, you're telling me that you don't want to hear something that contradicts your position that has been done.
Neither do you.
It doesn't contradict my position.
It does.
All you're going to
so
do
let me
is...
explain it. Can I explain it?
Okay, tell me the story about the Bedford level. Go ahead, man.
Sure. So... They used, the guy Robotham used a telescope to make a sight line 8 inches above the water and then another 5 inches above the water, and it showed level, right? Now on a flat Earth, you should be able to go as high as you want, and it will continue to show exactly level, right? Until another guy, Hamden, do you know who Hamden is? I think his name is John Hamden. Right? He was another flat
Again,
earther. Okay, so I'll finish. He was another flat earther. He challenged anybody for 500 pounds to the same experiment that they can prove the Earth is a globe. So a geodetic surveyor who knew how to count refraction did so, and instead of making a sight line at 5 feet or 8 inches, he did one at 13 feet. Right, 13 feet above the water. They set down 3 targets, 13 feet high. He leveled his telescope at 13 feet,
guys.
and he looked down the length of those 3 objects, and the second and third objects were both below each other. Right now on a flat Earth, they would remain right behind the first. That's not what happened. And again, this has been done. So the Bedford level, if anything, proves the Earth is round.
No, that's
right? There's no amount of perspective that can make those objects appear below the first.
Odiu Piku, this is a YouTube channel name, redid the experiment. You can look that up.
And what height above the waterline was he? He was like 2 feet.
30 inches.
And I just showed you why that refraction, when you're too low, will skew the results. And you have to account for refraction. You must. Like, there's no questions about it. If the Earth were flat, a sight line at 13 feet would show perfectly level, but it was not.
And if you were genuinely trying to conduct that...
Go ahead, Jim.
It doesn't show the curvature that you would expect to get from a ball that's 25,000 miles in circumference. It does seem to have some amount of refraction, but again, there's no curvature.
But if you were genuinely trying to conduct that experiment and you knew in advance about the refraction issue, why wouldn't you conduct the experiment in such a way that
do the refraction math? Like you can do it right now. The height of the camera, the exact 2 points of where it was measured, factor in refraction, and tell me how much curvature I should be seeing.
But why wouldn't you conduct the experiment in such a way that you could eliminate that anyway, by taking the measurements at a higher level above the water? It just seems like, willful ignorance. If you know that there's this issue, and you could eliminate
the willful ignorance is to think that gravity and refraction can account for all of the problems that there are with your ball argument.
I'm sorry, buddy. You're ignoring the results, right? Aren't you?
How am I ignoring the results of which test am I ignoring the results of?
The Bedford level challenge, right? When it's high enough off to account for refraction.
I told you that I didn't want to discuss the Bedford level experiment, man.
Because it doesn't
the story behind it. That's why I'm trying to tell you that it's been redone, and there's actual video footage that you can look at.
Again, but
is
you're
there
totally
a video
ignoring
of the Bedford level experiment? You just told me that you saw. I absolutely am ignoring what you're saying. You told me that you saw the video of the guy who was a couple of feet above the water and redid the Bedford level experiment over 6 miles, did you not?
I did, yes.
So why are we not talking about that instead of the Bedford level?
Did you hear anything I had to say about refraction?
Tell me how much curvature I should see due to refraction at that distance. At 30 inches above the water, how much refraction should there be? Will it account for the 16 feet of curvature there should be?
Michael.
How much?
Michael. You want me to work out the math? We got, what, 7 minutes? It's going to take me 15, 20 minutes to work out all the math properly.
No,
all right.
We got about 5.
I mean, you're talking about 6 feet or 6 miles, 30 inches. How much refraction, man? It seems like the way that you're talking about it, it sounds like you know. Confidently.
I can confidently find
out. Is that
out.
why we're... Okay.
All right, if you want me to.
Please.
And I will look it up for you.
I'm feeling like it's going to be about 16 feet of refraction. I'm just going to throw that out there.
So can you explain why the Bedford level had different results once the controls were in place to account for refraction?
I just don't care about the Bedford level experiment.
You don't care? Of course you don't care, because it disproves your position.
I don't worship Robotham or think that everything that he said is gospel. That's why I'm telling you, let's talk about something a little bit more modern.
So more modern, does refraction not happen in the modern age?
I'm trying to find that out.
Well, I'm telling you how to look. Oh my goodness. Buddy, look, in that video...
How much refraction would there be at an eye level of 30 inches over 6 miles?
Well, We have how much time left, Hitching?
About 3 minutes.
No, I don't have time to work this out for you. You need to think real hard, man. Why is it when you see
I'm
one
just going to go ahead and give you the answer because it's going to come out to exactly the amount that would make the Earth curve. It could be pretty convenient.
Right.
It's going to be about 16 feet or 8 feet.
And why, now that video, you don't see the rocks or the shoreline. Can you explain why on a flat Earth we don't see that?
Because there's still a horizon on a flat plane, even though you think the opposite.
He thinks there's not a horizon on a flat plane?
No, that's not what I said.
If there was a flat Earth, that there would be no horizon. And that object would... You guys all think that.
No, that's not true at all.
You and spacemen...
Well, there doesn't seem to be any consistency in how this horizon behaves.
Because it depends on a lot of factors.
Because there is no horizon. Horizon is something that you need an observer in order for it to exist.
The horizon is created by our own eyes.
But, you know, I would expect to be able to see across the plane, and you guys, I think, would say you can only see so far. But how far I can see seems to be
Have you been in a long hallway? I mean, I'm sure you've been asked this question, but have you been in a really long hallway and you observe how the floor appears to rise?
Sure.
Even though it doesn't? It's because your eyes are building a picture. It's
exactly
not that the floor is actually rising.
2 minutes, guys.
There isn't really a point of convergence in reality. It's just what we see.
Okay. But I still don't understand why, you know, if I'm on an open ocean, I can only see about 3 miles away. But I could, you know, I can see mountains hundreds of miles away.
I'd think the same thing too, but I mean, unless you're using some type of optics and zooming, it's going to be about, like, depending on how high you are above the water, it's going to rise about 5.5 feet. If you're 6 feet tall and you're just walking on water, like they say Jesus did, you'd be able to see about 3 miles because your eyes build that horizon.
Right, but there are times when I can see there are times when I can see a mountain that's much further away than that, and that's what I mean when I say there seems to be an inconsistency.
Yeah, but you're not seeing the entire mountain typically. What you'll be seeing is you know, the upper half of it, the same way that we see buildings, you know, over big bays and stuff like that. So it's kind of a strange thing, but radar works about the same way. It's not the exact same formula, but if you have an antenna that's about 6 feet tall.
That was a nice chat. Let's break it. It's gonna end soon. So
yeah,
all right,
chat, guys.
Nice talking to you guys.
And you.
The chat actually doesn't go away. It's unbelievable.
That was fun.
Pulls out a vacuum cleaner.
Oh no. But you do have to appreciate the comic timing with it.
I mean, I saw it and I was like, no, not this one, no.
Well, it was fun, man.
Yep.
Once again.
Mm-hmm.
Is Spaceman back?
Yeah.
I haven't looked.
I'm trying to find out what Chris was saying, that the Bedford level, I'm actually not going anywhere. I don't know if you plan to go anywhere.
No. No rush.
Well, he was saying